Good morning. Sleepy Mike people.
Hello, 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 hello.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us here this morning at the Water Pavilion at COP27. I'm excited to begin our day here on Nature-Based Solutions Day on behalf of the co-organizers for today, IUCN, the Nature Conservancy, and the World Wildlife Fund. So appropriately to start our morning, we're going to start with a wonderful story and discussion of using nature-based solutions here on the coast of Egypt to increase the resilience for the coastal zones of our host country. And so I'm here simply to open the day. Please know that we have an exciting day of programming all through the day, talking about examples throughout the world, how to use nature-based solutions in coastal zones, in agriculture, in wetlands, all with the aim of increasing climate resilience and mitigation for communities around the world. So with that, we'll begin the day, and I want to introduce then our moderator for the first session, Dr. Mohammed Ahmed, and he is the director for the program here in Egypt with the Green Climate Fund. Dr. Ahmed, thank you very much.
Thank you. So welcome to the first session of the morning today. We're going to start with today's session is about nature-based solutions and the use of nature-based solutions here in Egypt. The session will start with a couple of presentations and then a panel where we've got a distinguished member of panels. They will talk about nature-based solutions, finance of nature-based solutions, and the future of nature-based solution here in Egypt. So let me first start with Dr. Kishan Kodey, the UNDP Regional Team Leader of Environment and Energy. Kishan will give us an overview of UNDP work on using the nature-based solutions in the nature area. Kishan, please.
Shukran jazeeran. Good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be here, and thanks for joining this very important session. As we know, coastal ecosystems, deltas, marshlands, wetlands, oases have been the cradle of civilization globally, including in this region, whether Egypt or Iraq or elsewhere in the world, over thousands of years. But as we know, the rate of change in recent times has been beyond precedent and really causing major strain on the communities and the ecosystems, particularly owing to the rapid impacts from climate change, but also the loss of biodiversity in these systems. So very complex socio-ecological systems. And at UNDP, we've spent the last 20 years or so advancing nature-based solutions, climate adaptation in these areas. So what I'm going to do is give a bit of an overview of our approach to nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions are actions to preserve and also to advance sustainable use of ecosystems towards social, economic, and environmental benefits. So bringing co-benefits for human well-being as well as for sustainability. As part of the overall umbrella of nature-based solutions, you have the ecosystem-based adaptation to climate change as part of this, specifically looking at the role of ecosystems to help communities adapt to climate change, to reduce the impact and better manage the risks. So a few key criteria that we look at when we're advancing nature-based solutions and climate adaptation work globally and in the region. Trying to reduce social vulnerabilities through ecosystem resilience, generating social benefits, of course, from climate adaptation. Good morning, Your Excellency. So through ecosystem-based adaptation, we're really trying to reduce social vulnerabilities of communities in these critical ecosystems, generating social benefits from adaptation work around the world, restoring ecosystems that have been damaged over the last several years, and of course, supporting policy change for transformational change in these ecosystems. So globally, we've been active for over the last 15 years, advancing nature-based solutions through the support of the Green Climate Fund, the GEF, bilateral donors around the world, dozens of projects, over $500 million of grant assistance globally across all regions, with a special focus on coastal risk reduction and management. And this has brought tangible results in terms of restoring over 1 million hectares, enhancing protection of 2 million hectares of land, and bringing tangible benefits to communities in terms of community resilience and combating poverty around the world. So some of the key kind of interventions and results from the work, restoring the management of coastal ecosystems, mangroves, coral reefs, dune stabilization, as we'll hear through our work in Egypt as well. Restoring wetlands as a source of water and reducing soil erosion around those systems. Quite importantly, innovative finance instruments, which is a key focus here at COP27. Things like natural capital accounting, debt for nature swaps, debt for climate swaps, which is really something that people are really looking forward to as a major outcome, let's say, of COP27 in terms of advancing new forms of finance for ecosystem-based adaptation. An important role, of course, in these initiatives in mainstreaming with climate policy, NDCs and NAPs, which are also expanding across this region. So let's get down to it. Some examples of results over the last several years through the support of our partners like Green Climate Fund and others, trying to reduce hazards to communities around the world, as we've seen in particular in recent years, more frequent and severe storms and other hazards for communities in coastal areas. Restoring critical ecosystem services that are at the base of food and water systems for communities. And of course, that critical infrastructure, making it more resilient. Early warning systems to be able to take preventive action. So what I'm going to do now is provide a quick snapshot of some of the actual results and initiatives around the world to get a sense of how this looks on the ground. So since 2002, UNDP has completed about 157 adaptation projects around the world, 75 countries. And there's been a special focus on coastal resilience and the nexus to water systems and water security in particular. In the Maldives, for example, through the support of GCF, a focus on climate resilient water systems and how to combat water scarcity in many communities, bringing water access to over 100,000 people, while also improving reducing health risks and improving the resilience of infrastructure. In Egypt, as we'll hear more, I won't delve too much into that, but that's one of our flagship initiatives, of course, for the GCF and UNDP with the government of Egypt on protecting coastal communities in the Nile Delta at risk of climate displacement in the coming years. In the Asia Pacific, in Timor, very important initiative on transforming rural infrastructure to make it more climate resilient and bringing benefits to 15% of the population through improved irrigation, climate resilient water systems in the country. Also in Samoa, expanding flood-proofing key infrastructure, but also expanding early warning systems, as we know in one of the hotspots of climatic disasters. In Bangladesh, a very specific focus on the agriculture sector, climate resilient food systems, and improving adoption of climate resilient technologies and alternative sources of income. And in Vietnam, to restore and regenerate mangrove systems, which are a critical base for livelihoods for communities across the country. Very important initiatives in Latin America as well, in terms of the role of nature for water management, disaster risk reduction as well. In Colombia, a major focus as well on water management capacity. So again, a focus on climate resilient water systems, specifically looking at the restoration of wetland systems as a base for reducing the impacts of disasters, but also water security. Cuba, a focus on coral reef systems and seagrass, also a very important topic for Egypt and the Red Sea region, as we've seen at COP launch a very important new initiatives on that. Restoration of ecosystems, again, mangroves as a key base for ecosystems, but also for community resilience and livelihoods. Now in Africa, a very important initiative in Uganda, again, focused on the restoration of wetlands. 60,000 hectares of wetlands have been restored through this initiative with the support of the Green Climate Fund. And this has helped build the resilience of local farming communities across the country. 4 million people around the wetlands directly and indirectly benefiting from such initiative. And last but not least, just to make a point again, coming back to the upstream policy transformation, the important role of mainstreaming ecosystem-based adaptation into development policy, multi-sectoral planning. So 50 countries with the support of GCF, Germany and the EU, initiatives through the readiness track of work to have this kind of vertical and horizontal mainstreaming of ecosystem-based approaches to climate adaptation across ministries, but also subnational, which is also a very important focus for our cooperation, as you see. And so the NAPs that are taking off in the region, about 6 or 7 NAPs that are taking off from COP27 onwards across the MENA region. And so this will be a key priority, is to look at some of the lessons learned from doing this in other regions to actually achieve this kind of ecosystem-based adaptation approach through the NAPs in this region as well. So without further ado, I'll hand over to my next presenter, who will deep dive into Egypt, into the Egypt case. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Kishan. A great portfolio of projects and great examples in the world. Let me introduce my second presenter today, Dr. Iman Sayed, the head of the planning sector at the Water Resources and the Irrigation Ministry in Egypt. Dr. Iman will give us an overview of the protection projects in Egypt, and in particular, the nature-based solution project. Dr. Iman, please.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. I'd like first to welcome our distinguished participant and Your Excellency, Dr. Yasmin. Please let me start with overview about the Egypt plan to protect the Nile Delta, not only for the coastal, but we would like to see how the effort done by Egypt and the government to protect the Nile Delta. As you may know, Egypt is dominated by a desert. We have only 30.5% of our total land is cultivated. We have 95% of our population living around very narrow strip in the Nile Valley and Delta. The agriculture sector is account for 40% of Egypt workforce. For that, we are taking care about the cultivated area and farmers and fisheries living in the coastal area. Egypt's situation regarding the climate change. However, we have a lot of challenges regarding the water resources. We have population growth, we have limited renewable water resources, limited with the Nile River, which is 55.5 billion cubic meter come outside our border. And we have to maintain our water quality, which requires a lot of investment to keep the water quality in good standard. The same, we need to have more financial availability and accessibility. And now we are working on laws and legislation. In the other side, you see the challenges for the climate change. You are surrounded with a lot of risks. We have the sea level rise at the northern of Egypt, and we have extreme weather event hit the remote area in Sinai and Red Sea in the eastern part, and from western part we receive increase in temperature and heat waves. The same for the southern part of Egypt. We are vulnerable for the Nile flow. Egypt, as you can see, for the Nile Delta, we have in winter a lot of extreme weather event which causes a lot of damage. As you see in Alexandria, and people live in such kind of flooding each winter. For that, Egypt started to have a national water resource plan, including 4 pillars. The total cost to implement the plan up to year 2037, it's about 50 billion US dollar. It's a huge amount of finance, and we have to make some plans for 2 years and 4 years, and we implement a lot of measures. Still, we need more, and today I will reflect on some measures. If we talk about rationalization of water use, we will call canal rehabilitation program and modern irrigation for developing new water resources. We have a mega project for desalination, and now we have a strategic program to add about 30 billion cubic meter of desal water to the water balance up to year 2030. And we have also a mega project for treatment plants in eastern and in western delta, and we have program for industrial waste treatment. The last pillar which is talking about creating and enabling environment. We have the new law for water, which give us the umbrella to enhance and more participation for farmer and stakeholder. This is some picture from the effort current done by Egypt. We need to continue. However, we started. We need more finance. We need more maybe partnership. This is a national canal rehabilitation program. As you can see, a picture from before and after rehabilitation for the MESCA level, which is run by farmers themselves on the tertiary level. We have another program to enhance the performance and increase the efficiency of the network, transforming from flood irrigation to smart and modern irrigation. Also, it's a mega project started in Egypt, and this is kind of adaptation. And at the same side, we have a bilateral benefit as a mitigation. By using modern irrigation, we are able to reduce using fertilizers, and this is contribute to the overall decreasing the emissions. The mega project, we have 3 mega projects for reuse. We have Bahr al-Baqar, which is one of the biggest planet all over the world, which is treat about 6 million cubic meter of drainage water each day to reclaim desert area. The same for Dab'a at the other side. We have Kitchener devolution rain, which is financed from EU, and this is one of the catalyst project. Include about 4 ministries working in this project, which is aimed to serve about 2.4 million people in the Middle Delta. We have also using technologies and early warning system to protect our people and issue a lot of alerts before any storm. Focus on the coastal area and back to UNDP effort. And we admit what we already started with UNDP. We have about 2,000 kilometers of coastal in Egypt, and we have started to have map to see what is the vulnerability for the coastal area to be flooded and subjected to sea level rise. And we have high risk areas totally identified, medium and low risk areas. We started several years ago, we started the preparation of the Green Climate Fund project with our colleague from UNDP and also with Her Excellency Dr. Yasmin from Ministry of Environment. And we got a project financed from the Green Climate Fund. The total budget is about 100 million US dollar, 30% only financed from the Green Climate Fund and the rest financed from the local contribution. And we are happy to integrate the effort. Now we started to implement in 5 areas. The main component of the project is to protect and to scale up natural-based solution in 5 areas in Kafr al-Sheikh and in the Qahliya. And at the same side, we have very important component talking about integrated coastal zone management, which include all ministries and the stakeholder dealing with the coastal area. We have Ministry of Environment, Housing and Localities, municipalities, and also agriculture, fisheries stakeholder as well. Maybe this is one picture from the site where we have sand fence. This is already installed in the area by the project, and after the sand, after any storm, the sand start to fill in the area between the sand fence and form a natural-based protection for the lowland in the Nile Delta. This also kind of demonstration. Here I will call the community development, where the project started to deal with the people living in the area, and we see here a lot of people engaged to the project. Either we have gender balance, and the main outcome was job creation at the area, improve the livelihood, raise awareness and capacity building. This is also another example from Kafr al-Sheikh pilot area, where you can see how the fence started to protect the area during any storm. This is kind of recognition of the project among the UN and donors, and this is one of the famous projects, by the way, in Egypt, the first implementation grant, and we are happy with the result so far, and we need to replicate not only for the Nile Delta, but not only for the coastal, but also for other measures. Also, this is a global coverage of the project. And we are talking about cost-effective natural-based solution based on local knowledge and also more resilient for livelihood. I reach to my final recommendation. Maybe we need to focus on extending use of natural-based solution when appropriate for the project to protect the Nile Delta. I'm calling that we need to study well whether to be applicable to totally protect our coastal using natural-based solution, or we need to incorporate with other hard rocks as we use nowadays. Also, inclusion of the community and knowledge when selecting appropriate intervention, promoting the integration between different stakeholders. And my last comment is to mobilize more finance to complete and increase the resilience of the Nile Delta, not only for coastal, but for all measures. Thank you for.
Thanks very much, Dr. Iman. Let me now introduce our panelist for the day. I'm really pleased to invite Dr. Yasmin Fouad, the Minister of Environment in Egypt. Dr. Yasmin. Mr. Henk Oving, the Special Water Envoy for the Netherlands Kingdom. Mr. Henk, please. Mr. Yannick Gelmark, the Executive Director of the GCF. And Ms. Rusha Rao Monrai, the Associate Administrator of the UNDP. So Dr. Yasmin has another commitment just in 10 minutes, so we'll start with her reflections. So we welcome you, Dr. Yasmin. Dr. Yasmin was part of this GCF project that Dr. Iman presented. She played a great role in that. And we would like you, please, Dr. Yasmin, to reflect on the climate change national adaptation plan and how it could address the coastal risks, and also what are the future efforts of the government of Egypt to secure more finance for adaptation.
Thank you very much. And yes, this is one of the, not only the important projects, but the projects that's very close to my heart. Not because it's one of the very unique projects that was funded long time ago from the GCF, and now when we are approaching that linkage between the climate and biodiversity and how best to implement that, we had what we saw today as actual results, but actual results that even secure the lives of millions of people, integrating the social aspect, looking further on how best even the investment of the country along the 5 governorates could be secured. So it's really a very good model for sustainable development. As Egypt is approaching the preparation of its SNAP, I always say that that planning process is a very lengthy journey. So when we've started our national strategy for climate change early last year, we wanted to make sure that we are building different blocks. So we started on the strategy, we worked on the NDC with the components of mitigation and adaptation, but planning for adaptation is completely different. From the perspective of understanding the technical aspect and how best to mainstream that, looking further into the social aspect and how to secure the livelihood of different people, and most of all, assigning roles and responsibility among different entities, even at the national level. This is very tricky. When we've done that exercise at the level of the climate change, we faced actually a bottlenecks, and I have to admit that. We planned early to announce our strategy in December 2021 when we went to COP26. We were not able to do that because there was that issue of understanding how climate relate to agriculture, how it relate to industry, to water, and so forth, understanding the difference between mitigation and adaptation. When you go down level to the adaptation, it still is very tricky to do that kind of alignment and that kind of mainstreaming, and understanding also that this part is very critical to the GDP, to the economy of the country at a large scale. It's very important to secure the life of the millions of people that are there, which would be part of ensuring the peace and security of the country. These kind of things are not an easy, ready piecemeal that you will need to do. So part of our planning is to go into a regular and intensive owned local process of consultation and participation with various entities. And that's a long journey. Secondly, how best to secure the finance for that? I think that Egypt has started with more solid ground when it prepared its strategy, vision, and long-term objective, when it worked on its NDC, when even we started the first set of projects. So all that, when we've started even early with the first model, with the Green Climate Fund, of converting our strategy into an investment plan. We just presented the first phase last week with the Prime Minister. The second phase will help us a lot. So all those planning tool and documents will direct us better to get the funds. But the most important thing from my point of view was two documents that we worked on. The investment plan, which we hope we will be able to continue with the GCF, so it will direct us in where are the quick wins, where are the gaps, where we want the de-risking of the policy or the de-risking of the financial part. That's number one. And the second document that I will also advise those who are interested in the NAP planning to look at is the climate change diagnostic report with the World Bank, because that also, when we wanted to focus on sectors, because we cannot focus on everything, we selected the water and agriculture sector to have a deep analysis on the national climate context and its relation to the economy. I think those two documents would help us very much attract a lot of funding to secure the adaptation interventions at the national and local level. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Dr. Yasmin. I think Dr. Yasmin has stressed the importance of going to the local level and speak to the local people to really respond to their requests, and also the investment plan and the climate change diagnosis report, great efforts of the government of Egypt. Now, allow me please to move to Mr. Yannick Gilmark. We were pleased to receive Mr. Gilmark in March. He visited the site of the nature-based solutions. So if you could please reflect on what you saw on the site, and also let us know more about how the GCF can support Egypt in the adaptation efforts in the future. Mr. Gilmark, please.
Thank you very much, Engineer Mohamed. It's a great pleasure to meet you again. At the onset, I would like to congratulate the government of Egypt and UNDP for organizing an event with the title Water for Biodiversity and Nature-Based Solution. I believe that one of the lasting legacies of COP27 will be the emphasis given to the energy-water nexus and to the food system transition. And that is really great. GCF is not a green infrastructure investment bank. For that, we will need 10 to 20 times more resources that we have. We are a partnership. We work with more than 114 accredited entities, from some of the largest commercial banks in the world to civil society organizations working at the community level. Our mandate is to support the governments, countries in the transition of their energy, food security, ecological, and the infrastructure systems toward net zero, climate resilient development economies. So if we are not an infrastructure investment bank, what kind of support can we provide for to government for their infrastructure transition? One of the key support we can provide was already mentioned, highlighted by Minister Fouad. We can help government conduct a systemic resilience assessment. And so right now we are supporting 87 NAPs, and ultimately we should support the formulation of about 120 national adaptation plan. And as part of the systemic assessment, resilience assessment, we can help in overlaying all the key infrastructure assets, the water network, the electricity network, the telecommunication network, the road network, with the hazard maps to identify the assets that are at risk, highly vulnerable. And which one we can have them offline for 2 weeks because there is another pathway for water or another pathway for electricity or for transport. Which one cannot go offline? They are essential for the security of people. And so, and after, once we have done, we have prioritized the type of assets to be protected. What is the best mix of green and gray infrastructure solution? So when do we deploy nature-based solution compared to more traditional gray solution? And after, once we have done that, what kind of financial engineering can we do? What kind of project can be financed by the private sector on its own? What kind of project will require policy de-risking? The government, for example, to accelerate the licensing process, the sitting licenses. What kind of project will not only require a conducive policy framework, but will require financial de-risking, such as concessional finance? And what kind of project will have to be financed by the public sector, either from fiscal revenues or innovative financing mechanism? And that's, we can basically move from the assessment of the risk to the financial solution. And we are embarking on this exercise, as mentioned by Minister Fouad, for the climate investment plan. And we hope that by COP27, Egypt will be able to provide a blueprint for a number of countries. Now, in addition to that, what we can do is that we can help in strengthening hydrometeorological system and climate information services. Right now, we are certainly one of the main financiers in the world for hydrometeorological system and climate information services. Without climate information services, you cannot right-size infrastructure. You are basically shooting in the dark and you will waste your money. You will oversize, you will undersize, you will get it wrong. In addition to that, what we can do is that we can pilot a new approach. And that's what and that's the reason why we were very interested in working with the government of Egypt when we were approached to pilot a new approach, living shorelines to support the Nile Delta. And all our congratulations for UNDP for the excellent work that they have been doing. And as a last step, what we can do is that we can basically try to de-risk the first implementation at scale of a new climate solution. So it can be the first application at commercial scale for the banks to after assess risk and basically finance the replication of their own, or it can be through basically creating an alliance of different financiers for de-risking public goods. We are delighted about our cooperation with the government of Egypt and committed to stick to this line until the very end of the process.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Mr. Gilmark. I think we thank very much Dr. Yasmin for being with us today. Thanks very much. Thanks for your input. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Now we move to the UNDP and Ms. Usha, and we would like to know more about the future planned support from the UNDP to the Egyptian government efforts, also for adaptation and dealing with climate change challenges.
Thank you very much, Doctor. It's very pleased to be part of this important panel, and I listened with interest to what the Minister said and what Mr. Glemarek said on how to look at water in general, and how to be more specific about the country and its realities. And I think that's really important. As you heard from my colleagues from UNDP already, we're doing a lot here in Egypt, and we want to do double or triple more because we believe that Egypt has been a wonderful partner in looking at the water sector and trying to understand what the specific risks are, much like you said, and try to find solutions that are appropriate to those risks. If you permit me, since I have the mic, I'd like to step back from what UNDP can do. On that, we will do whatever we can to be your partner. But in terms of water, what you were saying, I think the world needs to look at water a little bit differently. Water has a continuum between access and scarcity. And many countries think that it's either one or the other. And as Egypt has already found out, it's both. You have to be careful about supplying water to its people, but you have to be careful about saving water and saving coastlines and saving biodiversity and nature and so on. When you look at water along that continuum, from my point of view, when it comes to adaptation plans, two things come to mind. One, as you say, I believe here, nature-based solutions. So not gray infrastructure, but green or blue or what, I don't know what color it is, but the nature infrastructure becomes very important. The other side of that continuum is looking at how you can put in more efficiency in your existing water system instead of necessarily going out and building large infrastructure, because large infrastructure is capital intensive, requires a lot of money, both commercial and de-risking like GCF has. So look at the efficiency side, and Dr. Iman talked about that. How am I looking at the efficiency of my system? UNDP, and indeed before UNDP, I used to work for the World Bank Group. We are looking though, as we look forward, how do we do water differently? What options do countries have different from gray infrastructure? Because that's the normal solution. I want to build a desalination plant, or I want to build a concrete wall to protect my deltas or protect against sea level rise. What other solutions are there, and who do we partner with? The minister spoke about involving all stakeholders in a community in finding solutions. Where I sit, that is vital. That is absolutely critical, because if you don't talk to everybody who's involved in the water issue, you come up with imperfect solutions. On the financing side of it, and this will be my final point, we were talking about it in the car with my colleague here, who's a resident representative. Why isn't scale finance coming into water? Dr. Iman, we talked about it last night as well. Part of it is that people still perceive the water sector to be incredibly risky, and they just don't know if they put their money in, whether they'll ever get their money back. And so it's been traditionally financed by the public sector, by governments, by excellent entities like the GCF that understands the risks and can provide a de-risking vehicle. What we need, though, is scale finance, trillions of dollars into the water sector around the world. And there, it's called blended finance. I'm not fond of the term, but whatever, I can't think of another one. So it has to be a blend of intelligent risk mitigating finance, such as from GCF, such as from the World Bank, sometimes depending on where they come in, and then more commercial finance that you can leverage with that. For every dollar of de-risking finance, how many dollars can you leverage? If you do that, plus you put in place a policy environment and a legal instrument environment and so on that allows finance to come in at scale, you will be able to finance your water infrastructure as needed. I was supposed to talk about the deltas here, and so I will. And Kishan Kode, I don't know where he is anymore, but he spoke about all the projects we've done. Vietnam, here in Egypt, around the world, Latin America. The issue around protecting sea level rise is one of finding nature-based solutions in addition to or instead of gray infrastructure. Gray infrastructure is capital intensive. If you try to find solutions that are less capital intensive and more sustainable as you go through time, that may be the solution for countries like Egypt, countries like mine in India, where it's not easy to bring in trillions of dollars of finance into the water infrastructure. So from our perspective, I think stakeholder participation is vital. I think some sort of mixing or blending of different types of finance is vital. But most of all, please look at the less capital intensive solutions to a water issue rather than running to desalination or something like that immediately, because there are many other solutions to preserving the water resource and, in fact, adding and enhancing to the water resource. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think, yes, it's quite important, as you mentioned, Ms. Usha, that we involve the local stakeholders. And I think the project that we have here in Egypt from the first day, local stakeholders were involved, I think, and that's why I think we reached this brilliant solution because we asked them, what do you do? And they gave us this brilliant solution, which was then improved by our engineers rather than the other way around. So this is really, really a great point. Now we move to Mr. Hink, the special envoy to the Kingdom of Netherlands. Netherlands has and is still having great cooperation with Egypt. So Mr. Hink, please, if you could please let us know a little bit more about the nature-based solutions in the Netherlands. How can the Egypt and Netherlands collaborate on using more nature-based solutions for the coastal area and also other sectors, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. And thanks both Yannick and Usha for your contributions and your partnership here in Egypt. The Netherlands has been a partner with Egypt for close to 50 years on water, on the many issues of water, too much, too little, polluted, across the Nile, the Delta, in their cities, for agriculture, energy, safety and security. And through that partnership, we built up a large practice of understanding how deltas, coastal cities, as well as rivers that cross borders work. Like the Netherlands, although we are tiny if you compare that to Egypt, we face the same challenges. And the challenges that come in Delta, you can take apart. And this is how we organize our world. We love to silo. So we see social challenges, we see environmental challenges. Well, didn't see them, but now we luckily see them. We see ecological, economic, financial, cultural, etc. And then we pocket them into the way we structure our organizations, public and private, it doesn't really matter, and NGOs, and the way our communities address. And then we seek funding. And this is exactly where the business case for grey infrastructure comes from. On the short term, there is always a return on that investment. On the long term, we see that that's not even maladaptation, it's stupidity of infrastructure investment because it makes us more vulnerable in the mid and the long term. And that is the challenge when you look at it more holistically, which we call now nature-based solutions, which actually is not the term. It is not on nature-based solutions, it is a whole of society approach. Because we say nature-based solutions and include society. So it actually means we look at ticking the many boxes that come in when we look at the challenges that are of the future, not the past. Because we are in a time where we like to scale, and the only thing we have are the pipelines of yesterday, not the pipelines of tomorrow. So we really have to reinvent this. And yes, nature-based solutions in the context of the societal challenges help because they create healthy environments, which are good for jobs, but also good for kids, girls first, empower women to ensure that they can lead instead of be left behind. Nature-based solutions are amazingly for longer-term resiliency and sustainability and equity, ticking the many boxes of the SDGs. And you find, and I'm a water ambassador, so here you get it, and you find water in every one of them. Of course, water is like the forgotten gem. If you invest in water, you see it trickle down across everything in society, small and large. And this is what we have to understand and capture. But this is to your challenge. Invest in water, you see it pop up somewhere else. So for financiers, public and private, not only private, but also public, this is terrible. So the Minister of Finance of Water says, okay, let's spend my millions or billions in water. Nothing in return, and the Minister of Health is very happy. She's like, oh, wow, look at this. My health costs go down and equity goes up and resiliency. So everybody's happy except for the one who invested, which is the water bank or the water minister. So taking a whole of society approach, which is of critical importance of equity, resiliency, sustainability, also means that we really have to change the economics of this and the politics of this. Decisions being made by a water minister, and here comes the thing, I don't know how many water ministers there are in the world. Most of the governments have water buried somewhere in their organizations. If there is a water minister, she or he is never part of the central cabinet. So when we make the decisions that actually are driving resiliency, adaptation, mitigation, equity, and sustainability, they're not part of the equation. And we saw it in the pandemic. The leaders of the world were talking about health. WASH was knocking on their door. Water, sanitation, hygiene. Hello, we're part of the solution. First line of defense. And he said, no, 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 not now. No, water, no, not now. We're doing important things. We're thinking about relief, recovery, and rebuilding. And this is part of the challenge that we find is if we are able to create this environment where we can make decisions based on a whole of society approach, really looking at all the SDGs in that, and make business cases that come in, we're perfectly fine with our current systems to de-risk those investments. Because every dollar, euro, yen spent in that whole of society, nature-based, society-driven approach comes back. That return is there. It is us on how to capture that. Now, how do we do this in the Netherlands? Because that was your question, but I had to make this. Yeah, I'll bring it back home. Don't worry. We also came from a, we're nowhere different. We love our infrastructure, like anyone. Post World War II, massive amount of dollars, well, guilders at that time were spent in rebuilding our country, in infrastructure, roads, houses, etc. But I go back a little bit before that, 1848, mid-19th century cholera outbreak in Europe. Thousands of people died, also in the Netherlands, and that informed our first housing policy, our housing law, that said water and sanitation and hygiene are of critical importance for the health and wealth of our nation. It's interesting. It was baked in our constitution in 1848 when we became a kingdom. It said water, sanitation and hygiene and water security and safety are the foundational layers for our society. And with that, we created 4 layers of government. Coming from 900 years of water governance, we have city government, provincial government, and national government. You all know them. But we also have water authorities in our constitution as a 4th layer of organizing water safety and security in a democratic process. And politicizing that doesn't mean that you politicize it in a negative way, but actually in the positive way, because water has a voice and becomes a factor of driver. Now, last to nature-based solutions, looking at our coast, our rivers, our deltas, and our cities, we immediately figured out that comprehensive approaches are needed. And then you end up with nature-based solutions immediately. So we clean our water in places that are recreation spaces that actually add value to the economy. We protect our coast with engineering approaches that are nature-based, where the current of the North Sea takes over the replenishment of our beaches. We call it a sand motor, and something we're exploring here for Egypt, also along the coast, where we take the power of nature to actually help us recover. In our riverine system, thanks to almost flooding and the evacuation of 250,000 people in 1995, we were rethinking. We said, hey, those rivers, those arteries of our delta, we have to give them the room they deserve, because we love to channel them for economic short-term benefits, create them into infrastructure channels instead of rivers that are alive. So we called it Room for the River, and that Room for the River program, adding up to 39 projects, $2.5 billion investment, within time, within budget, delivered last year with the floods safeguard. Yes, we had a lot of water, but no flooding. Yes, were we ready for those extremes? More or less. Do we have to do more? Yes. But it's front and center in politics. It's front and center in our budget. It's also front and center in how we take this whole of society approach. And that is what we have to take to the table. And that is what the UN 2023 Water Conference will be all about. Next year, for the first time in 46 years, for the second time in the history of the UN, countries around the world and the UN system have the guts, and I say this really, have the guts to put water at the UN agenda. Beyond the issues of sovereignty, we want to talk about the politics and economics of water to get this right and ensure that water is the driver for equity, is the driver for resiliency, is the driver for mitigation and sustainability on the long run.
Thanks very much for, again, emphasizing the society-driven approaches. We have now 6 minutes for our participants, if they have questions for our panelists. Questions? No questions? Everything is clear? So please let us thank our panelists for their inspiring words today for us, and we'll have a group photo.
at COP27. So delighted that you could join us. We've had a special session this morning already talking about Egypt and the important coastal resources here and how nature-based solutions is helping them build resilience in coastal communities. So a great start to our day hearing from our host country. The opportunity we have right now is to hear from some notable people working in conservation and nature-based solutions and water resources. And so I'd like to invite to the stage our panelists, and then I will make some sort of introductions. But Assistant Secretary Monica Medina, please, from the U.S. government, if you'll join me. I'll also request that Imen Malian, who is our Vice President of IUCN, and most notably Dr. Iman Soliman from the Minister of Water Resources here in Egypt. And you'll note and celebrate with me, we have a strong, powerful panel of women in water. And so my role today is really just to kick off and a note about the day on behalf of the organizers of this day, IUCN, the Nature Conservancy, and World Wildlife Fund. I'm Andrea Erickson-Quiros. I work in the Nature Conservancy as our lead for water security. Our point with bringing forward an entire day on nature-based solutions is not to silo it and say, gee, nature is one more thing we ought to think about, but is to hopefully crystallize for you the many ways in which nature-based solutions flows through many of our issues. Social development, rural development, connecting equity and inclusion, thinking long-term about climate resilience. Nature-based solutions is a fabulous solution that really builds and becomes an asset positive over time. So it's an appreciating asset in a world where we're trying to adapt to climate change. And so at the end of these remarks, then I'll invite also our my co-lead, Stuart Orr from World Wildlife Fund, to just sort of say a little bit more about the rest of the day. So we hope you'll join us. So without further ado, I want to get to the remarks by our esteemed guests. So first, Assistant Secretary of State, Monica Medina, we're pleased that you could join us. She is also the envoy for biodiversity and water from the U.S. government. She has a very long, very rich history in oceans work and environmental work, so well suited for her role. And we're delighted to hear more from you about nature-based solutions and the U.S. government's plans for that. You can come up here. Yeah. Thank you. Please welcome Assistant Secretary Monica Medina.
Thank you. It's so nice to be here this morning. Good morning, everybody. We're well into week 2 of COP, and I know yesterday was Water Day, but it feels like every day that I've been here has been Water Day because there are so many events talking about this huge crisis that we're having with respect to water and drought. So I'm very pleased to be here. As you've noted, I am Monica Medina, the Assistant Secretary for Oceans, Environment, and Science. And I now have a very nice new title, which is Special Envoy for Biodiversity and Water from the US. And it's clear that the crises that we are facing, whether it's biodiversity or climate, are intertwined. And water security is one of the key things that binds those together. It is a crucial moment for the U.S. government on water and water security as well. And we have been actively reorienting our approach to global water security to make it more a part of our climate strategy and more interdisciplinary. And I'm actually pleased that today we have with us, not here, but here at COP, one of the lead water providers within the U.S. government, an assistant secretary from our Interior Department, who runs our Bureau of Reclamation, which is one of the largest water systems or water services in the world. And she's on the front lines in our country of the very same struggles you're seeing here. Cities struggling to find enough water and balance that with agricultural needs, and to then even find a way between the states in our United States to share water, and even then to share water with other countries like Mexico, which is why on June 1st, our Vice President Kamala Harris launched the White House Action Plan for Global Water Security, which prioritizes water security as a U.S. foreign policy priority for the very first time. And on October 1st, the U.S. government released the second updated iteration of our global water strategy. So we've had a water strategy, but now the White House has taken hold of this issue. Our vice president has seen the importance of this issue, and we've elevated it within our government. Our approach to water security is expansive, and it encompasses our ability to sustain access to, maintain the quality of, and provide new technology for water resources for our whole population. And I intend to leverage this role as the new special envoy for biodiversity and water to maintain a high-level focus on these issues as the U.S. continues to work on mitigating water-related disasters, preserving functioning ecosystems, conserving biodiversity, and supporting overall a goal of peace and stability. So water security is also key for biodiversity, and mutually reinforcing that concept as well. The water security sector, or the water sector, impacts biodiversity, and increased biodiversity can support ecosystems, bolstering water security. In both the White House Action Plan for Global Water Security and our Global Water Strategy, nature-based solutions are recognized as an indispensable approach toward achieving water security. Improving water resource management is one of the most cost-effective ways to adapt to climate change, and nature-based solutions have significant potential for carbon sequestration as well as ecosystem restoration. These are two key components of beating the climate challenge as well as the biodiversity challenge. Nature-based solutions are a central priority of the Biden administration, a recognition of their unique ability in addressing the climate, biodiversity, and pollution crises, yet another one we haven't talked as much about yet, while supporting human health and well-being. And of course, water is essential for human health and well-being. In the U.S., we are working hard to implement President Biden's directive to conserve at least 30% of our land and waters by 2030. Again, a crucial component of water security and managing our water stress is to conserve 30% of our waters by 2030. And that means a wholesale way in the way we think about nature and land and water and all the critical ecosystems that we know we can't live without, but we also can't have businesses without. We can't have sustainability without. We need to change the way we think about nature, and particularly the way we think about some of its most essential components like water. Another important element of the way we're trying to change our thinking is the way we change our accounting, the way we literally account for biodiversity, nature, and particularly water. And in some cases, we know how much water is worth because we pay for it at the tap, but it's not really reflective of the true cost. And we know that we in the government need to encourage the use of accounting systems that will force us to take better account of the real costs of water and water overuse, water waste, and water insecurity. Because we know ultimately we pay at the end of whatever it is, when we have to take water back into the system and try and use it for desalination, for example, or when we need to pay for security and the very things that are caused by the most extreme results of water insecurity. Things like our national defense relies on our natural defenses, the way that we provide for security in holding on to nature. So how are we doing that? At least around the world, we're working in some of the most water-stressed places. We have a Mekong Delta Water Data Initiative. This is a flagship program between the U.S. and several partner governments to strengthen and build the capacity of Mekong Delta countries to manage water data. And of course, we've talked a lot in this conference. Everywhere I've been, we've talked about the importance of data. We can't have accountability without data, and we can't have trust without data. So we need to have better and more plentiful water data. We also need to improve our work regionally to respond to environmental emergencies. That will also help build trust and the ability to share critical resources. When I think about what we need to accomplish in the next year with this focus on water, as the last panel was talking about, UN Water Day in event in New York in March. One of the things we need to start creating more incentives for and building the ability partnerships, water sharing. So the Mekong Delta Water Data Initiative supports data sharing among Mekong Dam, with the Mekong Dam Water Monitor, which brings transparency to the dam operations, giving downstream countries crucial information to address both local and regional water challenges, including impacts on biodiversity. Again, the importance of data and data sharing to build trust and partnership. So let me just wrap by saying that in my capacity as special envoy, I am really looking forward to working collaboratively with every country in the world to really bring water to the forefront of where it needs to be, so that we all can have a brighter future, a more sustainable future, one where we all have the water that we need. In many instances, we know exactly what needs to be done to confront the challenges of biodiversity loss and water insecurity. We have the tools. We're increasingly bringing forward the innovation and the technology. What we really lack, and what I'm hoping that we can build over this critical year of water coming up in 2023, is the political will, the political commitment, the commitment of leaders from governments all over the world to be willing to share, to trust, and to work together to ensure that no one goes without the water that they need. If we do that, we will leave the planet in much better shape for future generations. So thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here to be part of the Water Pavilion. I can't say enough how much I think this is a key part of what we need to do to tackle the climate crisis, to tackle the biological diversity crisis, and most of all, for peace and security around the world. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, my mic.
Thank you so much, Assistant Secretary Medina, and we look forward to that collaboration and trust building and sharing that I think all of us in the water space intuitively understand. Next, I'd like to invite to the stage Imen Malian, who is the Vice President of IUCN. She's no stranger to climate negotiations and also the importance of nature-based solutions. IUCN and its members have worked for a long time in incorporating in the framework ecosystem-based adaptation. And so I look forward to your remarks, and thank you, and please, the floor is yours.
Does this work? Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Erica, and good morning to all, Ambassador Medina, Dr. Iman, distinguished delegates, and dear friends of colleagues, because I've been with many of these organizations. It's truly an honor to be here at the opening of the Water Pavilion on a day focused on water for biodiversity and nature-based solutions. So first, allow me to thank the government of Egypt for hosting us in beautiful Sharm el-Sheikh, but also in water-stressed Sharm el-Sheikh. And I think this kind of brings it, we're in a region that's one of the most water-stressed in the world. IUCN, as for those of you who don't know it, is a unique union of state and non-state members representing the largest environmental network globally. The International Union for Conservation of Nature works to convene our members, to accelerate action on the ground, to mobilize finance for nature, and to influence policies and actions to create a just world that values and conserves nature. And we're very proud today to be at this event alongside our members, state members, the United States and Egypt, and NGO members, the Nature Conservancy and WWF, pursuing their collective missions. We're gathered here at the Water Pavilion on a day focused on water, which has often been the cliché image of climate change, be it through drought, floods, melting glaciers, or parched landscape. The water crisis epitomizes the climate crisis. At the same time, the global biodiversity crisis is also greatest in freshwater ecosystem and for freshwater species. The IUCN Red List warns that 1/3 of the freshwater fishes, the world's forgotten fishes, are threatened with extinction. Freshwater biodiversity is declining at twice the rate of that of terrestrial marine species. This is not only an alarming statistic for the environment, but also for people's health and livelihoods and job security. Wetlands are also disappearing 3 times faster than forests and regarded as the most threatened ecosystems on Earth. The 2022 Global Wetland Outlook shows us that up to 87% of global wetlands have been lost in the last 300 years. And I think this comes to the remarks of Ambassador Medina. We need data. We need data. And the data so far is grim. But where there are challenges, there are also solutions. And the water solutions exist through protecting and restoring freshwater and wetland habitats, letting rivers flow more naturally, and safeguarding and restoring river connectivity through better planning of dams and other infrastructure. Many of these solutions have already proven successful to restore biodiversity, capture carbon, fight against climate impact, support water security, and improve livelihoods of communities. Conserving and restoring water ecosystems are perhaps the ultimate nature-based solution. Yet, they're not championed as much as they should be. They have not been really mainstreamed into our climate actions, and certainly not in our policy, not in ways that are sufficient enough to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. For those of us who work at the interface of science and policy, it's very clear to us that we will not achieve the Paris Agreement without protecting our water, wetlands, and peatlands ecosystem. We will not achieve the biodiversity targets without protecting these ecosystems. And I say protecting because often when we think about nature-based solutions, we first think about restoration. And we sometimes forget that protecting and conserving these important areas for water and biodiversity should be our first line of defense. IUCN recognizes the evolving science that indicates that we need to protect, conserve, and restore 50% of the planet if we really want to give it a chance. So achieving the 30 by 30 target is just the minimum that we can do for both biodiversity and climate as well. As a union, and particularly through our commissions, we work to develop tools and standard approaches that are robust scientifically and can be used by a variety of stakeholders, and certainly aiming to make a long-lasting impact. This is why IUCN and its Commission on Ecosystem Management have developed the global standard for nature-based solutions, a standard that works to tackle real societal problem, in particular climate change. The Paris Agreement has called on all parties to acknowledge the importance of ensuring the integrity of all ecosystems, including oceans, and the protection of biodiversity recognized by some cultures as Mother Earth. I know that it didn't really make a special note for water there, but we may get there. IUCN is advocating for the inclusion of a clear reference for nature-based solutions in the COP27 decision text, because we believe that such inclusion will help maintain the momentum to tackle the twin and interlinked crisis of climate change and biodiversity loss. So we're here at COP27 today. We look forward to hearing about examples of nature being part of the climate solutions across many different sectors. Particularly today, we look forward to hearing more success stories of investing in freshwater ecosystems to mitigate and adapt to the many shocks of strains climate change is bringing, but that will only increase unless we reduce emissions in the line of the Paris Agreement. This COP slogan is Together for Implementation. And I hope we can all together galvanize the implementation and scaling up of water and nature-based solutions for the benefits of the people and for the planet. And just allow me a last point as we close, and to have a shameless plug to a UNFCCC side event with WRI and IUCN today at 1:15 at the TBIS room. And I think that we can continue the conversation there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Imen, and well said. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Protecting freshwater biodiversity and its systems is a first step in our steps to create a more climate secure world. So last, I would like to invite to the stage Dr. Iman Soliman. She is the planning director for the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation here in Egypt. In addition to her very accomplished career in that ministry in Egypt, to those of us here, we know her as the chief organizer, instigator, and power behind the Water Pavilion. And so can we please thank her for all her efforts to bring together the Water Pavilion. We are so grateful to you in particular and to the Egypt government. Dr. Iman.
Thank you for these kind words. Actually, this is the Water Pavilion. We believe it's one of the Egypt effort to promote water and put it on the heart of climate action. Ambassador Medina and Iman, you reflect all your effort regarding the natural-based solution and how we can incorporate natural-based solution to water activities. I'm from the water sector background. I'm head of planning sector, taking care about planning for water, either on water resources and water management or for investment side. As Egypt is one of the most scarce countries around the world, we are taking care about how we can increase the efficiency and increase the water productivity using natural-based solution. We have a lot of measures started to be implemented on the ground. Water treatment, wastewater treatment and drainage water treatment planet to preserve the lakes and sea from draining polluted water, and at the same side we use the treated water to reclaim new desert area. As you can see, we are in Sharm el-Sheikh. Most of our country is yellow. From aeroplane, if you look from the window, you will see Egypt is characterized by yellow color. We have only 2% of our area is cultivated. So we need each drop of water to be used in optimal manner. Having natural-based solution will help Egypt to protect our very rare water resources and enhance the productivity, increase the water productivity, especially during such kind of difficult times, the overall and the global crisis as COVID-19, war in Russia and Ukraine. We need to have all our effort to focus on increasing the productivity and solve problems. At the same side, we are facing big challenges from sea level rise. Last year, we heard during COP, Alexandria will subjected to submerge. Never Alexandria will be submerged. We exerted a lot of effort to perceive our marine Alexandria, but we need more and more cooperation with our all colleagues and partners to maximize the use of technologies in using natural-based solution, and also to avail fund to enable Egypt to complete its effort. Yesterday, Egypt launched Water Adaptation and Resilience Initiative, which is called AWARE. And at the same side, we have Cairo Call for Action. We already started to make awareness about how we can incorporate water to climate activities, and also we call for water scarce program to support scarce countries. We need support from all countries and organization partner and colleague to support either AWARE or Cairo Call for Action. We need to start as we already started from early beginning to call this COP is COP for implementation. We need to start real implementation with innovation, with capacity building, with finance. Innovative finance and sustainable one is one of our top priority, and I'm happy to be with you in this very important day, the natural-based solution. I need to incorporate all your recommendations and learn more about the showcases that will be presented today. Maybe we can have a chance to formulate new cooperation between Egypt and many countries and partners will present today. Thank you and welcome, hoping a fruitful discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Iman, again for your leadership here, the heart and soul of the Water Pavilion at the COP. I'd now like to invite my colleague Stuart Orr from World Wildlife Fund to join me just to pick and choose some of the brightest remarks from the morning and set us for the rest of the day.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Andrea. And thank you so much to the panel. Really good conversation and on time, which is amazing. I think hearing from Monica Medina from the US government, who has the best job title in the world, Special Envoy on Biodiversity and Water. That's fantastic. Again, the commitment from the US government linked to the foreign policy objectives, I think is very clear, but also the fact that you're mentioning and talking about biodiversity and NBS is so essential and important. We love the data initiative in the Mekong, super important place for us as well, and we look forward to working with you. But I think you summed it up very well. The issue here is the true value of water. How do we capture this? How do we express this? How do we ensure that we take this forward? So thank you for that. Imen, again, wonderful contribution, laying out the challenges of climate change. The simple connecting story is that climate change is water change. And I think we all need to take that forward. It's an obvious statement, but maybe not enough people are really recognizing and connecting the dots. Certainly issues that were brought together by the very first panel this morning as well. Linking again the investment in freshwater ecosystems, I also agree. I think that the discussion here about all the finance that is available is fantastic. What we need now is to make sure we have the projects and the ability to take that finance and do something with it, because we have the projects, but I would suggest it's still difficult to get a hold of the money that we need to do this work. And Dr. Imen, thank you so much. I've been with you a few times this week. It's great to have the commitment from the Egyptian government on water. And I think that has come very strongly in this COP. But I think that you're talking about NBS as the needs for a water scarce country. Obviously, the AWARE program sounds fascinating, but really the call to new cooperation, I think, is something that we should all take very seriously. This is a cooperative space, and thank you for that. I just want to end our session today by pointing out the NBS sessions on the table today in this pavilion. Local watersheds, NBS case studies at global scales. Then at 12:30 to 1, we will be talking about agri-food systems. 2 to 3, source to sea, high-level water and climate session. Please join us there. And then some really good examples in the afternoon, NBS for restoration and resilience, and then some really great case studies at the end of the day on how we can really build projects. And that's particularly around African examples as well, which I think could be very exciting. So again, please join us through the day here and online. And let's say thank you one more time to our fantastic panel. Yeah. We just take a picture? Yeah.
Hello. Straight here. Thank you very much. I'll invite you on stage in a minute. We are going to start now. Thank you very much. It's our honor and pleasure to welcome more of you here. I'm going to start by requesting my distinguished speakers, Madam Nancy, to come on stage and take the second seat. Madam Nancy is the Chief of Staff in the office of the First Lady in the Republic of Kenya. Welcome. She's also going to be joined on stage by Madam Erk. Welcome from GIZ. Welcome very much. And please give them an applause. Let's also welcome on stage Madam Andrea from United Kingdom government. And I also request Madam Susan Shoba, if you can join them on stage. Thank you very much. I think just in terms of housekeeping, it's okay to send out any content of this session through social media. So I welcome you. I welcome everybody who want to send a photo or some communication about this session. This is what we are here for, to make sure that the world gets to know about what we're doing. So I take this opportunity to welcome all of us to this Biodiversity and National Solutions Day at the Water Pavilion. We learned yesterday that this is the first time we're having a water pavilion in a climate COP. So we are honored that today we can talk about biodiversity and nature-based solutions at this session. I would like to extend my thanks to the government of the Republic of Egypt, and in particular the Ministry of Water Resources and SIWI, the Stockholm International Water Institute, for the supporting this session to be and making sure that we can have this kind of a session. My name is Fred Kihara. I'm Africa Water First Director with the Nature Conservancy, and I'll be the moderator for this session. It's just about an hour, so we're getting started now, and it'll be good to go. So again, here we're looking at how nature can play a role in this nexus between water, biodiversity, and the climate crisis, and particularly looking at solutions. We're looking at how can we take advantage of nature that can actually help us deal with these shared challenges. So for perspective, in this pavilion today, we're going to have our session today, and we're also going to hear a bit about food, agriculture. We're going to hear in matters water from source to sea. We're going also to hear about restoration. We're going to hear about financing. So this is the place to be. Please be here with us. Over the next 1 hour, we're going to explore, of course, opportunities and challenges around implementing nature-based solutions at multiple scales. We're going to look at watershed level. We're going to also look at state level. We're going to also look at national level, and we're also going to look at all the way to our shared global agenda. So to begin with, we are going to listen to get brief remarks from the government of Kenya, government of Germany, represented here by GIZ, Madam Erk, Andrea representing the UK government. And then from there, we'll have a walk, we'll have a tour around the world, and we'll use our screen and connect virtually to Zambia in Central Africa, Central Southern Africa. And we're going to connect there with the team that's working with GIZ support on water resource use, and as a water resource users association, we're going to be with them. And after that, we'll come and go straight to Brazil. And we're again hear from Eduardo from Sao Paulo. And then we also hear from the country of Kenya, from Madam Agnes Yopterik from the Ministry of Environment. So please be with us. We just have about an hour. Let's engage, and it's a packed agenda, so we're good to go. I'll start by inviting on stage Madam Nancy Salaba, from the Chief Officer in the Office of the First Lady in the Republic of Kenya. Welcome on stage.
Good morning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. First and foremost, I wish to convey greetings and apologies from Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto. She had planned to be here in person, but unfortunately she could not make it. So please accept her apologies. It is a great honor and an exciting moment to be here at the heartbeat of the discussions of what lies ahead and what is next for our planet in the fight against the extreme, severe, and detrimental impacts of climate change for people and for the ecosystem on which our very existence depends. Without our natural resources, both on land and in water, our time on Earth and life as we know it today remains under constant pressure and threat. Human nature is such that when our very basic existence is under threat, then all other facets of life take a hit. This includes development and all the other benefits that come with it. We're facing a global humanitarian crisis, global conflicts over dwindling natural resources, global food shortages, and rising food prices, spiked by climate change and the destruction of healthy soils, continue to impact millions of people in the world, pushing them further and further into poverty. Deforestation, heavy farming activity uplands, and continued degradation of wetlands and catchments have put a strain on the sustainable supply of water for businesses, for communities, and utilities of our countries. Increase in cost and intermittent availability of water puts pressure on vulnerable communities and threatens the peaceful coexistence of people. Just coming closer home in East Africa, the rains for most part of the year, and especially in Kenya, where I was raised, is characterized by short rainy season and a very long rainy season, and in between can be very, very dry. But unfortunately, the seasons that we could depend on, and we even had it to a T, where we could say on this date it's going to rain, has completely changed. And now we have no idea when to expect rain and when not to expect rain. And we move from severe drought to severe flooding. So, you know, we are currently actually experiencing huge drought impact that we've never experienced before over the last 40 years. For many people in Kenya rural areas, taking jerry cans to fetch water from rivers is the norm. But I must say that it has improved because the government has tried to provide water sources in as many places as possible. So we have water wells, we have boreholes, we have water pans, and other ways of water harvesting methods in rural areas. And this has helped to change lives, but we know that much, much more can be done. Most of our towns and cities rely on the lakes and rivers, and also our ocean to supply water. We have 18 gazetted water towers in Kenya, out of which 5 major ones, which are Mount Kenya, Aberdares, Mau Complex, Mount Elgon, and Cherangani Hills, are the real major sources of water for our nation. We also have 11 newly identified water towers ready for gazettement. The Tana River, for example, which is the longest river in Kenya, and whose source is the Aberdare Water Towers, is 1,000 kilometers long and covers a catchment area of 100,000 square kilometers and supplies 4 million residents in Nairobi and another 5 million people living in the watershed spaces. The Rift Valley, on the other hand, is the home to Kenya's most important water towers, which is the Cherangani Hills, Elgeyo Hills, and Northern Mau forests. And I'm telling you all this so that you get interested in coming to see these things in our country, because it's the most beautiful country you'll ever visit. It's amazing. So please, take note and visit. Thank you. These are the water sources for small-scale farmers, for those farming in the downstream cities of Eldoret and a place we call Iten, which is where the people you know, our runners, come from. So to put it in context, every time you watch a Kenyan athlete beating world records on the track, think of these 2 towns, Eldoret and Iten, which are home to some of the world's fastest marathon and long-distance runners. But again, they are affected by this whole water issue. So these water towers that we hold in our country, besides supplying water for human consumption and activities, they are also considered important biodiversity hotspots. And they are also providing households with water. We also have several indigenous trees and regionally threatened birds and mammal species in these areas. These examples show how there can be a vicious feedback loop between food production and degradation of nature. Fortunately, food systems and the water sources on which they depend also hold great potential for positive change. A nature-based transformation in the global food system will help mitigate climate change and restore biodiversity, while also maintaining or even improving the livelihoods of food producers in our country, and especially in the areas that I have talked about. The Upper Tana Nairobi Water Trust and the recently launched Eldoret E10 Water Fund, whose work we are excited to hear about, are a great example of natural climate solutions that are a significant and immediate opportunity to protect our planet. These water funds are anchored on public-private partnerships for conserving watersheds that benefit nature, water, and people, and in return, our planet. These approaches have impacted our citizens, including smallholder farmers, across various landscapes in Kenya. We can and must invest in climate adaptation strategies that make our communities more resilient, from helping farmers prepare for unpredictable seasons to supporting regenerative agricultural practices that increase the biodiversity of our soils. Why we are here today is because this is an area of passion for our First Lady. She is known for women economic empowerment. She runs an organization that impacts over 90,000 women who are constructed in groups doing table banking. And what we have realized is that these women are impacted from a livelihood perspective because a lot of them are small-scale agricultural farmers. And so because of the climate impact and water scarcity, they're not able to produce, not just for their families, but even for business, because they produce the produce from the land to be able to sell. So that is why we are here today, to lend a voice to this issue and to make sure that we are able to protect our environments and the water resources we have for our generations. So the First Lady of Kenya is excited about connecting, collaborating, catalyzing, and celebrating these initiatives that improve water access and security while improving the livelihoods, not just of the women of Kenya, but also the citizens of our nation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause. I have some takeaways. One of them is everybody who crab make a point of visiting the country. We make that commitment together, that's okay. The second one is how it started. I know we have a lot of problems, but if you're having a drought, it has not rained, please don't ask when did the rain start beating us. There's just no rain until it comes. Thank you very much, Madam Nancy. We totally appreciate. Thank you, and our regards and appreciation to Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya. At this stage, I'll transition to Madam Eric Hudna. Madam Eric Hudna is a Division Director for Climate Change, Environment and Infrastructure from GIZ. Welcome on stage.
Okay. Good morning. Hello, everyone. And I'm happy to be part of this event. Dear colleagues from TNC, from HGWA and WRI, dear organizers and attendees of the Water Pavilion. COP27 marks a decisive moment to cascade enhance climate resilience through nature, while combining efforts on biodiversity conservation and reduction of environmental pollution. We ought to act the obvious. The Paris Agreement cannot be achieved without nature. Water ecosystems are of crucial importance here. Climate change, biological diversity, and environmental pollution are inextricably linked through water. The triple planetary crisis is a water crisis at its core. Nature-based solutions create important synergies for achieving the goals and targets of the Paris Agreement. The anticipated post-2020 global biodiversity framework and the 2030 agenda. Nature-based solutions help us ensure through resilience. Some words to freshwater ecosystems. Water is the essence of nature-based solutions, while nature is a pathway to water security and climate resilience. On the one hand, the success of nature-based solution depends on water. On the other hand, nature-based solutions rehydrate landscapes and contribute to resilience. It is required to reforest trees, re-wet wetlands, and ensure that coastal areas will not become too saline. Here, freshwater ecosystems are vital for life on Earth. While forests are the lungs of our planet, wetlands may be considered as Earth's kidneys, with the highest mitigation potential of all ecosystems. They filter water and recycle nutrients. since they store more carbon than any other ecosystem. Wetlands should be an integral part of the NDCs. Rivers provide drinking water and irrigation for crop production and are significant corridors for the movement of plants, animals, and nutrients. Lakes are essential to storing and cleaning water. They can ease the impact of floods and droughts by retaining water and releasing it when needed. They help to replenish groundwater, enhance water quality, conserve biodiversity, and ensure human livelihoods and well-being. In cities, nature-based solutions also provide benefits. Blue-green solutions are often less cost-intensive in implementation. They harness the interrelationships between vegetation and the water cycle to improve living conditions in the city. Some words to nature-based solutions engagement. When implementing nature-based solutions, we must follow a holistic approach. To balance trade-offs between climate change objectives, biodiversity conservation, economic constraints, and social welfare. Nature-based solutions must come with sound social and environmental safeguards. We must recognize indigenous people and local communities as strategic partners and rights holders when implementing nature-based solutions. Through a holistic approach to water resource management, we, as German Development Cooperation, work at ecosystems interfaces to enhance climate resilience, strengthen biodiversity, water and food security, and avoid pollution. This includes integrated approaches to sustainably manage and rehabilitate watersheds in Bolivia. It also compromises climate resilient water management for food security and through nature-based solutions in Zambia. Our call to action now. Limiting global warming to ensure a habitable climate and protecting biodiversity are mutually supporting goals. We must urgently turn the tide together and increase our collective cross-sectoral efforts for the goals of the Paris Agreement. An ambitious post-2020 global biodiversity framework and the achievement of water-related SDGs. To truly embrace water for climate, we ought to cascade climate resilience through nature and embrace the opportunities provided by freshwater ecosystems. I look forward to the cross-sectoral exchange among professionals tackling the water, climate and biodiversity crisis. And thank you very much and welcome here. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Madam Erk. Great remarks there. And many take homes. One of them is that water comes from nature. No water comes from taps or pipes or tank. Water comes from nature. We're going to protect the lakes, the river. Well said. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'll transition now. I'll invite on stage Madam Adria Leward, the International Biodiversity and Climate Director at the United Kingdom Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you to the Nature Conservancy for the invitation, and thank you very much to everyone who's here attending. So yes, I'm from the UK Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, and I'm the International Biodiversity and Climate Director. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the work that we're doing internationally from our COP26 presidency, and also some of the work that we're doing at home in England specifically. So I think the first thing to say is that the UK really particularly values our partnership with Kenya. We have a long and very important and rich partnership with Kenya, which I know we're very pleased about. I think the second thing is that we know that half the global population experience water scarcity for some of the year. So water scarcity is a profound issue about daily survival. It's about livelihoods. But we also know that 80 to 90% of adaptation is water related. So it's a critical climate issue. And that if we can strengthen water resilience, it's going to deliver a number of benefits: food security, energy security, health security, and also improving our biodiversity outcomes. We also know that if we tackle nature risk within our supply chains, and many businesses are now looking at the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, TNFD, we know that if we look at nature risk hard, we know that we very quickly start to look at water security. And in particular, we really look at water scarcity and decreasing availability. So we know that nature-based solutions are critical, both for mitigation, for adaptation, and for biodiversity outcomes. And that right now, the importance of situating water at the heart of these discussions that are going on within many of the major negotiations right now is a real opportunity. At the end of this year, I have a negotiating team that have just come back from Ramsar, negotiating on wetlands. We have the CITES negotiations opening yesterday. We have the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, opening in 22 days in Montreal. We have the COP27 UNFCCC. The importance of bringing some connection through these different conventions is really critical. And we believe that nature-based solutions and water is a really critical way in which we need to test whether those conventions and those agreements are really delivering change on the ground. So from a COP26 legacy perspective, from our presidency, we very much wanted to put nature at the heart of COP26. Some of you may have been at Nature Day, in particular in Glasgow. And there were two big initiatives I want to draw your attention to. One is the Fair Water Footprint. Andy at the front has many of these flyers if you're more interested in the Fair Water Footprints. This was an initiative where 28 countries came together with businesses to really think about how we can, by 2030, really increase the resilience in supply chains and really demonstrate action towards an agenda that also looks at zero pollution, universal action, and really scaling nature-based solutions. So really, if you don't know about the Fair Water Footprints, so I encourage the governments of Kenya and others here today to really look at that and think about whether that would be a helpful partnership to be part of. The second part at COP26 was where we looked at sustainable agriculture. And I was very delighted on Saturday on Adaptation and Agriculture Day to be part of reflecting on the progress made on a policy dialogue on sustainable agriculture. And the UK announced joining the FAST initiative. So that was an Egyptian government presidency initiative on FAST, on food and agricultural sustainable transformation. So there is a lot of energy going on. And in the UK, I just wanted to highlight three particular areas of action. The first one is we are really, we're going through a massive agricultural transition. Some of you may have heard about our environmental land management program. We're transitioning away from the common agricultural policy and looking at how we can pay public money for public goods rather than just a direct subsidy to our farmers for the amount of land that they own. We're looking at how we reward farmers for the environmental outcomes, and water management is an absolutely critical part of that new environmental land management scheme. So I encourage you to watch with interest as that kind of evolves and matures. The second thing is to draw your attention to something called the Norfolk Water Fund, which is a very exciting partnership going on in the east of our country, where we are working with TNC and looking at how we can use payments from consumers to then be invested in nature-based solutions locally. So that's about how we create an ongoing revenue stream to really invest in those nature-based solutions. And the third thing I would draw your attention to is really our focus on catchment-based approaches and natural flood management. I think the UK has seen over recent years our flooding risks have really increased, and the extremity of some of our flooding has really increased, and we've really gone beyond some of the hard infrastructure and gone beyond the boundaries really of the hard infrastructure, and really having to look more at the natural flood management. And many areas, when I travel to see farmers, they are now increasingly re-wetting their fields. They're allowing the rivers to flow to completely flood areas at certain times of the year and baking that in. And they're no longer farming in those fields crops, and instead they're often putting on grazing cattle. They're often putting on ponies to keep the grass down. They're getting kind of, these amazing natterjack toads out there that never used to be there, just because they're starting to really re-wet and get a greater biodiversity in these fields from taking away the crops that they were working hard to produce, but the productivity was just going down. So by allowing the natural, the flood to happen, you get much better outcomes all around. But for the UK, of course, we continue to worry about water demand. We know that by 2050 in England, we're going to need an extra 25% of our current daily volume in the public water supply if we really want to meet the demand that is coming through the system. And so we are legislating under the Environment Act to reduce overall demand for public water supply, which is going to be important. And then the second thing is about the quality of our water. I'm sure some of you who are based in the UK will know that sewage has been a particular interest in recent months, and we have issues around nutrient pollution, which is a particular issue for our freshwater habitats and our estuaries. It continues to be a very strong focus for our ministers to think how we tackle and improve the quality of the water supply. And again, in the Environment Act that became law at the end of last year, we promised to legislate with a target on water quality. And I think in the UK, we're one of the few countries to not only have climate change legislation that gives us a legal target underpinning our net zero commitments, but on the environment side, we have a new environmental framework that means that we are setting out legally binding targets on air, water, waste, and nature that helps kind of structure and drive all our policy change. So I think overall, just to say we are, in the UK, we are managing the flooding risk, the demand risk, the drought risk. We have hosepipe bans still in place in many parts of the country, even in November. And as we do that, and then as we start programming internationally through our overseas development assistance, we really believe in putting nature-based solutions and catchment-based approaches really at the heart of our policy and the heart of our approach, and believe very much in working with the local land managers and the local stewards of the land to really drive that and own that, because they are the people that really understand and know their environmental conditions the best. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Adra, and for the many points, and particularly on the value to connect the various conventions so that they talk to themselves, they talk to each other, and they go further to make sure that we act together, because it's one world. Who would have thought that a model called waterfalls, invented by the indigenous people in rural areas of Ecuador in 2000, would today be the cure Norfolk and the people of Norfolk in UK are looking for? Is surely one world. So thank you very much. That's and the many lessons we appreciate. I'll now move from the countries, and we're going to invite from World Resource Institute, Dr. Susan Shoba, who is going to help us take it from the nation to the global context. Susan, welcome.
Is the presentation? So thank you so much. And as you've heard, I'm Susan Chomba. I'm the Director for Vital Landscapes at World Resources Institute, which means I lead our work on food systems transformation, forest protection, as well as work on water. And so today, I'm very, very delighted to be speaking about what our work in terms of research on nature-based solutions and the role that those can play in terms of securing water, water issues, including water demand, water access, minimizing water risks such as flooding and drought, as well as biodiversity. So if you look at the continent of Africa and generally in the world, this is data from WRI's Global Forest Watch, which shows really deforestation that is not related to fire loss. And that deforestation is having huge impacts in terms of our hydrological functions on the continent. So we are losing at least 2 million, between 2 million to 3 million hectares of primary forest every year, and that is having huge impacts on hydrological and water functions. And on average, besides losing forest, we are also losing biodiversity at an alarming rate. Between 69% of our species have been lost since 1970, as well as monitoring freshwater population shows that we are losing 83% of the freshwater biodiversity since 1970. Of that, it also shows the economic significance of this kind of loss of biodiversity and loss of ecosystems, where over half of the world's total GDP is dependent on nature and ecosystems. So if we lose ecosystems, not only are we losing biodiversity, but also our GDP. On the beautiful side, or on the positive side, is that recognizing nature can create millions of jobs and as well as help us in terms of increasing our water access and reducing our water risk. This is, some of the photographs of what's happening on the continent. You've heard about the floods that have struck countries like Nigeria, and on East African side, my country like Kenya, you've heard the stories about the drought that has been absolutely severe and intense in a way that we've never seen before. On the right side of that map, this is WRI's work using a tool that we call Aqueduct that has been helping us to look at where we have different kind of water risk. And remember, you can have both risk from a lot of water as well as a risk from reduced access and reduced water. So you can see the continent of Africa, we have risks that are spread across most of our basins, which means that we really, really have a lot of work to do there. So what can nature-based solution help us? How can nature-based solution, and what are even nature-based solutions? There are people who are in this room will be wondering, what are nature-based solutions? These are, working with nature towards protection, restoration, and management of our ecosystems, not working against nature. So there's a whole range of them. And for this report that we looked at, what we are seeing is that there's so much potential. At least we can mitigate climate change up to 30% of our greenhouse gas emissions through nature-based solutions. On the other hand, we see very little financial flows going to this very significant sector. Less than 1.5% of climate finance really flows on to nature-based solutions. So there's such a huge disconnect between a sector that is so critical for our biodiversity, for our livelihoods, for our water access, vis-a-vis the kind of financial flows that is going into it. So again, WRI research here, we've gone very big on Africa, trying to understand how we can use nature-based solutions for water. And this is one of our report that we've just released, technical notes, that is showing there's such a huge diversity of projects, especially the ones on land, terrestrial, forest protection, landscape restoration, that are going on in terms of helping us to look at how we can reduce the water risk. However, in addition to that, not only are we looking at how those projects are helping on the water side, but also on the broader benefits to society, including securing food security, livelihood benefits. And so you really are hitting many goals just by focusing on nature-based solutions. In addition, we are looking at expanding and developing a one of its kind of database that is going to help us monitor the progress of these projects. So it's not just good to know where they are, but the progress that we are making and monitoring the kind of water dynamics that we've just discussed. So giving quickly just an example of what we are doing in terms of Addis Ababa, you have a map here in terms of the green cover and tree cover, and where you have impervious cover. Basically, impervious cover is the concrete jungle. This is where when it rains, the water has got no chance of percolating to the ground. And so then you have risk in terms of flooding. And on the other hand, you can see the areas that we have the green and forest cover are the less than where we have the impervious cover. And this shows where the underlying causes of water risk start in terms of our development, and especially in the big cities. So with WRI, what we are doing in Addis Ababa is to use this kind of mapping and tools that WRI develops with our partners to help reduce both water risk as well as help advise governments on heat risk, because these two are quite related. If you have impervious ground, when the heat hits the ground, it reflects back. And so you have a lot of heat risk as well as water risk. So we use that to build capacity for governments, for non-government organizations, to use those kind of tools, providing evidence, providing data on where we should be investing on nature-based solutions. And to summarize, we've used that to also inform the AFR 100. That's the Africa Forest Restoration Initiative initiative that is aiming to restore at least 100 million hectares on the continent. And we do want to have that restoration happening in a way that we don't have negative impact on water. We've seen, for instance, programs that have used a lot of fast-growing exotic species that take up the water very quickly, and that has a negative impact on agriculture, because then you're reducing the water that would be going downstream that would be used for agriculture. Secondly, it's the 25 by 25 initiative, where we are seeing international finance institutions committing that nature-based solution should be a component of at least 25% of portfolio of projects across supply, sanitation, drainage, and including agriculture. So we are seeing finance institutions also taking the aspect of nature-based solutions very seriously. And last but not least, the Dakar Declaration on Water Security and Ecology, showing that we need support integration of ecosystems into the water sector and promote the implementation of nature-based solutions for water security. So let me pause there and thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. And we now know that with 1.5%, we could do more. I have received a special request, so I'm going to request everyone to indulge me that we have 1 minute for my panelists as they exit the stage to pose for a photograph. So to the photographers, the photographers, the time is now. I'm going to invite them here. As I did it, thank Susan, and I thank all my panelists this morning. I'll also request that the two other panelists for the second session, Madam Agnes and Eduardo, you join them. Are we ready? If you are ready, I want to say thank you very much. If you just start like light here, let us know how you want us agreed. And then after that, yes, please. I'm now broadcasting from inside the photograph. Going once. Five more seconds. Yeah, we cannot thank you enough. We totally appreciate your time. We totally appreciate the speeches. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I welcome on stage now the second set of panelists. Thank you. Madam Agnes Yoptelik, please welcome, take the floor, and Eduardo. Please let's give them an applause as they take stage. An applause for my panelists. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, I think we are settled now. We are settling down quickly. And I've been notified that we just have enough time for this session. So I would like to introduce to you the first speaker. So what we're going to do in this session, is we also have Nikoro in Zambia. So I'm going to check on my connection there, Anna, to check if we have Nikoro on screen. As we check that one out, is of course to appreciate that there are tens of people who are joining this session online. Yes. Yes, I see we're getting ready. So there are many people who are joining us online, and I would like to say welcome to all of them. This is the best place to be. Okay. Yes. So as we get Nicola on stage, let me tell you a little bit about my two guests here. I'll start with a gentleman from the farthest, Eduardo Trani. Is the subsecretary for the Department of Environment in the state of Sao Paulo in Brazil. And definitely he's here today to share with us about what they're doing there. And also with us is Madam Agnes Yopterik. She's the director in the Ministry of Environment. And she's in charge of programs, projects, special projects, and strategic initiatives in the government of Kenya. So we're going to listen to them. I just need to confirm that we have Nikoro Namushi. Let's give him a second. And again, this is a project based down in Zambia. And the project is Accelerate Water and Agricultural Resource Efficiency. Its acronym is AWARE. And we'd like to have, I think they were on camera a minute ago, so they should be anytime here. Do we have the team from Zambia? Oh, they. Okay. So I may request, in the interest of time, we traveled. Oh yeah, we have them. We have them now. There we are. So I have Nikoro.
All right, thank you.
Nikoro, in 1 minute.
Thank you so much.
I think you're ready, so I'll let you go. And Nikoro, I'll be your defender. Have your 10 minutes. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much. So my name is Bella Zulu, actually, but yes, out here in the field in Pemba district of southern Zambia. I'm joined by two colleagues. The first one is Alice Nambeye. She's the catchment manager from the Water Resources Management Authority, WAMA, one of the partners of AWARE, which is Accelerate Water and Agricultural Resources Efficiency project, which is funded by the European Union and the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. And so quickly, without further ado, I'll ask Alice to talk about some of the challenges, that they face or that generally this community faces that are water related. So Alice, please go right ahead and share with us some of the challenges.
Zambia is a country in the southern part of Africa. It is divided into 6 catchments, of which one of the catchments is Kafue. Kafue is further divided into 2 sub-catchments according to the drainage pattern. Right now, we are streaming live in Pemba district at a place called Mtamawengwa. It is located in the lower Kafue sub-catchment. In terms of water resources, we have some challenges, which include climate change. As you know, there's the rainfall variability and there's shift in terms of rainfall pattern. So this has resulted into flash floods, which eventually cause soil erosion. Also, there are issues to do with overgrazing. Overgrazing is rampant in this area, and this has resulted into soil erosion. There are also issues to do with deforestation, and because of deforestation, there's also soil erosion, which has led to some of the streams to silt. In this area where we are, we used to have streams in the past which were perennial, but because of rainfall variability, they've become intermittent and ephemeral streams. Right now, we are working with our cooperating partners, the European Union and the German government, to try and restore some of these places. In the lower Kafue sub-catchment, we are working in 10 sites where we are trying to restore the degraded areas. We are also working with the government experts in districts, the traditional leadership, and the community to try and restore some of these degraded areas. We are going to see very good results, which we've already seen right now. Apart from surface water, there are also issues to do with groundwater because of the areas which are degraded, the areas which are designated to be recharge areas are also affected. And so we don't have enough groundwater. As you know, there's direct interaction between surface and groundwater.
Thank you so much, Alice. Now we can hear from Mr. Likolo. You are the executive member for the local WUA here, but also you're a community member. Can you tell us some of the challenges that this community faced before these activities, nature-based activities, and catchment protection measures?
Thank you very much. You are welcome and good morning to everybody. My name is Likolo Namushi, the Water Users Association executive member from Mutama Wengwa catchment area. Pemba district is one of the districts that faces challenges of climate change, deforestation, and overgrazing. And these challenges have actually compromised on water availability. Because of this, in the rain season, we usually have flash floods. And during the dry season, our rivers dry up. We are having no water completely. And because of this, this creates soil erosion and the gullies like the one you are seeing here. Now, these gullies actually degrade the area. They degrade the area to the extent that if no measures are taken, the whole area will be wasted, and our communities will have no land for farming, and our animals will have no pasture to graze for. Now, as we see, we constructed check dams, a check dam to harvest the eroded soils and also to capture some of the water. And also, we planted grass. This grass you are seeing here, we planted the grass. This is to protect erosion. This area previously had no soil, had no grasses. There was nothing, no trees. That's why we took an initiative of planting about 7,000 trees. The stones you are seeing here, coming to nature-based solutions, are collected within this area to help us construct structures like our check dams here. Now, we planted trees, about 7,000 trees. The trees have worked to counter or to challenge the negative effects of climate change. These are windbreakers. The trees are windbreakers, actually, and the roots also hold the soil together, minimizing the effect of soil erosion. Now, we constructed, as Mutama Wengwa Water Users Association with the community, the hardworking community of this area, we constructed soil bands of this nature. And these actually amount to about 15 kilometers. 15 kilometers of this, harvesting about 5 million liters of water. Now, if this water is percolated down, it means the underground water will improve and the moisture will be made available to biodiversity. Here we used to have water, but because of the effects of climate change, we have no longer have such kind of things. But thank God, because we have a project that is trying to improve, this kind of scenario. You can see grass. There's grass actually now, making it easier for our animals now to graze. Also, we have a pond here. This pond here is a source of water to the community. This is a result of the implementation of catchment protection measures. We never used to have water in such areas like that. But now we have water, and the community has actually benefited already. That is a positive result. We have molded bricks which have been used to construct a maternity wing just in the nearby school here. And also bricks to construct a 3-by-1 classroom block just at the nearby block. That is a result of the project.
Thank you so much, Mr. Likolo. Do you want to proceed and just wrap up and tell us, perhaps just your final remarks?
Yes. Before the project was started, there was a drone mapping showing the vegetation cover. And after the project, 2 years later, we took another drone mapping, which has shown. From the result of the second mapping, we have actually discovered that 100 hectares of land has shown improvement in vegetation cover. And we would like to thank the European Union and the German government for supporting the catchment protection measures in Mutama Bwengwa catchment area.
Thank you so much, Mr. Likolo. I guess we go back to the colleagues on site. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give them an applause. You can see the passion. You can see the passion. Thank you very much. I think that was superb. I don't need to add anything. Straight to the point. These are the people who do it and make it happen. And you can see the results. So I don't know who told Rico though that we've been added 15 minutes. So he enjoyed his time properly. But I'll quickly now move on to welcome on stage Eduardo. Give you your 5 minutes, and then Madam Agnes Yopterik. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Can I have the... Okay. Good morning to everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the invitation of Nature Conservancy to be here. And it's very interesting when we can see all these cases for the challenge of nature-based solution. And I'm representing the Latin American countries. Of course, one of these, that's Brazil. As you know, Brazil, it's a huge country. And the state of São Paulo, the regional state, is 45 million inhabitants. So it's a country in a country, a state in a country. And our state is doing a very great job, I mean, for the target with climate change action for 2050. I'd like to thank also the GIZ, who is financing our studies. And today in this afternoon, we'll present our action plan. And in the action plan, the subject I bring to you is one May program that calls Refloresta São Paulo program. It means a great challenge of restoration of 1.5 million hectares till 2050. In the Atlantic forest, and the Cerrado biomes. These are two different biomes. Everybody listen from Brazil and think about Amazon. But in the south part of Brazil, the other biomes are very important and they are very affected by urban growing. And this is the case of São Paulo. São Paulo has 22 millions. We heard today Lagos, Nigeria. And I think what Mrs. Shomba said to us is absolutely the perspective I'm going to talk to. Nobody looks for financing and money for the programs of restoration. These are, you can see, one of the reservoirs that go water for water security and sanitation for the whole city of São Paulo. 22 million people needs, and you can see this is all deforested. Deforestation is very big in these urban areas. Everybody wants to build their houses and do business, and we lose the soil. And conventional gray infrastructure is not sufficient to promote the water security. We really do need more natural infrastructure, nature-based solutions, and the subject specifically for sanitation policies. And that is very possible to be doing. I bring you just four different directives, nature-based solutions to promote water security. First of all, we need strong governance arrangement, because in the regional level, the state level with 45 million inhabitants is not possible to do everything. We need municipalities and civil society and private initiative. Since the beginning, or we planning our studies, we need to apply the most modern scientific tools for implementing the nature-based solutions in the springs, streams, and which result in water security. We need to guide public and private investments. The private sector, they are the owners. Only the state of São Paulo, we are 400,000 owners of properties, rural properties, and they don't open their properties to make reforestation. So we need to make pacts with them. And the problem is always the same. And I repeat, Mr. Shomba said, we need more different financial mechanisms. What we're trying to do in São Paulo as a big city, we're trying to put two new mechanisms for support nature-based solutions. It means forestate again all these areas in the next 10, 40 years. We are trying to put a special tax for a small amount for the regulatory services of water. So it won't touch the people itself, but the regulatory system, the private firms that makes the sanitation system to this reservoir, they put some money to protect this area. And in this sense, we're going to do some project of reforestation with the people. This is one special case tax. The other one, we're trying to invent a new added tax, the add value tax that all the states have. They go normally for the federal government. So we're putting some 0.5% to come back to all the municipalities. We are 647, 45 municipalities. And this money coming back, we put 0.5% for the municipalities who save 30% of native vegetation. All the municipalities who have 30% of vegetation, they receive a special 0.5, and it has just been done. Next year, we will have this amount of money. So from the government, these two new financial schemes is important, and other things will be done. I'll finish because we don't have too much time. You can see landscape planning, ecological restoration we do, native protection vegetation, and we use also techniques of agroecological production. I will talk about ecosystems. Biodiversity is very important in Brazil, of course. Soil conservation and research and innovation. That's what we do with our partners. And to finish, our expected results are to increase capture and infiltration of rainwater, favoring the base flow of the spring in the dry season, and reducing flooding in the wet season. Improve water quality through sediment retention and natural biological filter, increased provision of ecosystem services, mitigation climate, who helps the agricultures who works on the field, and sustainable local development through the generation of employment and income with agroecological production. That's a tendency. at the end, reduction water scarcity and result economic losses. We had in 2014 the most severe crisis in Brazil. The city of 22 million almost stay with no water. So we need to do a completely different policies. And today, the nature-based solution has his own spot. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation.
Yes, thank you, Eduardo. Thank you, Eduardo. And now we move on to Madam Agnes Yopterik to tell us a bit about Kenya, how Kenya government and the communities are working together. So, and this is our, yes, Madam Agnes, you're on stage. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much for having me this afternoon to share a few of our experiences in Kenya. As you've been told, I work for the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. This afternoon, I want to share our work that we have done together with IFAD and the Nature Conservancy. Through the leadership of the Ministry of Environment, we got support from the Global Environment Facility, and this facility is supporting several programs in the country. So I'm sharing these experiences as a case study out of our 14 or so projects that are ongoing in the country. Just a little bit of the statistics of the Upper Tana Nairobi Water Fund. This is the program I'm sharing with you. It is Kenya's largest river, and it supports 65% of the hydropower generation in our country and supplies 95% of our drinking water upstream and downstream in the major city of Nairobi. In Nairobi, the population during the day is 4 million, but during the day is 5 million, but at night it is 4 million because of people coming in and getting out. So it's a very important resource for the residents of Nairobi. And that's where we have the 9 million. Next. This is just a representation of the catchment area where we work with in terms of the watershed. It covers 4 counties upstream, Murang'a, Laikipia, Nyeri, and part of Laikipia, and downstream in Nairobi. Next. We've worked very closely with farmers upstream. Here I'm just highlighting a component that we worked with the coffee farmers in those catchment, adopting the Rainforest Alliance, and we have succeeded in terms of that eco-labeling, and we have an award for that. We worked very closely with the farmers. We found it absolutely critical that in our work, we engage with the communities. And in our work, we ensure that we support both sustainable land management practices as well as a very careful integration of livelihood components and environmental components. We have invested about 15,000 of these small-scale water harvesting technologies, and they are helping us to support our farmers to be able to manage and sustain the tree nurseries that we use for a forestation program, as well as also supporting household horticulture, as well as fruit tree growing. Out of this investment, I will just want to amplify a few points. In terms of nature contribution, we've been able to support and rehabilitate 300 hectares of our watershed. And in terms of the water quality, out of the investment in terms of riverbank protection and the tree growing, we've been able to reduce sediment loading into the river system upstream of the water dam, Dakaine, that now feeds into Nairobi by 16%. And downstream, because this is connected, you will see that the water utility save costs because the water is now cleaner. And for people, we've been able to support them because they are able to grow crops out of season in the dry season. You had our chief of staff from the office of the First Lady that Kenya is a very dry country. 80% is arid and semi-arid, and we are increasingly experiencing longer droughts. So such investments are really going a long way to support our communities and transform their lives. I'm happy that in this particular COP, in the IFAD pavilion, we have such a young person who has participated in this program and is an electrician. And by engaging with us, he is a champion in terms of high value fruit trees. And it is very important for us as a country to be able to engage with our youth. And out of this, we are seeing those green jobs as well as our engagement with the schools and catching them young in terms of environmental awareness. The experience from the Upper Tana Nairobi Water Fund, it's actually the first water fund in Africa. As a ministry, we were a bit, we were taking the risk. You know, when you are the first in doing anything, there is no sure way of doing it. But we must have done something right, because as we continued implementing our work, we got many countries visiting us. But we say charity begins at home. So in terms of outscaling within the country, we have now moved to another catchment, the Eldoret Chumia Water Fund, which is on the coastal part of the country, covering 4 counties of Taita Taveta, Mombasa, Kwale, and Kilifi. And we are building on the lessons drawn from the Upper Tana Nairobi Water Fund. We are also moving westwards to Yala River Water Fund, which is in the Nandi, Kakamega, Vihiga, and downstream in Busia, Siaya, and Kisumu. And that was part of the outscaling within the country. But being the first water fund in Africa, I mentioned, many countries got to visit us to learn from us. And now this concept has been upscaled to over 10 countries in Africa. And just in September, I was called upon to go and share our experiences with Malawi. They are coming up with the Plantire Mulanje Water Fund. And I have gained the nickname of being the grandmother of water funds in Africa. I'm not that old, but I'm a very happy grandmother for giving and midwiving many water funds in Africa. It's a very important model, because what we have done is to bring together the public and private partnership. And because of data, because we've been able to set up river cages, real time, working with the universities, local universities in Kenya, we are able to show that by investing in nature-based solutions in green infrastructure produces results, cleaner water, higher infiltration because of improved tree cover, and a greater recharge of the water into the dam and into Nairobi downstream. And this has convinced and attracted investment from the private sector. We have started an independent Upper Tana Nairobi Trust Fund, which is now on its own, mobilizing resources. We have capitalized that endowment fund now at a level of $4 million US dollars. We have our champions, the Coca-Cola Foundation, the Kenya Breweries, Frikaken, Pentire, name it, including the banks. And as I leave the stage, I really want a message to go across. The investment, the work is huge, but the resources that are being deployed to support these kind of initiatives is still very low. This is an implementation COP. Let us work together to get the funds to go to where it is needed most. We must move from talk to action, and let us walk our talk. Thank you very much.
You've had it. You've had it. You've had it from Eduardo. You've heard it from the grandmother. Please, let's give another applause to the grandmother. Thank you. Thank you very much. That title, you earn it, and takes years, takes a lot of knowledge and skills, and you've seen the wisdom. So we had intended to allow a bit of questions, but in the interest of time, I'll request those of our speakers and panelists who are here to stay, and please come in front and we can have your questions. You chat with them as we cross. So at this juncture, I want to thank everybody who's walked the journey with us. Today, the resolutions are very clear. Nature is the solution we're looking for. The time is now, and the people to get it done is us. So please, let's when we leave here, let's all accept that we're gonna go and get it done. We'll bring this to a close. Thanks also to the people who have also joined us online. We thank everybody, and please let's give everybody who was with us a mighty hard clap. Thank you very much.
Hello? Okay. Right, good afternoon, everybody. If you could gather around, we're about to start this event. If everyone could come in and... Okay. So, welcome, good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to moderate the event today. My name is Dr. Vidisha Samarasekara, and I'm the Strategic Program Director for the Water, Climate Change and Resilience Program of IMI. For today's event, we will explore the potential for more sustainable agricultural production, systems that use water better and restore ecosystem services and store carbon. Before I launch into the event, and because we're very pressed for time, I'm going to ask my speakers to come and sit on the stage. Okay, the minister. Yeah, I've got to ask him. Okay. All right. So I'm going to start now. I'm going to greet you all again. Good afternoon. My name is Vidisha Samarasekara, and I'm from the International Water Management Institute. Thank you very much for attending today's event. So we've had a few changes to the schedule, and because we have limited time and we have some very interesting speakers here, I'm going to start, if I may, with a keynote presentation on NBS for agri-food systems, and that's going to be provided by Dr. Bilal Shakarin, the Director of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment, Jordan. Mr. Bilal, if I could ask you to come up. Yeah. If you could speak maybe just 5 to 7 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you, Yani, for attending this. Yani, this is the most important issue that we are tackling now in the climate change. The matter within climate change is we are countries, Yani, who are much more near to adaptation needs than mitigation needs. We are talking about nature-based solutions for climate, which needs us, Yani, to combine, Yani, the methodology of upstream and the methodology of the downstream. Well, always in the upstream, there is some nature that we should, yani, we do need to conserve in order not to have yani, any soil degradation, in order to have those filters, those natural filters for the precipitation itself in a way that yani, can give us at the end a clean air, a carbon sequestration within those yani, woods and forests. And also it has to give us purification and filters for the underground water so that we can use it as a fresh water for drinking. So the convention itself and all of the parties are heading now for nature-based solutions, which means that we need to adapt within climate change using nature-based solution, which is concentrating on forests, on agriculture, on the usage. Yani, let me mention Jordan as an example. In Jordan, we have a scarcity of water for irrigation, and there's a huge percentage of water used for irrigation purposes. At the same time, in order to keep some of that percentage, we've started to use the treated wastewater so that we can save an amount and to be used for drinking water, and at the same time to be used for other natural purposes. The Ministry of Environment in Jordan is the hub for climate change in the country within all of aligned ministries. And we've raised, yani, at last year, we've raised an initiative nationally in the country to plant a 10 million tree by 2030. Within that, those forests and those trees that will be planted, it will give us the carbon sequestration that we needed, and which will also reduce a huge amount of our emissions. This is something. The other thing, at the same time, it will enable locals and those are human beings who are living at the places of planting to have a better temperature, a better situation, that they can move, they can find green spaces outside to sit in. They can even use some of the herbs and some of wild species that can grow within those forests, with those planted forests. So forest restoration is a main pillar within nature-based solutions. The other issue that we are working on is to restore our rangelands. Jordan, during 2016, we've raised our strategy to maintain and restore our rangelands, and we've been the third best strategy at the UNCCD convention. So within that, we are trying to restore those rangelands. In the same time, to make a local management system for the locals and for the herd owners. So in a way or another, they feel that they are owning the public property. They are dealing with it within it as if it was their own property. So the there won't be any overgrazing, and they are going to maintain that, to give them the feed source for their cattle, at the same time to keep the rangeland secure and available there for their all of the economy. The local management of rangelands doesn't only goes within the rangelands and the grazing itself. Also, it includes the gender equality and the engagement of women in the work, and the ownership of the land, ownership of the cattle. At the same time, it engages youth and all of the local community personnel within their structures. Within those two main tools used in Jordan, the reforestation and the rangeland restoration, we are tackling also the matter of the wild plants and the wild species to be maintained and secure in Jordan. Within that, Jordan issued what we call the red list. We've issued the first one during 2015. Then we've issued the second during 2017. Within those red lists, we've got the whole of wild species and native species that we need to protect, we need to preserve, and we did also a genetic banks for those species, so that we can save it until ever. Within nature-based solutions, we are always maintaining nature, maintaining forests, maintaining the places for local communities, enabling local communities to make use of the places that they are located in, creating some new green jobs, creating some new income for those communities. Within that, the circle of that work all goes within reduction of emissions, reduction of migrant and displaced people from the rangelands and from the farms that might be degraded into cities, and also at the same time keeping those ecosystems and the economical evaluation of those ecosystems maintained and well secured for the nation that who are working on. Those our plans in Jordan for nature protection. Any questions, I will be at your disposal for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bilal Shakarin, who actually stepped in at the last moment for the Honourable Minister. I would like to acknowledge that we're very grateful to have the presence of Dr. Mahmoud Abu Zaid, a minister from the Ministry of Water and Irrigation from Egypt. So we're very, very privileged to have you here. Thank you, sir. So I'm going to move on for our next presentation, and that's going to be delivered by Dr. Sashaku Oshima. She's the Deputy Director for the FAO Land and Water Division. Dr. Sasha has over three decades of experience in international assistance and policy development, and has worked in agriculture, water, natural resources management. Currently, she serves as the Deputy Director and Head of Water at the UN Food and Agricultural Organization. Over to you, Dr. Oshima. Thank you.
Good afternoon and good greetings, Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you virtually for today's session on food systems, climate, and water. This is a pivotal time at COP27 as the global community is coming together on climate, and also recognized under the Coronavia joint work on agriculture that food systems, land and water practices have significant positive direct and indirect links with biodiversity and ecosystem services, food security, and the Sustainable Development Goals. This is also released in today's declaration on the Coronavia joint work. So food systems depend on natural resources, our water, soils, and land, but population growth, increasing water use and pollution, land use change and soil degradation, resource scarcity, especially in this region, are creating pressures on those very resources that we depend on the most. Our land and water face great vulnerabilities and risks under climate change, and we have to deal with water scarcity, drought, and floods occurring at the same time. I would like to share the presentation on today's presentation very quickly with a few slides illustrating some of the principles. Please let me know if you can see it. I have something that says the disabled by the host, but regardless, I'd like to introduce that FAO slide. FAO's Land and Water Division's work on water is firmly anchored on the best available science. Next slide, please. Taking into consideration number of priorities in the multilateral environmental engagements and implementation, not only on the climate convention, but also convention for biodiversity, convention on combating desertification and drought, the Ramsar Wetlands Convention, and the Watercourses Convention. FAO Land and Water has been promoting these nature positive food production systems and build capacity for coherent and integrated land and water management, evidence-based principles supported by tools and metrics for monitoring, and MBS contributes to all the multiple SDGs. You can go on to the next slide. Water needs for food production highlight specific challenges, with agriculture accounting for 70% of fresh water withdrawals. Meanwhile, an estimated 2/3 of the water cycle regulating forests worldwide are degraded, and 70% of natural wetlands have been lost since 1900. And while 95% of food is grown on soils, 1/3 of the global soils are degraded. And these realities drive the need for the societies to seek a wider range of future solutions with increasing focus on agriculture nature-based solutions. And at FAO, we have made several milestones, and I just quickly highlight some of those, which is the FAO-led country contribution to the UN World Water Development Report in 2018, the chapter on agriculture. And second, the COP24 contribution on nature-based solutions for agricultural water management and food security. And the third, we actually have a 3-set reports with TNC, the Nature Conservancy. One is on the sustainable management and conservation of land, water, and biodiversity, which is the literature review that gives an overview of the different types of MBS in agriculture and their potential for food production and climate change mitigation and adaptation. Then the case and pathway for adoption dwells into the planning, implementation, and the policy of natural agriculture nature-based solutions that provides case studies across different regions. And third set is the project design for securing investments, which gives an overview of the landscape for how to set up an agriculture nature-based solution investment and designing projects. And the most recent, the last one, is the policy brief titled Nature-Based Solutions for Sustainable Agriculture. And can you move to the next slide, please? Some of the MBS, you can skip this one, move forward. This is not the most updated slides. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Move on. Here. The latest policy brief adopts this UNEA, the UN Environment Assembly resolutions definition, and all the countries showcased here are evaluated in the last report, and where there is increasing evidence that nature-based solution increases food security. For example, traditional rice farming in China, mushroom production systems in Japan, coastal fisheries in Vanuatu in the small island states, to cocoa growing in Sierra Leone, maize farming in Western Kenya, urban agriculture in Australia, and improved trout population in freshwater systems in Western USA. And these lessons learned include a successful MBS requires that all stakeholders' engagement across various sectors to develop a coherent set of principles and processes on implementation of MBS. And the word I want to emphasize is the coherency, and that address production and food security goals. So it forms the global actions for nature to achieve the multiple SDGs, including prioritization of ecosystem restoration, biodiversity protection, and resource use efficiency, while safeguarding the rights of local communities and indigenous peoples with gender inclusion. We can move to the next slide. Next one, please. Stay here. This slide illustrates the key monitoring and evaluation considerations of MBS interventions, and the advantages allows for a clear assessment of goals and criteria for which interventions are based across various stakeholders. They have to be transparent, they should be transparent and consistent, and enhances comparability between projects, and it provides evidence-based appraisal process for policymakers. Next slide, please. So some of the lessons learned that agriculture and MBS challenges us, as well as presents opportunities to strengthen commitments and actions relevant to several dimensions of sustainable development that I've just raised. MBS must be designed to target directly the defined societal problems and articulate effectiveness, and especially cost effectiveness. There's a huge opportunities in agriculture and MBS in its natural resilience, and with innovative financing and blended finance, it can motivate at transformational scale private sector investments into a bundle of agri-environmental and social benefits. Next slide. And FAO is carrying out global dialogues on water tenure and governance to inform on legal and customary frameworks. And this includes the informal frameworks, and is in direct implementing agency of the Global Environment Facility, the Green Climate Fund, and Adaptation Fund to assist governments in catalyzing nature and resource-positive investments toward the transformation of agri-food systems. There is this uber convergence for which this session exemplifies, and I look forward to the ensuing presentations. So thank you very much for this privilege to be with you virtually. This concludes the slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oshima. That was a really very well thought out and insightful presentation. Thank you for sharing that with us. And you brought up a number of elements there. You talked about the importance of stakeholder engagement, coherency, and also all of the ambit of the participatory nature of work that will ensure that we meet our food security goals. I'm going to move on now, if I may, to the moderated session, part of this session. And I'm going to have our panelists here introduce themselves, if I may. And I'd like, because we're again, people are, we're a little bit constrained for times and people are having to run off to catch flights. If I may start with you, Amma, from Sedare, please.
Thank you, Vidisha. My name is Amr Abdel Megid. I'm the Regional Director of the Environmental Governance Program in Sedari. Sedari is the Center for Environment and Development for the Arab region and Europe. Okay, thank you. Well, I'll give you I'll give you a very brief overview because I have to catch my flight. The MENA region is facing severe impacts due to climate change, water scarcity, land degradation, desertification, loss of biodiversity, and our region here, the MENA region, is the most water scarce region in the world, and it is the highest increase in temperature is expected to occur in our region. The food security and agriculture are severely affected by climate change. Climate change might decrease agricultural productivity by 2 to 15% by 2050 if no actions are taken. The unsustainable agricultural practices, of course, and are contributing to 19 to 29% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So I think nature-based solutions are the most appropriate solutions for our region. Nature-based solutions, of course, I will not give you a brief overview over. Yes. Al-Moruna is a regional program for the MENA region. It is implementing 4 projects in 4 countries, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, and Palestine. It is funded by FCDO, the UK aid, and implemented by EMI and IUCN. Sedari is supporting the implementation in Egypt. In Egypt, we will be implementing the project in the Delta. It aims at improving the water security and food security in the face of climate change. And we will be working on the ground within a participatory approach. We will engage all stakeholders, governmental, non-governmental, and the local communities as well. And then we will make sure that all of the stakeholders are engaged in all stages of the program, starting from the design, planning, and implementation, going through the details from the visioning to scenario building to planning to implementation and reflection as well. And then we establish a dialogue between the stakeholders and the local communities to come up with concerted actions and interventions. Interventions of nature-based solutions in general. I'm talking about the 4 countries, not Egypt specifically. And each country will adopt the suitable nature-based solutions for its circumstances. This could be catchment rehabilitation, spring rehabilitation, wetlands for wastewater treatment, ecological practices in agriculture, low-cost water harvesting techniques, And also agricultural water management related to nature-based solutions could be pressurized irrigation, improved irrigation scheduling, soil and rainfall management, enhanced crop husbandry. We have to note that nature-based solutions are not large infrastructures. They are not focused on domestic supply, and they are not urban interventions. The integrated actions will result in resilient nature-based solutions for water and agriculture, enhancing the resilience of communities and ecosystems in the face of climate change. And of course, we will ensure throughout the whole process that we will build the capacities of all the stakeholders on nature-based solutions, and that will include the government institutions, communities, private sector, men and women, as part of the sustainability mechanism and for upscaling of actions. I have to mention also that we will focus on raising the awareness on nature-based solutions of the stakeholders, because it is a new concept for some stakeholders, I mean governmental stakeholders, and the local communities as well. Also, this awareness on the benefits of nature-based solutions and how this could be of high benefit for them and for the ecosystems. We will make sure to document all the processes, methodologies, approaches, lessons learned, success stories, in order to make that available for other practitioners and decision makers for upscaling in other areas and replication and expansion. Thank you very much, and sorry for the I have to run to the airport. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I really did put you on the spot by, be careful, put you on the spot by handing you the mic. Okay, we'll go back to now the panel that we have. And we have a little bit of time. So I want to actually start off as I intended to before we knew of differing flight schedules. And that is to set the context for this today's event. And, I want to pose a question to all of you to answer. And then we'll go back to specifics in relation to your background and the projects that you're actually implementing, because we've got a wealth of experience on this panel, and I really want to make sure that you get to benefit, the audience gets to benefit from this. So I'm going to ask, if I may, Simon Lucas from FCDO. He heads our climate environment network, all the work in the MENA region, everything in the MENA region. And a long stalwart of FCDO and with a background in climate and environment. If you could tell us, Simon, can you tell us what NBS solutions in an agricultural context mean to you? And what do you see as the main elements that need to be in place for them to be effective from the perspective of building climate resilience?
Great, thank you. So a bit of my background, I started life as a hydropower engineer, which is at that time about as far away from a nature-based solutions advocate as you can probably get. But since then, I've been involved in lots of nature-based solutions approaches. I just didn't know it at the time, from community forestry in Nepal to groundwater recharge in India. For those who know it, the Productive Safety Nets program in Ethiopia, which at one time was capturing more carbon than the rest of the UK's climate finance initiatives, which goes to show how at scale these initiatives can be very powerful. And you'll be aware that the UK has recognized the importance of nature-based solutions to reduce not just environmental degradation, and clearly that's an important role for them. But I think the conversation has very quickly moved on to be one which isn't just about conservation, it's about restoration, and critically importantly, it's now about production. Because unless you can value the nature-based solutions practically for farmers on the ground who are trying to tackle the day-to-day irrigation, production, extreme heat problems that they've got, it's unlikely, unless you take a very protectionist approach, that nature-based solutions are going to be sustainable. And that's partly why, as you will have heard from Lord Goldsmith, we are very proud that we have managed to ring-fence £3 billion of the £11.6 billion of climate change commitments the UK has made to nature-based solutions. And now it's our job to get on with delivering them. And that's really why we're very proud to be partnering with the WIMI and others in the region of MENA to put effort into getting these things on the ground and demonstrate what works. Because the productive approach is what it's all about, particularly for agriculture. And Al Maruna is really trying to make sure that there's a close link to the markets and it isn't an environmental first program. I mentioned PSMP, mentioned India, but I think most of us in this room, it looks like a very informed audience, already know that a lot of practices that were basically nature-based solutions have been lost. And getting those back into application is critical. We can learn lots and lots from existing knowledge, and then we can add the data science, the crop science on top of all of those things. And the work that WIMI's already done has demonstrated, in South Africa, green nature-based solutions are costing a third of the hard infrastructure solution. Groundwater recharge in Mexico, 1.3 million cubic meters of water a year being recharged. We've just been doing some work with one of the Saudi relief organizations about getting livelihoods linked to greening reforestation in northern Kenya, again, linked to humanitarian, because we know the humanitarian crisis is directly linked to environmental degradation. So if it's not part of the response, it's going to lead to further problems. And it's particularly critical for the MENA region, as we heard, as everybody knows, 6.4% of the population, 1.4% of the water resources. And those figures are going to increase over time. So it's really important that we make these changes now and really start investing at scale. And you asked at the beginning, what do we need? And I've always been a big fan of the 5I model. The first is, well, what are the incentives for people to change? People have had incentives in agriculture often with fuel subsidies. Well, let's irrigate inefficiently. Now we can't afford the fuel subsidies. We can't afford the depletion of the groundwater. So change those incentives to ones that incentivize efficiency. Investments. This COP's all about investments. How do we mobilize them? And that means having proven models that can be demonstrated work at scale to get the investments at scale that the big development agencies can get behind, governments can get behind and really put in. You can look back in history and say, well, why did the large irrigation schemes come in? It's because they were large projects. How do we scale up nature-based solutions, which are inherently local, inherently community-based, so that they can be invested at the same scale and have the same impact, but be much more distributed? Third eye, institutions. This sort of approach has the classic problem that you can really get these things scaled up without at least 4 ministries and local governments and communities involved. And that's a big institutional problem that rely on the fourth eye, individuals. So individuals need to know that they need to reach out across their ministry boundaries, from local government to the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Water Resources, to get things moving. And finally, innovations. There's still a lot that we can learn. There's still a lot of new science out there that hasn't been deployed in the nature-based solution space. And I think there's a critical thing to demonstrate that those new technologies can be integrated with traditional practice. But there's no point, as I said at the beginning, now is the time to scale up fast. And I think all those incentives are quite aligned now so that we can do that much more quickly than we would have been even 10 years ago, because people get why this is so important. And that's why I'm really pleased that there are quite a few regional initiatives already in the MENA region. The Nexus of Water, Food and Energy, for example, is trying to have that approach of, well, we're not going to do mitigation over here and pretend it's got nothing to do with food production, and food production has got nothing to do with water resources. Let's try as much as we can to support those initiatives that join things up. And the same with the Middle East Green Initiative, trying to join up the dots so that we can do integrated solutions. As I say, why are we waiting? Let's scale up. Let's make sure that the knowledge that exists, I'm sure in this room there's greater knowledge than me in all these things, but by pooling that knowledge and demonstrating that we can go to scale quickly, I think we can have a big impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Simon, I'm going to give you the mic back to properly introduce yourself because I think I did a very bad job.
Okay, I'm Simon Lucas. I'm the climate lead for the Middle East and North Africa for the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office.
I did half well, I think. All right. So I wonder if I may introduce, if Elena, if you could introduce yourself, and then if you could respond to the same question that I posed to Simon, please.
Okay, so Elena Lopez Gan. I'm based in Spain, and I'm director of a company called iCatalyst. So we work on climate change adaptation. So I'm a slightly different hat than most people. I also part of the IPCC in chapter 4 on water. And then recently, although I'm not speaking in this event, I'm speaking with my personal hat, also of the European Scientific Advisory Board on Climate Change, which is actually a commitment that the EU made under its climate law that there should be scientific advice at the heart of policymaking. But on this, on this occasion, I'm actually talking as myself. Okay, so I think, I mean, I agree with Simon. I think, in a way, the question that was being asked is, you know, how can nature-based solutions help with the global water crisis? And I think I wrote down that I think for me there's 4 reasons why nature-based solutions I think are very much part of the solution. First of all, is because we're now talking about climate resilient development. You know, we are in a situation where actually the impacts are here, and I think we see that the impacts are very noticeable, particularly on nature and also on agriculture, because they are so closely linked to kind of like our climate. So they are at the forefront of the impacts from climate change, and therefore probably they are an opportunity to actually address climate change. So, for example, if you actually look at the results of Working Group 2 on the chapter on ecosystems, they actually come up on, very much on top as one of the most likely. We still haven't got the evidence yet, but I think it's likely that they'll be one of the most effective solutions because they're very integrated solutions. You know, they don't only target the issue of biodiversity loss, which is critical because we have a meeting, in December also with IPBES, to tackle the other crisis. But they also quite often, for the most vulnerable populations in the world who are living very, very close to the ecosystems, they provide food, they provide, water, drinking, clean water. So in a way, it's a very much a very integrated solution for all these aspects. So it's very much a very important climate response or adaptation solution. But also, if we think also now moving on nature-based solutions for water in particular, when we actually think that, in water globally, 2/3 of water are being used by agriculture, and also that 37% of the land is used by agriculture. So we're looking now at land and water. This relationship, which at the moment is broken, has to be repaired, and all this space there is to actually repair this connection. So, for example, if we think about irrigated agriculture, I think there's a lot to be done, and I'm very glad that Simon said it's not also about new things, it's also about recovering traditional knowledge. I mean, I'm Spanish, and I think, for example, we're now recovering some of our canats. We have a lot of connection with this region. We've had canats, which we are restoring, so we can actually kind of cultivate water because of the way we manage land. So I think from the point of view, and as we face climate change, we do know that it's very likely that we will have more floods and more droughts. So it really makes to manage the land in a much more sustainable manner. And since we are now also from the policy point of view, we're having this kind of alignment where we have, on the one hand, the decade for restoration, from the UN. We also have the water decade. So we have to kind of take these kind of waves of these policy initiatives to really push all this kind of traditional knowledge, and also mix with also kind of like the best kind of digitalization in the sector, that is also opening a lot of opportunities. So I think what I think we're talking about at the moment is transformation of food systems on a large scale. And I think I'll probably leave it there and wait for the second, maybe for the second question.
I've been told this works. Hello? Okay, you can hear me? Great. We can put that down for now. So great. Thank you very much, Ilona. I know that we have an online participant. Great, who's been very patient. And so I think that this might be a good opportunity to introduce Martin de Groot, who is the UN permanent excuse me, sorry, I'm just going to have to get my... I'm so sorry, Martin. It's been a bit of a hard morning, I have to admit.
Yeah, no problem. I can introduce myself if that's easier.
That might be easier for me, please, if you could. Thank you.
Sure, my pleasure, and nice to see you, and then too, but I can't be there with you physically. My name is Martin de Groot. I'm Canada's Deputy Permanent Representative to the FAO, based in Rome.
Okay, so Martin, you've been very patient, and I wonder if I could ask you a question because of your background in climate and environment and nature-based solutions, and also in the context of the policy role that you play. What do you see the role that that policy can play in the deployment of NBS? Are there specific examples from your Canadian background and experience that would serve to illustrate your point? And if you would like to, please respond.
Certainly. Absolutely. I mean, policy certainly sets the stage and it frames our programming. And we see it as a two-way street, with policy framing our programming and then our programming coming back. And I think NBS really lets us move forward on a number of policy objectives. And then obviously we also have policy choices that help shape NBS outcomes that we're looking for. And we've been seeing that interplay both domestically and internationally. And I think it's something that's been moving quite quickly. Domestically, in the last few years, we've really seen a strong evolution in this space. We launched a $4 billion Natural Climate Solutions Fund a few years ago. And that umbrella brought together programming through ministries of natural resources, environment and climate change, agriculture and agri-food. And that sort of is that multi-stakeholder perspective a little bit. And if we zoom in on the agriculture component, there's an element called the Agriculture Climate Solutions, with two streams: living labs and on-farm climate action. And this is, again, where I think what's interesting about nature-based solutions is that it provides an opportunity to bring together farmers, researchers, policymakers, to think through these issues together and to co-develop and test and implement solutions on farms, and then also find ways to provide support for those kinds of transitions and the choices that farmers need to make to actually bring this to ground. And that's, I think, a key element, that having an enabling environment that allows us to try things out, move forward on nature-based solutions, assess and measure these elements by having clear metrics, and then sort of cycle back and see what does this mean for what we're trying to achieve. And in that, there's obviously a role for governments to provide support, analytical considerations, and that hopefully will continue to be a cycle that informs our work. It's been a few years of investment in this, but there's of course still some deep policy related questions that we're facing. Questions of permanence. When we're talking about carbon sequestration, what's the best approach to help ensure permanence when we're dealing with land-based issues? How do we apply incentives appropriately or provide transition support as farmers move more towards nature-based solutions? How do extension services play into that to facilitate and sustain adoption at scale? Because ultimately, as Simon said, scale is what we need to achieve. When we look at the co-benefits that are so important to us, to look at obviously the environmental benefits, but also the social and economic benefits that come from nature-based solutions, how do you strike the balance? Where do you place the priority? And how do you make those trade-offs? And obviously, we're learning lessons on that already that we hope will serve to strengthen our policy and our programming, and really find the synergies that we believe are possible, because these are single packages in a sense that drive a lot of positive outcomes. At an international scale, an example that I'd want to share of this policy and programming interface is an initiative that we launched only in February of this year. It's called Partnering for Climate, and it's a $315 million program focused really on nature-based solutions, mostly focused on sub-Saharan Africa. And this initiative really focuses on the fact that nature-based solutions, if they are to be successful, they need to have a just and inclusive and environmentally sustainable social, cultural, economic system underpinning them. And there we try to achieve a number of policy objectives clearly in relation to nature-based solutions. So there's a rigorous approach to capture the climate change and biodiversity benefits using OECD DAC markers. But crucially, it also sets a minimum for all of the initiatives with regard to gender equality. And a number of speakers have already mentioned that gender equality is a part of that. We fully recognize that often women and girls are more marginalized, can be in more vulnerable situations with regard to climate impacts. And so all of the initiatives that we've got under this umbrella have to be gender responsive and deliberately address the gender norms that can marginalize their voices. And to try to bring that a little bit further and to just show how nature-based solutions can be a vehicle for advancing other policy aims as well, there's a $20 million envelope in there to really bring home an exclusive focus on gender equality in connection with nature-based solutions. And so these initiatives within that envelope could promote women's economic empowerment in NBS value chains, support women's meaningful participation in climate resilient policies, or empower women in the design and implementation of NBS solutions. Similarly, for Canada in particular, we recognize the essential role of Indigenous peoples in as stewards of biodiversity. And so we've set aside a separate budget within this program as well to support Indigenous peoples' climate action objectives so that we can respect and learn from those approaches that have proven successful over hundreds of years, if not millennia, and then find a way to share that more broadly. And so I just want to underscore the fact that nature-based solutions really are a way to further environmental policy objectives. They require thoughtful considerations of the policy framework that allows them to happen in relation to incentives and measurement. And then we can use it as well to advance on other policy objectives like gender equality and inclusion. And so while I would say it's still relatively early for us, we're optimistic that really nature-based solutions offer an opportunity both domestically and internationally to get meaningful results that we all need to find at a scale that is meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you're going to stay online. This has been very interesting for us. And Martin, it strikes me that the program that you were talking about has a very strong research element to it. You're asking policy questions, how in terms of the deployment. I just wanted a clarification. Is this a program of work that's being deployed by the Government of Canada in partnership with IDRC, or is this separately?
IDRC is a key partner for us, but in this case, this initiative isn't with IDRC. Okay. But they certainly are the kind of partner that brings the insight and analytical capacity that is a useful stakeholder in this kind of endeavor, because we really do need to be able to answer some of those questions and have the analytical muscle, I would say, to be able to have the evidence that underpins what we're all trying to understand better and nuance and tweak to make sure that they're more effective.
And it's very similar to the FCDO approach, which is also looking at the science and the evidence base for resilient nature-based solutions in water in the project that Simon Lucas was talking about, Almaruna. So thank you very much. And I hope you'll stay online, and we're still not finished, we're not done, and give me a chance to apologize for having my notes a little bit mixed up. I'm going to now, if I may, move on to our next panelist. And that's Gunsham Siboran, who is the president of the Falcon Association. So Gunsham, I'm going to, if I may, ask you a very specific question. So from the perspective of a representative of the farming community, what do you see as the main challenges to adopt NBS? What do you see are the necessary prerequisites for the adoption of at scale of NBS. Maybe you could use your examples from your Mauritian context. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you very much. I am Ghanshyam Sion, the president of Falcon Association, mean Farmers in Agriculture, Livestock and Cooperative Organic Network. And as my practice, as my views as a farmers, and I am being born in a farmer's family. And since in the 19th century, I see that how we are doing farming now is different, because in the 19th century, when we put a seed in the soil, we are expected that we will grow some things and we will harvest. But in the 20th century, it is not the case. If we put something in the soil, we are not sure that it will be grow up, or even we will be harvesting. Because why? Because it is only the region of water, because the plant need water. And what is happening, I have my experience is that because of climate change, the temperature rise, we cannot control, we do not have a planning now. And if we have put if there is no rain, plant will not grow. And if there is rain, there is a lot of rain and it's flooded. And then also we lost. So even when the time is came to harvesting, we lost a lot of money. And because this is all because of the climate change, and we cannot control. We are in a position of very difficult position to adapt with this rain, because it's important. The water is important for plants. And for my views and what we are doing now, I am adopted, because the farming system has we was traditional before, then we become conventional, then we become organic, now sustainable agriculture, now we are talking about agroecological farming. And all these things what we are practicing, it's depend on time also. But for my experience, we have seen that we have to manage and we have to produce. And what I have done in my farm in Mauritius, I have developed the agroecological farming system very before, and with the innovation also, because the solution is we have to put innovation. It is not the same what we are doing before. And I have for my country, I have a small piece of land, because it's not huge, but I practice all these technicals that can be applied to large scale also. For example, I have in my small 1 hectare, I have 75 varieties of fruits and vegetable, which preserve the biodiversity. And this plant also retains the water in the soil. So it helps to get water. I have also water, because we have to do the water rainwater harvesting system. So I have the chance to have a greenhouse, because we are small island, we have to produce a lot and in small place. And we do in a greenhouse. So I put a greenhouse and I put a innovation, so that I put a photovoltaic. And this photovoltaic, it's contributing to climate change, and also is water harvesting, because the panel, which when the rainfall, it's go down and there's canopy, it's go to my tank, and then I can irrigate. And also I have done another things that is most important. I work my soil, because the soil biodiversity, microbe in the soil is very important. And how to preserve this, I have developed a pesticide and fertilizer, which is called natural base with cow dung. And here, what I'm doing, it's an circular economic. I'm contributing in circular economic. And why putting this microbe in the soil, and I use less water, because the soil retain the microbe, it retains the water, and we do mulching, and we use only 10% of water, and the plant is healthy, and we get good quality of vegetable. This is the practice I am doing, but it's not the only this we have to do. It's the part also to for the government, for the policy makers to contribute. And what I have learned, I am also sharing, because it is important. It's not only one person, the farmers is contributing. It's not enough, because we are doing our part, but there is the communities, the civil society also have to do their part, because we choose the government is destroying the land, wetland, and also because there is many construction in the hill, and what happened to the farmers, we underground water, we did not receive the water. The rivers are going dry every day, and we cannot get water. So it's important. I think may she stop? Yes.
I would love for you to continue, but they're going to cut my neck if I don't stop you. So this has been a very interesting conversation with a lot of elements that are linking up to the discussion that we started at the beginning. And we're talking about scaling, we're talking about the urgency, we're talking about solutions that can be used and locally applied. And I think, Gunshan, you've given us some very good examples. Before I hand over to my partner in crime, Ali from IUCN, to give closing remarks, I wonder whether you want to give, the panel want to give just sound bites of things that we need to do, what people here need to learn and take home with them in order to really, push that message of NBS and upscaling. So maybe I'll start with you, Simon.
Well, two things. I think we know how to do most of this. So why aren't we getting on with scaling it up? And we've all got a role in getting things moving a lot quicker, because now everybody is talking about implementation and blah, blah, time for blah, blah, blah is over. So just reinforce that message that we can scale up. We know how to do it. We can learn as we're scaling up. So let's get on with it.
Yes. For me, I think that we need a lot of encouragement for farmers, because we are the one we are suffering most, and also the support from for example, climate insurance, something like policies, and we can have also a lot of innovation systems.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we have to move on. The risks are here, and I think for me it's very much also about using environmental intelligence, so having like good data and information, but also making it accessible. I mean, to the farmers. I think what we saw an example how if farmers are enabled, they understand that the best way is a sustainable way in the long term to reduce their risks. And I fully agree also that bringing in things like insurance or just basically the incentives again, and payments for the people on the ground for doing the right things.
Thank you, Ilona. Martin, do you have any sound bites for us, or would you
Sure.
like
Maybe I would just underscore that that we need to recognize NBS for the opportunity that it is, that they are. These are solutions that are proven, that we know can work, and that we know can be brought to scale. We know that they're cost effective, and so this is really an opportunity for us to seize. The moment is now. There's momentum, and so we shouldn't close our eyes to the opportunity that they present. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you to all of our panelists. I'm going to now hand over to my colleague, Ali from IUCN, to give closing remarks.
Thank you, Vidisha. Actually, it's really challenging to wrap up and conclude within 2 or 3 minutes this rich discussion. But really, I'm so happy for the consistency, and really for the not also the consistency, but also that all the key messages from our distinguished panelists that are completing each other. Again, we are all agree, as I see, that the importance of nature-based solution to build the resilience for climate change, to have a better agricultural sector, and also there is a lot of things, a lot of efforts we have to do still.
thank you very much for all your comments and insights from different perspectives, from policymakers, from the ministers, Minister of Environment, from the local, from the farmers and as a local communities, from the donor community. And thank you very much for you, Simon, for pushing to scale up. No time to wait. We have to move fast for that. What I want to add actually that from regional perspective, from MENA region, and from my work as a water and climate change program manager for rural region, still nature-based solution, it's not mature in this, and we need a lot of efforts in terms of having a specific capacity building programs, specific awareness, because there's a lot of questions awareness. What about if we use hydroponic system in agriculture? Is that nature-based solution or not? What about the renewable energy? Is it nature-based solution or not? Even it's this question raised from different stakeholders, from the local communities, from the governmental institution as well. Actually, IUCN did a great job and excellent job by issuing the nature-based solution global standards. And these standards, actually, I see it as a framework of integrity. And it's an inclusive program that you are considering all key stakeholders. You're considering the culture, you're considering the environment, you're considering the finance, and also with that, you also have not within this framework, you do not have focusing on the intervention of nature-based solution, how to implement the nature-based solution in the ground. Finally, I don't have much time. I would like to thank all of you, and it's our pleasure to have you in this session. Thank you for our guest here, and let's go together to fast and to scale up the nature-based solution. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, hello everyone, and welcome to the Water Pavilion. I'm Mr. Thomas Ribermark. I'm the director of Swedish Waterhouse at Stockholm International Water Institute. We are currently undergoing climate, biodiversity, and humanitarian crisis, and water connects them all. Water is essential to our survival, but we are yet to take holistic action to protect it. Just sustainable solutions come from cooperation and collaboration between sectors, enabling us to harness the power of collective action. Welcome. Together we can restore, protect, and utilize and enhance nature's existing processes to help us sequester the carbon, maintain the increase the biodiversity, and provide enhancements, environment and water for nature to people to thrive. Source to sea management is crucial to stay within the 1.5 degree Celsius limits. And in this event, we will explore the capacity of the holistic source to sea approach to develop new mechanisms of cooperation and collaboration to help mitigate and adapt to the negative effects of climate change and the water crisis through nature-based solutions and cross-sectoral actions. Only by working together can we find solutions that benefit the system from source to sea. I would like to welcome you from the Pamir glaciers to the Nile Delta. Climate action from source to sea. In this event, we will have the pleasure to hear about nature-based solutions from across the water cycle from the source to sea aspect in the glaciers of Tajikistan to the sea in the delta of Nile in Egypt. This will provide insights on the holistic source-to-sea governance needed to safeguard actions. We will also hear from Mina Guli, her first-hand accounts. Where is Mina? Somewhere there. Hi, Mina. And from first-hand accounts, hear what she has seen as been running the marathons in some of the most water-stressed and climate-impacted locations around the world. I would like to start off with introducing and welcoming Mr. Sultan Ramizoda, Chair of Executive Committee of the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea and Special Water Envoy of the President of the Republic of Tajikistan. So please, Mr. Sultan, enter the stage. Most welcome. Yeah, you can take this.
Okay, thank you very much. Should I talk with?
Yeah. Would you like to go there? Please, go there.
It's much better. Thank you very much, Thomas. And thanks a lot also for CB and the government of Egypt and the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation of the Egypt for partnering to organize this beautiful session. Although Tajikistan and Egypt, Pamirs and the Nile, it's absolutely two different basins, two different regions, but together, basically, we are covering all the challenges, starting from the glaciers until the deltas. The countries around the world are facing these challenges, that related with water. And it is well known that snow, glaciers, and ice sheet are essential long-term reservoirs of water, fresh water, whether it is in the polar regions, in the mountains, or even in the downstream regions. Globally, the scientific community is clear that under all climate change scenarios, the world cryosphere is changing, presenting unprecedented challenges to our world. Melting glaciers and ice sheets are the biggest cause of sea level rise in recent decades. There are also significant changes in continental glaciers. According to the assessment of the Himalayas in the Hindu Kush, more than 2/3 of the Himalayan glaciers could be lost by the end of this century. It's really challenging. A similar situation is developing in the Pamir glaciers, Glacial reserves concentrated in the mountains regions of Central Asia are long-term reserve and the most important source of the clean water and fresh water in our region, of course. Meanwhile, intensive melting of glaciers coupled with an increase in water demand associated with population growth and economic development can obviously lead to very negative consequences. Science has shown that glacier melt globally is occurring at different rates with significant interannual variability. Overall, the end of the century is expected to see a drastically reduced amount of glacier-fed fresh water. The glaciers remain one of the most critical sources of fresh water, as glacier-fed rivers supply fresh water to populations in downstream regions and in lowlands on all continents. According to experts, the glaciers of Tajikistan have lost almost 30% of their resources in the past century. One of the largest glaciers in the world, Fetchenka in Tajikistan, has already retreated 400 meters over the past 30 years, losing a significant part of this volume. The glaciers of Tajikistan are a source of water not only for Tajikistan, but also for the whole Central Asia region, since we are producing, basically, our glaciers producing around 60% of water resources of the Aral Sea basin, while the country use only around 10 or 11% of them. We generously share this life-giving resource with our downstream neighbors. Since the first days of independence, Tajikistan has been closely cooperating and interacting with all the littoral countries, the region, following the approach from the source to sea. It should be noted that 80% of water resources of the Aral Sea basin are fed by ice and the snow. According to IPCC report 2022, risks in physical water availability and water-related hazards will continue to increase by the mid to long term in all assessed regions, with greater risk at higher global warming levels. At approximately 2 degrees Celsius global warming, snow melt water availability for irrigation is projected to decline in some snowmelt-dependent river basin by up to 20%, which will diminish water availability for agriculture, for hydropower, the human settlements in the mid to long term. And with this change projected to double with 40 degrees Celsius global warming. Therefore, it is necessary to improve existing tools and develop new mechanisms of cooperation, strengthening dialogue, mutual understanding, and responsible partnership to promote new initiatives and actions at the national, regional, international levels in order to combat climate change and protect glaciers from intense melting and disappearance. So in this regard, realizing the importance of the glacier melting issue, the President of the Republic of Tajikistan, being the member of the Water and Climate Coalition leaders, in the first meeting of this coalition in March 2021, suggested or proposed to declare 2025 as International Year of Glacier Preservation. And for the moment, Tajikistan mission to UN already prepared and is negotiating with other member states about this resolution, and we hope that by the support of the member states, the resolution will be adopted by the end of this year to declare 2025 as an International Year of Glacier Preservation. We are convinced that this initiative will give a new impetus to a new movement at the global level to take the necessary collective measures and actions to protect glaciers from intense melting and disappearance. In some cases, in Tajikistan already we lost more than 1,000 small glaciers. So, and will also contribute to the reduction of the risk of natural disasters related to water. This session provides a good opportunity for all of us to share information and good practices, discuss and exchange ideas on effective responses to the challenge related to climate change and its negative impacts on water resources, including on glaciers. I wish all of us constructive discussion and a successful session, of course, and of course the outcome of this discussion will feed also our preparations to our 2023 conference, where Tajikistan and the Netherlands leading this process. And of course, we hope, that by joining the force, we will have a successful conference next year too. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah. Thank you, Sultan, Mr. Sultan. And thank you for enlightening us in this issue. And the insights about the unprecedented challenges and drastic effects that actually is experienced as we speak, and how the effects on people downstream when it comes to energy, biodiversity, agriculture, food and water, and etc. So with that, I would like to thank you and introduce Dr. Iman Sayed, my precious colleague, I have to say, who is the president or the Minister of Water and Irrigation here in Egypt. And I hand over the word to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, for inviting me to this very important session. Actually, I'm reflecting on Mr. Zoltan back from upstream country to downstream country. Actually, in Egypt, you are a downstreamer, and we face a lot of climate change impact on our water resources. We are one of the most scarce country around the world, and we face a very stressed water management system. We have only 60 billion cubic meter fresh water resources, and our demand reach about 80 billion cubic meter. And the same side, we are every year we are importing food and goods with about 34 billion cubic meter. So you can imagine how Egypt is fully stressed and suffer from water scarcity. The climate change amplifies the impact on the Nile Delta, which is highly populated with people, and also related to the agricultural practices, where we have about 60% of our population live in Delta, 40% of our national economic depend on the agriculture sector. We have national water resources plan to perceive delta from different areas, not only for sea level rise, but also to be more resilient and adapted to drought, which is more impactful on the Nile Delta. We have mega project to reuse water. Till now, we reuse water. 35% of our water resources is reused. With the current projects, which is Bahr Bar and Al Mahsama, Dab'a treatment plant, we will reach about 42% of our water resources will be reused. In terms of climate change on the Nile Delta, also we have adaptation measure like canal rehabilitation to increase the productivity of water. We don't have more water to be added to our system. We are bounded with the Nile water, which is the main source of our water resources. 55.5 come from the Nile, which is outside, coming from our border, outside our border. But we have a lot of adaptation to increase the efficiency of using the water inside Egypt, and moreover, the efficiency, we are increasing the productivity. Having canal rehabilitation and transforming from flood irrigation to modern irrigation is another measure Egypt started to tackle with a huge amount of investment. Also, a mega project for desalination, where we started to think how we can add new water resources through desalination. Today, we are in the Natural Based Solution Day. We need to think together whether the desal will be a solution for Egypt to add water. However, we are in a Natural Based Solution Day, and what is the environmental impact on our coastal, in our water resources and the ecosystem. Let me back to the sea level rise, which will we expect if we have 1 meter rise in the sea level rise, we will have about 2.5 million people will be impacted, and we will lose about maybe 10% of our lowland and delta. So we have a plan to protect our coastal. We have in past decade used to have hard rocks and construction to protect our coastal. With the Green Climate Fund and with our colleague in shoe protection, we started new technique which is started with piloting and then scaled up on very limited areas to use natural-based solution to perceive our Nile Delta. This is one of the promising techniques, and we have a lot of benefits. So we have enhances the livelihood in the area, and also increase the job among the people. And we already started to have integrated coastal management plan for the coastal area to include all stakeholders, or ministries, all people working on the coastal area. We will have more in-depth detail about this project and how it's important for Egypt in the coming presentation. And I would like to have expect and hope for you a fruitful discussion and benefit results. We would like to ask all of you to support Egypt in AWARE initiative. Yesterday, we launched AWARE initiative with focus on climate change and water action. So we would like to call for supporting Cairo in Cairo Call for Action and in AWARE initiative. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Dr. Iman. Thank you for sharing your experiences, but also that you have a sort of collective action here in Egypt around projects and programs to meet the extreme climate effects that you're facing, to reduce, reuse, and recycle, you could say, and have impact on the positive impact on the livelihoods living and depending on the Nile. So thank you for that. So we will now move over to a video, so you will have to look at the screen for 3 minutes, and I'm waiting for the technique to come along.
Water doesn't come from a tap. It comes from healthy ecosystems, rivers, lakes, and glaciers. But these ecosystems are in distress. Rivers are drying up, lakes are shrinking, glaciers are disappearing. Over the last 6 years, I've run thousands of kilometres to raise awareness about the world's water crisis, along great rivers like the Amazon and the Nile, and up glaciers like Moiri in the Swiss Alps and Fedchenko in Tajikistan, the largest outside the polar regions. I run to raise awareness of the water crisis, to show the urgency of the problem we're facing, and ultimately to drive action from every single one of us, companies, governments, and individuals. What I've seen along my runs is far worse than numbers in a report or a series of headlines in the media. Our climate is changing fast. And while most of us are experiencing it through extreme weather patterns like droughts and floods, it's also impacting us in places far from the public eye, like glaciers. Glaciers are our water towers. They're the source of water for hundreds of millions of us. They provide us with water for our towns, our fields, and our power stations. And they fill many of our rivers, the veins and arteries of our planet, and critical for countless species as well. And yet, our glaciers are in trouble. Just in Tajikistan alone, over 1,000 glaciers have disappeared. And of those that remain, more than 35% are in distress. If we continue to emit greenhouse gases at our current rate, glaciers in the Alps could disappear completely by the end of this century. For a region where almost 2/3 of the population requires and relies on glacial water for their survival, this is a disaster. We only need to look at tragedies such as the disappearance of the Aral Sea and the devastating impact that has had on local communities. Climbing high up into the mountains of the Pamir and the Alps, I saw streams of water flowing out of the bottom of the glaciers and bridges and roads washed away by floodwaters that are coming earlier and more destructively. I ran along valleys where local communities remember large glaciers where their cattle now roam. And from above, I looked down and saw miles of white glacial ice pockmarked with pools of blue and green meltwater. This is not just a problem in Central Asia and Europe. Glaciers are melting across the world, from Oceania, Africa to the Americas. And this affects us all. Our food, our energy, our economies, our lives. The message is clear. We have no time to waste. As one of the local guides said to me as we were climbing up to the glaciers, Mina, please tell these people directly, look around you. The time for soft language is over. We need real action, and we need it now.
We must use any and all opportunities possible to focus the world's attention on protecting our planet's glaciers, some of our most important water sources, from disappearing.
To recognise that climate change is water change, and climate risk is water risk.
Collectively, we are way off track to achieving the Paris target of 1.5 degrees and reducing our emissions sufficiently by 2050. We must accelerate the renewable energy revolution now before it's too late.
This is our moment. Let's make it count.
Mina Gulli, thank you. You will come back later in the panel. So, but you have committed to running 200 marathons to raise the awareness of water crisis. We are honored to have you here and to later on hear your sharing experience and insights. We will start the panel discussion with a guest on the screen. I hope you are there, and I would like to introduce Mr. Anil Mishra. You're Chief of the Section Hydrological Systems for Climate Change and Adaptation at the Division of Water Sciences at UNESCO. Most welcome, Mr. Anil.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to share my screen to show a few slides. As highlighted by previous speaker, by Sultan and our famous runner, I want to emphasize the need of awareness, particularly in the context of melting cryosphere in the high altitude mountains and the sustainability of water sources. The slide that I'm showing here, I hope I can. Yeah, the background photo is from Lake Sares, from the beautiful lake up in the altitude of 3,000 meters in the Pamir, which is the lake level is rising because of the melting glaciers, and also and that is the problem that needs to be addressed. But as Sultan highlighted, the session which talks about source to reach from the mountain to the sea level, we really need to look at the impacts of glacier melt in the downstream. And particularly for that reason, UNESCO joined with Tajikistan, the Kingdom of Netherlands, and many other governments with other UN agencies, and we try to identify what could be the scientific milestone for the International Year of Glacier Preservation that is proposed by Tajikistan, currently discussed as UNGA. But what does that mean? This should not be only a celebration of International Year. That should have a real call for action, as our runner said. We need to understand what is the monitoring system up in the altitude or high altitude. We need to know what would be the long-term, short-term, and medium-term strategy from the melting glaciers. So these are the scientific components we really need to address. And for that, UNESCO puts its emphasis on identifying the knowledge base. And we recently did one glacier atlas for the Andes region, as highlighted by Sultan. Also in the Andes, 78 to 97% of the glacier could disappear by the end of the century, which will have impacts on the lowland countries. So this is a kind of research findings we need to provide to the policymaker. Recently, UNESCO launched another flagship publication, and we are definitely not in a target to meet 1.5 degree. Whereas if we were in that target, we could have saved 2/3 of the world heritage sites, glacier heritage sites. So these are really calling for action. This particular report that UNESCO launched recently is calling for action to reduce our carbon footprint so that we will have adequate water resources, not only in the upstream, but also in the downstream countries, like the previous speaker said. And for that reason, UNESCO, as educational scientific organization, is calling for a science for a water secure world in a changing environment. Only science and the knowledge base can provide the information that can help to take the decision making, evidence-based decision making. So in this phase, which we started this year for 8 years, we are calling for a science-based assessment. And also, in order to support countries, not only calling for action, we launched 2 projects, particularly for Central Asia. The one, assessment of snow, glacier, and water resources with the funding support from JEP. Only recently we got the final approval, so we are soon organizing an inception meeting where all 5 countries, including Turkmenistan, where there is no glacier, will be looking at the consequences of melting glacier in the region. And last year we launched another project from this glacier lake outburst floods, where 4 countries, mountain countries, are participating. So I also want to highlight, as Sultan mentioned, next year UN Water Conference will be held. We need to really come up with a game changer action. And one of the game changer action recognized during October stakeholder meeting was open science-based validation mechanism for resilience and sustainability in water. UNESCO is really supporting and asking stakeholders to join so that we can establish a global science-based assessment
Thank you,
mechanism.
Mr. Anil. I'm sorry that I have to, but we have a tight schedule in this session. And thank you for sharing the scientific experience and the data you've just shared. I would like to round up before you, because you have to leave. I would like to ask you, how can science strengthen the case of source to sea for nature-based, for source to sea action when it comes to nature-based solutions? Could you give us a short and answer on that?
Well, absolutely. Only science can provide evidence-based mechanism, particularly from source to sea context. We need to understand what is happening. We need to have those information, and only science can provide information. And science, we also call citizens' engagement in the science, so citizen science process, not just downscaling the scenarios, but engaging citizens in the science validation process so that we can understand the melting glacier processes, but also in the downstream, in the water availability processes. We don't have many measurements, runoff measurement station in many different countries. But if we can engage citizens in the scientific processes using low-cost sensor, using 3D printer weather station, these scientific instruments with the citizens can provide evidence-based decision-making processes, including for the in the source-to-sea context.
So it's very much about using science, but also addressing the inclusion and the local knowledge at the same time to have cultural science as well.
Absolutely. Science itself will be irrelevant if we don't engage citizens, if we don't understand their needs. So we really need to have citizens participated in the scientific processes, but also in the validation processes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anil. I'm saying thank you and goodbye to you. You have to leave. But and whilst doing that, we have had someone filling up the chairs. I would like you to be closer to each other, because we're talking about collaboration and collective action. We have to decrease the distance. So at the stage, you are now seeing, and most welcome. I start in the middle with Mrs. Ruth Matthews, the Senior Manager at CB and the Coordinator for the Source to Sea platform. Most welcome, Ruth. And on the left, we have Mr. Mohammed Hassan. You are the Executive Project Manager of Ministry and Water Resources and Irrigation at the Egyptian Ministry. So most welcome. And last but not least, that is Mina Guli, we've heard about you already. Impressive, and I can just say I'm very happy that we have those kind of activism happen in this time as well. So I would like to ask you, and starting with you, Ruth, in the same order. You lead the CV Source to Sea program, and are the coordinator for the action platform for source to sea management. Can you tell us about what is meant by source to sea management or governance, and why it's so important for water security and climate resilience? Please, Ruth.
Well, I will do my best to do that in a few minutes. Thank you very much, Thomas. And, we've already been getting a bit of a sense of what's meant by this. Essentially, what we're looking at is that there are connections between land, freshwater, coastal, and marine ecosystems. And these connections are very important. They are environmental connections through the ecosystem, but they are also social and economic connections. And those three, environmental, social, and economic, mean that if we do not take into consideration the linkages across what we call the source to sea system, we actually are putting ourselves at risk of having unintended consequences from our actions or missing opportunities that could really bring greater benefits to the system as a whole. So what we are advocating for at SEWE through our Source to Sea program and through the Source to Sea platform is to move towards holistic governance of land, freshwater, and coastal and marine ecosystems. And to do that, especially when we're looking from the perspective of water security and climate resilience, in a way that we're creating a mosaic of activities and interventions that are actually going to lead us towards greater benefits coming from the source to sea system. What we see is that many of the most vulnerable people that are affected the strongest from climate changes are the most dependent on ecosystem services. And so if we are governing and managing land, freshwater, coastal, and marine ecosystems in silos, which is how we do it now, we often are leading to a demise of those ecosystem services because we are degrading those ecosystems. And it's through that demise that we find that we are more fragile and vulnerable to those climate changes. So if we are going to achieve resilience, if we're going to have climate security, water security, we really need to lift up from these silos, bridge across them, and have coordination between sectors, as well as bringing in the upstream and downstream perspectives. And it's this holistic approach that is going to help keep us both within the 1.5 degree target that we have, but also have us adapt and be resilient. And one of the things I really want to get across is that resilience is not just that we have nature-based solutions that are bringing in more of those ecosystem services that protect us, but that they also the process of that coordination and cooperation makes our human system, our social systems, more resilient. And that really strengthens us all. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Ruth. Yes, worth an applaud. And if I ask you, Mr. Mohammed Ahmed Hassan, the Nile Delta is very important to Egypt economically and socially and for the ecosystem and the services those provides. What have you been learning about using nature-based solutions? What are their benefits, and how could these solutions be scaled and replicated and maybe duplicated in other areas as well?
Much. Thank you very much, Thomas. I think the experience that we've got here in Egypt about using nature-based solutions is quite unique, and this all comes from the consultation that we made with the local people who live in the Nile Delta. Yes, Nile Delta is important. Lots of people live there, and so many activities. And it's threatened by sea level rise and extreme events from the sea. And the first thing we did when we tried to find solutions for those threats and how we can how we can face them, is that we asked the people who live there, I mean, what do you do? You are flooded every year, and we are sure that you are not leaving your lands and properties and your whole life threatened by flooding. And they gave us those brilliant and simple solutions that they use to protect their lands and their properties. And in Egypt, we were able to mix this brilliant solution with the engineering design to be able to protect five vulnerable hotspots in the Nile Delta. We piloted those solutions to make sure that they work. They were very successful, and after the success of the pilot, we were able to upscale this brilliant and simple solution in 5 governorates in Egypt. This simple solution made the Nile Delta safer for the people. It's now protecting more than 750,000 of the people who are directly threatened by sea level rise, and millions who are indirectly also impacted. It protected billions of investment in the Nile Delta. So simple messages that nature-based solutions in Egypt, they are low cost, come from the local knowledge of the people using the local material. So this is in a nutshell the benefits of the nature-based solutions and how we use them in Egypt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. Very, very good aspects. So, Mina, we had a little chat around an hour ago in the lunch queue, and we were talking about what we initially talked about, giving positive sort of examples on this. But you said it's so hard to find. Could you please give some examples and take them from your heart and choose, because it's happening right now as we speak.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, I am 127 marathons into running 200 marathons in the lead up to the UN 2023 Summit on Water, that thanks to the leadership of the government of Tajikistan and the government of Netherlands, is an opportunity for all of us to really drive concrete action and concrete commitments on this incredibly important issue of water. Along my journey, I've had the opportunity to run down many rivers and through a number of river basins where there are challenges, to say the least. In Central Asia, I ran down the Amu Darya River. We went to the Fedchenko Glacier. We hiked, as you saw on the film, up to a number of other glaciers that feed into the Amu Darya. The Amu Darya is a raging, beautiful torrent of water that runs down the border between Tajikistan and Afghanistan. Just to give you a picture, when you run down on the Tajikistan side, you can shout across the river to the people in Tajikistan, and when they answer, you can hear them. That is how close you are. It is two nations sharing one water source. And it's not just in Central Asia, and it's not just between Tajikistan and Afghanistan. Further down the river, you cross the border into Turkmenistan, into Uzbekistan. And at the very end, where I witnessed the death of the Amu Darya River, is the Aral Sea, a place that used to be the 4th biggest inland ocean and is now just desert sands. A place that I wended my way through these massive hulking carcasses of old fishing boats. And we spoke to fishermen who explained to us that during their lifetime, this incredibly important water resource has gone from a beautiful, amazing inland ocean that they could sail across and fish in to desert sands. There is nothing living there.
And not only has this meant that this amazing thing has dried up, but so too has the economy and the community living on its banks and relying on it. I'm telling you all of this because it's not the only place where we have a water problem. I saw the same thing just over the last couple of weeks. Most of you flew down to COP, you came in cars, you came in vehicles, we came by foot. I ran from Amman down through Jordan. We came across the Yarmouk River, down the Jordan River, past the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea is shrinking, just the same as we saw in the Aral Sea. The rivers are being used for agriculture by Israel, by Syria, and by Jordan. We need transboundary collaboration. We need communities to recognize that we have one source, even though we are many people. And we need to recognize that the solution isn't just one. In water, there is no magic bullet. It's going to require all of us to put our heads together and to have conversations about how we can manage this incredibly important resource, whether we're in the Nile Basin, which I ran down a couple of years ago, whether we're in Central Asia, or whether, in fact, we're in this region that we're in right now. So when you asked me, Thomas, can I give examples? The first thing I think is the disaster I see in my eyes, the problems that these communities are suffering from, the fact that we haven't got it right. And to be honest with you, you saw my face. I am in despair because I don't know how long it's going to take us to start listening to the science, to start listening to the scientists, and to start listening to the communities that are living this every day and seeing the impacts not only of climate change, but poor water management, poor agricultural practices, and frankly, blindness to the water challenges that we're facing. But the truth is that at some point we need a baseline. We need a bottom shelf or a bottom rung of the ladder that we're going to climb if we're actually going to climb that ladder. And with transboundary collaborations, at least we have a baseline. In my home country of Australia, where we have the Murray-Darling River Basin, it's a transboundary collaboration, not between nation states, but between states. We've got it wrong. The baselines that we've set are wrong. There are lots of issues with and challenges with managing the river, but at least we have a mechanism for people to come together. I don't think it's a success story in many ways because the outcome so far has not been successful. But the fact is we have a successful mechanism that allows us to have those dialogues. The same thing in the Yarmouk, the Jordan and the Dead Sea area where we have a river basin management plan between Israel and Jordan. Again, the outcome is not successful. But the fact is, at least we have a starting point. And the same thing goes for many, many other basins around the world, including in Central Asia, where there is increasing levels of conversation about these rivers and regions and basins. So can I come up with something that's successful? If I measure on the basis of the outcomes that I see, no. But if I measure on the basis of the mechanism that we've put in place to potentially drive a successful outcome, I'm confident that we can find ways to do that, but it requires a starting point, it requires a first rung on the ladder, and it requires us to be committed not only to that first step, but to the ultimate step, which is protecting these incredibly important resources for future generations.
Thank you, Mina. It's impossible to avoid how hard it is to listen to those reflections you have and the experience you have. If I bring this on and say that, and ask you, Ruth, and you, Hassan, based on what you just said and what Mina tells, and on your different experiences, how can we strengthen collaboration so we get the mechanism to work when it comes to upstream and downstream effects of the source to sea aspect? Please, Ruth.
Well, first of all, I just want to agree with you that a starting point is to have a mechanism, to have a way to bring people together and to have conversations. And this is one of the things that we do with the source to sea approach, where we bring the various stakeholders, the various sectors together, and we provide an opportunity to create a shared knowledge base. So we have that bottom rung of what is it in terms of the biophysical system, the social system, and the governance system that we are living within? And how can we look at those elements to unpack what needs to happen for us to get to that long-term future that we would like to have? So it's very much a visioning process based on a foundation of knowledge and that shared knowledge. And I think that's one of the things that I've found as a water resources professional over the years is there can be decades of arguments about the facts. But what we really aim to do is to base it on the local understanding, because it's at the local level that you can really capture what the context is. And then you can build from that without having to have very complicated models to get the exact figures. So I think these elements of creating a venue, an opportunity for coming together and a discussion and a conversation, building that shared knowledge from the bottom up, from the local up to the more government levels, let's say, and then using that process to say, how do we, all of us together, what is the future we want to have? And we all have a stake in that future. Initially, they are different stakes, but we all have a stake in the future. We want to be in the future. We want our children to have a future. And so how can we come together to find that path that enables all of us to have that future and do it together? There is no one party that, like you said, is a silver bullet. There's no one party that can do this. These source to sea challenges must be done collectively and with collaboration across all of the stakeholders.
Thank you, Ruth. And asking you, Dr. Hassan, since we now are on this theme, and you have experience from programs activities along and connected to the Nile. Do you have any recommendations for us and the audience and other countries what needs to happen to strengthen water security and climate resilience?
Yeah, I think the recommendation that I have is we try to listen to the local people. We try to find socially driven approaches, bottom-up approaches rather than top-down. We benefited a lot from the local knowledge and the local people. And I think they provided us with a solution that we would never find out. So building on their knowledge, experiences, I think will help us a lot in finding out-of-the-box solutions for the problems that we've got.
Thank you. And I would like to do something different. I would like you in the panel to ask each other a question. So if you, Dr. Hassan, would like to ask Ruth a question, what would that question be?
Difficult question for me.
Yeah, you can have a question to Ruth.
My question is, because you come from SIWI, what are the future plans of SIWI to help in solving the different problems that we've got in the water sector and the climate problems? What are your future plans? I hope it's not very difficult.
Thank you for the question. And I guess I'll start maybe with a part of SIWI. And so in my introduction, you heard that I'm the coordinator for the Action Platform for Source to Sea Management. So one of the things that we do is we host this platform that brings together different organizations that share our commitment that the holistic management of land, freshwater, coastal, and marine ecosystems is necessary for us to solve the water issues and to solve many other issues because of how water flows through all of the different parts of our life. And through the platform, what we do is we bring together the organizations. We have many ways to share our knowledge with each other. So there's peer-to-peer learning. We work on developing the evidence base and growing our understanding of the ways that source-to-sea management are beneficial. Why do we need them? What are the linkages between these ecosystems, social systems, economic systems? How do benefits move up and downstream? And how can we engage people, governments, private sector, NGOs, indigenous, everyone to contribute to taking action that comes towards this goal of source-to-sea management. So that's a portion of seaweed.
That was very compromised. Thank you, Ruth. And your question to Mina, what would that be?
So I totally understand your despair, and I live in that despair too often. I have been in this business for a very long time, and it's hard to not see the lack of progress. But I also believe in people, and I believe in the desire in all of us for a good future. So I'm wondering if there's one particular person, one particular story that comes to your mind that gives you hope.
Okay. So the first thing is hope is not a strategy. So I don't believe in hope. I believe in having confidence. And the truth is, I have no confidence right now. Here we are in one of the most important sessions in the entire COP. Right? We are talking about protecting the arteries, the veins of our planet, which is shared between multiple competing countries, organizations, companies in these river basins, where communities depend on our action today in order to live for tomorrow, where the children of today depend on us making the right decisions, implementing nature-based solutions, figuring out how to come together, and doing so much more than just talking, but actually figuring out how we can act together to solve this shared problem. For the last 10 days here at COP, we've been talking. We need to move from talk to action, because tomorrow I go back out there and I start running again. I live in my tent. I speak to these people all day, every day. I fetch water with them. I sit down and have cups of tea with them for those that have water to even make a cup of tea. This is reality on the ground for billions and billions of people on this planet. They are out there and they can't make those changes. You know what they tell me? We have done everything. All we have left now is to pray to our God. We are here in this room and we have the power to make the change that is needed to help those people out on the ground. And yet we sit and we talk about the need for more knowledge and more sharing and more information and more opportunities to come together. Sorry, but enough. Enough. We need to act. We need to act outside our silos. We need to act by bringing people in from the mining sector, from the corporate sector, from the government sector, and from the community sector, because the people on the ground, they do have ideas. Because the people in the boardrooms, they do have ideas. Because the people in the corridors around here, they do have ideas. We need to bring people together and we need to figure out how on earth we are going to solve this problem. Because this problem, first, it's not going away. I've seen the glaciers melting. Climate change is real and it's impacting our water and it's impacting our people. Second, we have no time to waste. This issue is real, it's urgent, and it's affecting lives, communities, and economies around the world. We must act and we must do it now. There is no failure. Failure is not an option here. This problem is way too big and way too many people are depending on us. So please, if there's one thing you think about when you walk away from this event, from this COP, it is, what can I do to commit? We have an opportunity in 2023 in March. What can I do? What can my organization do? because I don't mind what you run in your lives, your household, your company, or your daily decisions. What I want is you run it blue. You put your water front of mind, because it's only when we do that that we will completely shift the mindset and we will truly figure out how we can solve this problem.
Thank you, Mina. Thank you. Yeah, it's worth an applaud. And I don't think I will give you a question because you just put a request on all of us. And thank you for doing that. I think it's impressive what you're doing. It's so important. And please keep on running. And I don't know where you will find your strength, but please do. And finally, we have a few minutes left, and that are aimed for you who are here in the audience. When listening to all these various expertise and engagements that we have on the panel here, what kind of a question have arisen in your minds while listening in here, and what would you like to ask the panel? Please. Here we have a question. I think I will have to do like this. Yeah.
Hi, so my name is Claire Seaward. I work for WaterAid, which looks at how do we get water and sanitation to the people on the ground and the poorest. My question is, there's such a clear call for action, collective action coming from all of you. What do you think is the thing that's stopping people coming together? Like, what is the barrier that we need to overcome if we're going to get that collaboration?
Thank you. Who wants to pick up on that?
Yeah, I'll jump into that one because it's something that I kind of gets me going. So what I see is that there's a comfort zone that we like to live in. I think the reason that we have very siloed approaches to governance and to finance and to decision making is because we like to stay in what we know. And it's very uncomfortable to spread out from that place. And what we see is that we really need to take the steps towards behavior change, and that behavior change takes courage. What we had an example working in Vietnam, where we were trying to bring multiple sectors together to plan an environmental strategy together, and there was tremendous resistance to it because I'm busy, I don't know how to do it, it's uncomfortable, it's not familiar, it's not the way. So I think a lot of it is that we as human beings need to learn new pathways and trust that others can help support us on our path.
Thank you, Ruth. And we have another question. Please, your name and where you're from.
Hi.
Yeah, there we go.
Sorry. My name is Niharika. I'm from Wetlands International.
Marshland International.
Maybe Wetlands International, yeah.
Wetlands.
My question is to Dr. Mohammed, and I liked how you said about the community knowledge and then the engineering aspect and the nature-based solutions meets sort of man-made solutions. And I was just wondering what that solution actually was, what helped the flooding, etc.
I was expecting this question actually, and I had actually a presentation, but there was no time. And this solution was the local people. They surround their houses and the lands with rows of reeds, and the sand that is blown by the wind, when it hits those reeds, it forms like small dune. So they have like small dune around the lands, around their houses, and then when the water comes, this small dune stops the water from actually flooding the lands and their properties. So it was such a simple, brilliant solution to stop that. And mixing this with the engineering design, we reached something which is very low cost and efficient and effective. This was the solution. I have so many other slides I can show to you, but I expected this question. Thank you very much.
You will have some time after, so catch him. So I think that's a very good example on how we need to listen to the people who live where this happens, and listen in and take in the cultural knowledge. Mina, it looks like you were saying something.
Yeah, I just wanted to say two things. This example, for those of you that don't know it, you should have a look, even just look at the pictures of this example, is transformative. The second is just to comment on what is the barrier to collective action. I can tell you really simply, vested interests. The only way to solve this is to get people to the table to understand that in order to protect their own vested interest, they need to protect the basin as a whole, because the vested interest then becomes a common interest. But until we can move that shift, we can get that shift to happen in recognition, and you see it in people's eyes when they have that aha moment. I can't get what I want if we don't get what we want. And in order for us to shift that, that is not easy, right? But the truth is, as I said, as many people have said to me today, what you're doing is amazing. And I said, it's really hard. But I hope that I am an example that we can do hard things, whether it's shifting those vested interests, whether it's getting people to understand that these are common problems that need common solutions. We can figure this out. We just need to be prepared to do it. And to be prepared to do it, we need to acknowledge as a water sector that we also have a problem. We also have vested interests. We also have silos. And we also need to lead by example by breaking those silos, coming to the table and recognizing that water is for the common good and it needs common action to solve it.
Okay, I was about to summarize this, and I don't know where to start, to be honest, because it's very gripping, and I feel very hearty about it. I must admit that, but I will try to. I've written down some of what you've said here, and I think I will start with what you just said, Mina. I said break the silos, look into how to make the vested interests become a collective interest where the vested interests are secured and taken within account. So if that is a good summary. The process, it needs to be, there is a system, we have a methodology, we need to bring this into human and social approaches and work for safety, protection, and to create those climate resilient livelihoods. If it's so, it's sand from the desert. Use those solutions. And as you were saying, Ruth, the dependencies between the ecosystem, the social systems, and the economic system, we need to have those perspectives, but we need to break those down into the common interest with the vested interest that's part of it. I hope that wraps it up. And thank you for being here, and thank you for telling us and letting you know, sharing your experience and your insights and your stories. So please, thank you. And let's go to action.
about Vera and colleagues, I have in the key speak, can you hear me first of all? Can you hear me? Vera?
Yes, no.
Colleagues.
No,
Okay, Patrick. Okay, Patrick. Glad
Patrick,
that
I'm
you can.
Patrick. Okay,
Nice to meet.
welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick. Patrick, I don't have the bio. Like I have a small introduction about Vera, but I don't have something about you. I don't have about Yasmin. So I know you are FWP. So if you send me a couple of lines like who are you, just a small one, and then I need the rest. I don't know. I don't have anything. So it's like
Yes.
Vera asked me today, and I'm happy to, but I was like editing it, and I don't have information.
I'm give you
Every-
just right now my plan. Okay.
Fantastic. And then I need the Yasmin,
Yeah.
Chris, Mike.
Okay.
Thank you. Hopefully, yes. Hopefully it will work good.
I've joined from.
Just to check if the audio is working. Can you hear me?
Non, c'est pas toi. Ok. Ton téléphone est.
Amani, can you hear me?
Yes, Vera, I can hear you.
And I can hear you also very loud and clearly. Thank you.
Fantastic. Can you send me the background, Vera?
Hi. Yes, let's see if I can. I will try. And Patrick, bienvenue. Welcome.
For Patrick Croquant, did you receive the document?
I'm trying to open it. It doesn't open. Now it's open. Okay.
It is the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Yes, it should have been. I uploaded it yesterday into the system, so I hope that they will put it on from there.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Patrick, can you pronounce for me the city mayor of Montserrat?
Okay. Monsignori Tonnegrande.
Tony Grande.
Yes.
Montserrat.
Donc French Guyana.
Montserrat Tony Grande.
French Guyana, Monsignori Tonnegrande. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Montserrat Tony Grande,
Montserrat.
president of the Water Biodiversity Community of the French Guyana and administrator of the French Office of Biodiversity.
Background on its way. I'm not sure if the people who are present are seeing us, if they are already there, because we're supposed to connect 15 minutes in advance. It would be great to know if people are already there.
We don't have any news from the organizer. We just had on behalf of Patrick a message about the sharing PPT, that they hope that they can share everything. They explained me that in Egypt the connection is a little bit noisy sometimes, so it's just the information that we have right now.
On verra. Let's see.
put it online?
Yeah, but just talk to her.
Okay. Almani, can you hear me?
Okay.
Amana, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Perfect. we can't see you yet, but at least we can hear you.
Okay. So should I start now?
You sound good. So
Okay.
I think you can go ahead. So I will go back to my backup role.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you today to the event, Nature-Based Solution for a Freshwater Ecosystem Restoration and Climate Resilience, that is taking place under TD7, Water for Biodiversity and Nature-Based Solution. Freshwater ecosystem, including all inland water bodies, such as river, lakes, and wetland, provide a range of ecosystem services for living aquatic resources, providing an important services to communities worldwide, from food and water to recreation, livelihoods, and carbon sequestration. Due to their ability to capture and store carbon and enhance resilience, freshwater ecosystems are essential for climate adaptation and mitigation. Yet, these ecosystems are being degraded more rapidly than others. This session will focus on freshwater ecosystem restoration using nature-based solutions to adapt and mitigate climate change, providing examples from different parts of the world and discussing a policy and investment priority to enable the restoration of a freshwater ecosystem. Using nature-based solution will provide solutions that will be both environmentally and socially sustainable, especially when the restoration efforts are based on local people knowledge, experience, and tradition that are preserved and promoted. As part of the UN decades on ecosystem restoration, this event will bring together existing work on a freshwater ecosystem restoration and monitoring. Presentation and discussion will catalyze support for freshwater systems as an essential focus of the UN decades on ecosystem restoration. Allow me to invite the speakers and panel and open the panel discussion that will focus on the following question. First, how can ecosystem restoration using nature-based solution approaches incorporate the freshwater ecosystem and bring multiple benefits for people and nature? The second, what are the next steps for enhancing freshwater ecosystem restoration within the UN decades? So let me introduce our first speaker, Vera Berger, who is a senior land and water officer at FAO, who also co-lead the task force on best practices under the UN decades on ecosystem restoration. Vera will provide an introduction on effective ecosystem restoration through the UN decades on ecosystem restoration and beyond. Please, Vera.
Thank you, Amani. I'm not sure if everybody can see my screen, which I'm sharing. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Yes, good morning, good afternoon to everybody. It's a great honor and pleasure to be with you to start this today on this important event. My introduction will be mainly introducing you into the UN decade on ecosystem restoration, 2021-2030. So there we go. The growing demand for food, energy, housing, industrial infrastructure is placing enormous pressure on land, soil, and water resources. And a rapid escalating competition between demand for land functions that provide food, water, and energy, and those services that support and regulate all life cycles on Earth. The drivers of demand for land and water resources are complex and impact around 3.2 billion people worldwide. FAO estimates that in 2050, about 50% more food, feed, and biofuel will need to be produced than it did in 2012 to satisfy the global demand for food. And recognize that action is needed to redirect the focus into land where 95% of food is produced for the world. So the increasing tensions between the need to increase food and energy production and continuing declines in biodiversity and ecosystems are visible. And agriculture plays an important role in alleviating these pressures and contributing positively to climate and development goals. And nature-based solutions like sustainable land and water management practices can lead to direct improvements in the state of land, soil, and water and generate ecosystem benefits as well as reduce emissions from land. So what is FAO doing? FAO supports countries to achieve several SDGs, mainly the SDG 2 on achieving food security, but also as SDG 6 on water, 15 on land, on climate change as well, 13 and different others. Also one to alleviate poverty and also to preserve the ecological integrity of natural resources and natural ecosystems. So this intervention should promote nature-based solutions, including large-scale ecosystem restorations through inclusion and innovation, while acknowledging the limitations imposed by prevailing socioeconomic conditions, as well as recognizing the richness of traditional cultivation techniques. Here it's SDG 6.4 as we're looking into fresh water is extremely important, also 6.4, but 6.3, which that is a target to implement integrated water resource management at all levels, including through transboundary cooperation as appropriate. We heard about that in the sessions before. And it's related to water-related ecosystems, including wetlands, forests, mountains, etc. So ecosystem restoration benefits all across the Agenda 2030. I'm not going into details, but well-designed restoration of forests, wetlands, agriculture, land, coasts, and oceans can provide a benefit to all 17 Sustainable Development Goals, especially those on water and food security to human health. And upscaling and replicating existing restoration projects in oceans, forests, and different ecosystems is extremely important. And FAO has the technical capacity to support these best practices and the monitoring of this movement on ecosystem restoration. So not to repeat, it's ecosystem restoration is important for the natural resources, including land, soil, and life on Earth, where food is produced, and also especially on water, on fresh water, and sustainable land and water management is a cost-effective nature-based solution to restore the ecosystems. So based on all this importance of ecosystems, in 2019, the UN Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution to declare the decade on ecosystem restoration, 2021-2030, and in 2020, the strategy and visual identity after long consultation were released, and the decade was officially launched during the UN Environment Day on 5th of June 2021. And FAO and UNEP have been asked to be the lead agencies in implementing the decade. So the vision of the decade is a world where for health and well-being of all life on Earth and for future generations, the relationship between humans and nature has been restored, and where the area of healthy ecosystems is increasing and where ecosystems loss, fragmentation, and degradation have been ended. So recognizing the different barriers to the decade as political will, the legal system, public awareness, scientific research, finance, and technical capacity. So there has been also an action plan which has been developed and released in August 2020. All this can be found at the webpage of the decade. So the action plan sets out the different areas for collective work and how to proceed for the decade is going to proceed. There is a governance structure with a strategic group. There are 5 task forces. There's an advisory board, and there are many partners who are contributing to the decade. When we look into the task forces, there are 5 task forces which are operational. The 2 ones led by FAO, the task force on best practices, where I'm co-leading, and the one on monitoring. There is also a task force on science led by IUCN, one on finance led by the World Bank, and one on youth, which is led by different youth groups. And there was also discussion on one on indigenous people, which is still not operational. So when looking into the task force of best practices, basically the main achievement has been to do a global capacity needs assessment. And based on that, there will be a capacity needs plan. There also had an important step in order to start ecosystem restoration. We thought that it was important to understand what ecosystem restoration means and to develop principles for ecosystem restoration. This was a process which took several months and has been released last year, the principles for ecosystem restoration. And this is the base for the whole work of the decade. And there was also, we've also developed a framework for the dissemination of the good practices. Many good practices exist already, and we need to see how we share those and how we develop a framework so that all the best practices, not only the ones developed in the decade, will be shared. So there are different ongoing efforts. There's also monitoring task force, which developed a framework for ecosystem restoration monitoring, which is a tool to monitor the implementation of ecosystem restoration. So there are already many countries who have pledged for restoring more than 1 billion hectares by 2030, linked to different the Bonn Challenge and the Rio Conventions, but this is not enough. So more action is needed, and for that we have developed, there has been a call for nominating world restoration flagships. There have been lots of flagships requests sent in. Also, a multi-partner trust fund has been created in order to implement the decade. So the main partners for this are right now Germany and Denmark, who have been putting funds into this task force, a multi-partner trust fund, sorry, to implement the decade, which has 3 major outcomes. One is to promote the global movement, looking much more on communication and this movement, the communication between the different partners, to catalyze investment, resulting in restoration actions on the ground, and through the flagship initiatives, and through monitoring and reporting of the biophysical and socioeconomic elements and the implementation of the decade. So this very quickly was to give you an overview of what the decade is and what we've been doing. It was a bit quick, but we have limited time, so thank you very much. And I pass over to Amani. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vera, and thank you for your insight as you highlighted the importance of dealing with the ecosystem as a one system and not to prioritize one element versus another, and the huge effort that the ecosystem restoration are doing now and the monitoring tool. Now we move to the next speaker, which is our next speaker is the mayor of the municipality of Montseri, Tonnegrande, Mr. Patrick Lecante, who is a president of the Water Biodiversity Committee of the French Guiana and administration of the French Office of Biodiversity. Patrick will provide us an insight on the use of nature-based solution for managing watersheds. And forgive me if I pronounce the municipality wrongly. Please, Mr. Patrick.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Can you see my screen? You see my screen?
We can. Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay.
Please.
Okay. So, dear all colleagues and friends, first I would like to thank the French Water Partnership for the kind invitation to this side event. This is a great opportunity to introduce the reality and particularities of my homeland, French Guiana. I am also very interested in the other presentation made today in order to fit each other and take the opportunity to share experiences and in lessons learned. Next. In a nutshell, I thought it important to give you some key elements about the Guianese territory. French Guiana is at the same time a European territory in Latin America and part of the Guiana Shield and the Amazonian biome, with its remarkable biodiversity, environment and surface, and other soil. We are officially nearly 300,000 people. We are a remarkable diversity of cultures and human heritage. But exponential demography, including in isolated areas, creates real challenges in accessing basic essential services. Next. The subject of our session today is nature-based solution for freshwater ecosystem, restoration and climate resilience. I must mention that the objective is more to conserve than restore ecosystems. This is our real particularity. To give one key figure, we recently accessed the statute of water resources for basin planning. According to our master plan for water management published this year, 77% of our water bodies are in a good or very good ecological status, according to criteria of the European Water Framework Directive. These Guianese freshwaters are part of Amazonian ecosystem, playing a key role for mitigation of climate change. They are now facing three main challenges at the same time. There is lack of access to essential services in isolated areas. Development is generating new economic activities. We need to supply this process with reducing pressures on our resources. For instance, like into illegal gold mining. The third one is climate change, and the consequences are strong challenges, especially extreme events, especially floods. This reality addresses the vulnerability and resilience of our societies. We are water people. Rivers are designing our way of life, our transport, our organization, and our territory. We rely on water. Now we need to face all these challenges with the water and not against her. Then when talking about nature-based solution, here comes the key question: how to conserve these exceptional ecosystems, accompanying demographic and socio-economic development, and adapting to climate change. Next. As I said, French Guiana, and especially my rural commune of Montigny-Tonnet-Grande, is facing a real dynamic demography with a young and increasing population with both natality and immigration. We need to develop a relevant spatial planning that will enhance access to essential needs to this population. We also work in collaboration with other communes of the area and an alliance of communes. In Amazonian context, and this is maybe the most interesting part of this example, ecosystem services are the engine and this harmonized process instead of being the variable. They are true assets to the development based on the existing landscape. It is also a way to respect and integrate local and autochthonous traditions. For instance, hydraulic continuities and rainwater management are designed according to the current natural flows of water and benefiting from wetlands. Apart from installing housing in the most resilient areas. This project actually reduces both investment and risk. Next. Other example, since 2010, we initiated the culture of oysters in my rural commune. In our point of view, it is definitively a nature-based solution. Conserving the mangrove means better protection against flooding. This is a nature which provides an adapted solution. Conserving the mangrove means protecting blue carbon sinks of priority importance. This is nature which provide a mitigation solution. In another hand, the mangrove provides solution to an economic valuation of biodiversity, a sustainable development issue, and an opportunity to promote cultural heritage. We found a way, a driver to this conservation, cultivate the oysters of mangrove. Next. Finally, I think that local results are nothing without the opportunity of sharing and upscaling. In the case of French Guiana, we are sharing two transboundary basins with our neighbors, the Maroni with Suriname and the Oyapock with the Brazilian state of Amapá. Issues are common and solutions will be built together. There is now a project called Bioplateau, financed by the European Union and coordinated by OIO. This will be a tool to support public decision, to use knowledge as a leverage for the future, to better identify existing issues and solutions together. Concretely, this project has helped us to know each other better, to know better water resources, to make know the challenges and expectancies. Apart from this daily concrete activity, until 2025, the project will suggest the creation of a new institution, a transboundary observatory with adapted governance, knowledge management, and planning. Faced to the climate change and the rarefaction of the water resources, the Guyana Shield can offer a resilience model thanks to the freshwater bodies preservation for which we are responsible. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Patrick. That was very, very insightful to see action on the ground, really application on the ground and managing not in only watershed, but a transboundary river, bringing community together instead of from conflict to cooperation through nature-based solution. That was very insightful. So now the next speakers or the next presentation will be a shared presentation between two speakers, Dr. Yasmin Abdel Maqsood, who is a senior technical manager at the American University in Cairo for the Center of Applied Research on the Environmental and Sustainability. She is an environment expert with more than 2 decades of experience in the field of environment management system, sustainability, water and wastewater treatment, solid waste management, and the climate change. And the other speaker who will be joining Dr. Yasmin is Samita Ghosh from the WWF in India, who is a climate change expert with a background in climate change research, implementation, on policy design and advisory across wide range sectors, including agriculture, forestry, water management, and infrastructure. and focusing on the conceptualization and implementation of adaptation of NBS project at various levels, including focuses on community-based and participatory approach to policy design in India and South Asia region. The presentation will be about NBS success story, building community resilience to climate change. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Amani, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, today we are going to present two projects, NBS projects, one in Egypt and one in India. I will start with the project in Egypt. It's called Developing a Participatory Mangrove Ecosystem Restoration Model as a Nature-Based Solution to Climate Change, MERS. This project is being implemented by the Center of Applied Research in Environment and Sustainability in the IUCN, and it's a 5-year project. It's funded by HSBC. Okay, what our objectives or goals? We need to restore and rehabilitate the mangrove ecosystem in Egypt with enhancing the environmental, social, and economic resilience of the local communities around the mangrove areas. Mangrove has 2 species of the 114 species that are mangrove around the world. We have Avicennia marina and Rhizophora macronata. We only have 512 hectares, which are able to sequester to 23.7 gigagram of carbon. There's a lot of direct uses around mangrove, maybe forest products, recreation, education, landscape, and fish and shellfish resources. Still, in Egypt, the value of mangrove is not exploited yet. There's also the indirect use pertaining to carbon sequestration, biodiversity protection, conservation, and coastal protection. Okay, in MERS, we have 5 pillars for the activities. The first one is the mangroves plantation. We aim to have 10,000 mangrove tree planted every year. We start with the seeds plantation in our nurseries in order to have a high rate of success in the planting afterwards. Then we have the seedlings transplantation on the sites. We have 2 sites we plant in, one in Safaga and the other one in Marsa Alam. Both are on the Red Sea coasts. We have planted so far about 10,000 plants. The second pillar is the climate smart agri hub, and in this agri hub we have 3 activities. The first one is trainings. We embed the mangrove studies in our courses that are taught for the Master of Sustainability students. We also have webinars for all the which are public to any researcher or any stakeholder interested in the mangroves. And we do research in our facilities in New Cairo on experiments, their growth factors, what affects their growth or cause their degradation. The fourth pillar is the community awareness. Our project is a 5-year project. After it finishes, the public, the local community who will be the one carrying on the reservation and the rehabilitation process. So we needed to raise their awareness about the mangrove's importance. The fifth pillar is eco-businesses. We wanted to have 2 models for eco-businesses around the mangrove. We started designing and implementing the first one, which will be based on bird watching, mangrove boat tours, and community tent. And the fifth one will be the GIS platform. We are making a mangrove map for mangroves in Egypt. We have mangroves in 14 areas in Egypt. We are having a GIS platform for them, having the spatial and time effect of on the mangroves. Okay. as we are implementing our NBS project and we are trying to develop other NBS projects, we are faced with some challenges. I'm going to share it with you because it might be common to others as well. One of them is the definition. NBS is a relatively new concept. IUCN has the core value for NBS project is biodiversity conservation. However, the European Commission has the 3 pillars for sustainable development as the core of the NBS projects. I see that adopting a wider concept of conscious use of nature, whether it's action inspired by or supported by or copied from the nature, will give us a very broad innovative solutions and new approaches for nature-based solutions. A second challenge we face is the cost effectiveness of the project. NBS projects have monetary and non-monetary values. The economic benefits that come from carbon sequestration or water and food security or recreation space are underestimated. So this high uncertainty of the cost effectiveness of the project make the choice when the governorates or the municipalities are choosing, they will go for a conventional solution that they can have a clear, rigid cost benefit around it. What is needed? A framework for full accounting of multifunctionality of NBS that account for non-market use values. The fourth is the monitoring and evaluation. Actually, NBS projects are long-term projects involving dynamic and complex social ecological systems. Through the lifetime, maybe maladaptation can occur, maybe unexpected outcomes. What is needed is a framework or a guideline for monitoring and evaluating that fit to different types and different project scales. The last one I'm talking about is the limited finance that NBS projects receive. 1% of climate finance goes to coastal protection, infrastructure, and disaster risk management. This includes the NBS project. Mostly the NBS projects are public funds or philanthropic funds. What is needed to have private sector investments, we need to have bankable and nature-based solutions. Now it's time for Sambita to tell us about the project in India. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sambita, and I'll quickly go through and continue from where Yasmin left off on how we are approaching HB solutions for ecosystem restoration and climate resilience. So I have 2 interesting case studies for you. It's not working. Yeah, and it beautifully demonstrates how nature-based solutions can contribute to climate resilience across various ranges of ecosystems. So the first case study is, of course, from Sundarbans, which is a mangrove deltaic region and is constantly and consistently ravaged by storms and cyclones year on year, with 3 cyclones affecting it in the past 1 year itself. One of them was a super cyclone. And secondly is Karnataka, which is the city we're looking at is Bangalore, which is an urban center and is called the Silicon Valley of India and is seeing recurrent floods in recent times. Why we've selected is because wetlands, of course, mangroves, destruction of mangrove annually can lead up to 240 million tons of carbon sequestration carbon emissions. And from wetlands, we can account for at least 300 million tons of carbon loss, CO2 loss. So what happens is it establishes a beautiful link between people and nature, and it has a very high potential to build both mitigation and adaptation capacity within these systems and look at co-benefits rather than just simply adaptation or mitigation benefits. So this is how we approach it and create an urban and rural connect through agriculture and water resources. So to quickly take you through how we approach it is, of course, there are several stages to it and the design of it. It's that we look at not only a package of practices, we look at how we are going to implement in what areas are we going to implement, which interventions are going to be implemented, and what mangrove species and seedlings are going to be planted. But also looking at what are the existing capacities within the institutions that are working on it, what is the capacity of practitioners, how can we build on it, how can we build on partnerships, how can we build on village level and district and state level governance institutions, which can take the work forward beyond the implementation phase of the project. And then looking at shorter and longer term goals which build on it, which look at not only creating an NBS portfolio that is customized to the region, but also looking at empowerment of vulnerable groups like women, and looking at supporting livelihoods which are dependent on climate and improving their resilience, and looking at building a community of informed individuals and decision makers who can contribute to their own resilience in the future. And also looking at, restore ecosystems in the future. And longer term goals, which will look at empowered institutions, carbon sequestered within wetlands and mangroves, and climate resilient villages, and urban water management plans, etc., which lead more to, adaptation as well as mitigation benefits. So in the first case study, we look
Can I
at...
ask you kindly to slow down, because I have a comment from audience that you are pretty fast for them. So please, thank you. I'm sorry for interruption.
Sure, thank you. So I'll try to be slow. For the Sundarbans case study, we look at the figure on the left is where we look at the bottommost part, which is the coastal area, and has a massive mangrove belt. Part of it is the Sundarbans Biosphere Reserve. So this looks at how we're approaching the different case studies here. So this is a complex region because we need to look at not only how we restore the mangrove belt, but also what are the impacts that is facing from climate impacts, for example, recurrent storms and cyclones. So we look at how we can innovate practices and restoration efforts in the form of implementing pilots such as terracotta rings, which can act as silt traps and help a mangrove seedling that is developing and kind of support its growth in the initial phases so that it doesn't get washed away through the waves, and also supporting livelihood interventions, because the majority of the population here is based on agriculture and fisheries. So looking at how we can improve integrated and include interventions based on integrated mangrove fisheries, integrated agriculture, climate resilient agriculture, so that their livelihoods are supported and the communities see a benefit from the project as a whole. And also looking at how we can bring in conservation partnerships so that we can build those partnerships within the communities where they see a benefit in protecting the mangroves and understanding how nature is benefiting them in the short as well as the longer term. For the figure on the right side is again the Arkavati River Basin, which flows through the Bangalore city, and it's a network of wetlands with the river. So we are focusing on working on the river restoration and connectivity, as well as looking at how we can restore the different wetlands within the network. So of course, it includes interventions like desilting, de-weeding, improving connectivity, but also it looks at how we can educate the stakeholders, how we can build partnerships and create policies which kind of have, lead to development of urban water management plans in the future. So to give a quick understanding of why this is important in this area is that there has been 77 decline in wetlands and an increased in intensity and frequency of short duration, high intensity precipitation events, which leads to urban flooding. And there has been rapid urbanization in the past 40 years to the tune of 50%, which is all unplanned. So the strategies include, of course, the rejuvenation of the network of wetlands, but also looking at how we can introduce sustainable consumption, which requires the wise use of the wetland and the water resources, and looking at developing water security plans and improving flood resilience as a whole, so that the network of wetlands act as sponges to draw up excess water from the floods and improve biodiversity and overall river health in the area. So the impacts that we focus on are a restoration of the entire 35 kilometers of the river Arkavati, and also looking to integrate NBS into urban plans and policies. And creating a network of over 200,000 community helpers who participate in the restoration of the wetlands, whose capacities are built on how they can contribute to and measure groundwater levels and see how they can improve their own wetlands in the future. So while this is an early stage for a project, it's still ongoing, but we have a few early successes, and we have been able to mainstream, especially in the Sundarbans, looking at one of the largest social protection schemes in the world, which is the National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. And it has taken up the pilot that we included on terracotta rings and scaling it up across all the areas in Sundarbans. And also we've been able to see how we can influence policy through a governance through policy advocacy by influencing the municipal corporation in Bangalore to give up the governance of a crucial wetland called Madiwala to the forest department, because the right resources need to be governed by the right bodies, and creating knowledge and disseminating with and creating 600 water schools for capacity building of governments and for school children. And of course, we're working with public as well as private partners to scale up these interventions, because the aim is to not only look at a successful project, but also leaving a legacy where the project interventions are taken up beyond the lifetime of the project to build resilience and to integrate into larger schemes and policies which can further propagate and build resilience over time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sambita and Yasmin, and thank you for emphasizing the need for a multidisciplinary approach to assure the success of nature-based solutions, and emphasizing that the nature-based solution is a cost-effective solution that requires a long time, but need more focus for investment. So we need more private sector engagement. And two examples, one from the forestation or reforestation using mangrove or constructing wetland as nature-based solution actions which regulate water. So allow me now to introduce our next speaker, who is Mr. Chris Baker. And Chris Baker is the head of Wetland International. And he is experienced with the 3 years, he had an experience of 3 years, decades in wetland management, restoration and conservation across landscape in Africa, Europe and Latin America. Also, he played a major role in facilitating and developing of a strategy programs of a projects that help safeguard iconic freshwater wetlands. So please, Chris.
Hey, thanks very much for the introduction. Without further ado, I'll make a start. My name is Chris. I work for Wetlands International. I want to talk to you a little bit today about the importance of wetlands as nature-based solutions and ways to try and bring them from the paper into being. Climate change is happening, of course. I think many of us would recognize that, otherwise not here. We're seeing floods and droughts across Europe and parts of Africa, which are entirely attributable to climate change, and which really point the way to needing to build back greater resilience in the landscape. Wetlands are nature-based solutions in many, many ways. I've seen many discussions about what they are, definitions, but they are large-scale nature-based solutions that really help to improve water resilience for society as a whole and help us to combat the effects of climate change, as well as helping to mitigate some of the rate of change. They are great big carbon stores, if you like. This is the Central Kalimantan peatland in Indonesia, stores huge amounts of carbon. Wetlands have the highest unit area of carbon of any ecosystem around the world. They're hugely important for storage and sequestering carbon. They're hugely important for sustaining people's livelihoods and for supporting them in other ways, such as water regulation, protecting them from floods and droughts. They support in areas such as the Sahel. They support the livelihoods of many millions of people, keeping them from poverty, but also providing them as a support in times of drought or flood. And biodiversity, of course, which is what mostly people will think of when you speak about wetlands. Again, per unit area, they have the most biodiversity of practically any type of ecosystem in the world. So the case to keep them in the landscape as a means to try and safeguard against climate change is fairly easily made. But how you do this is largely a question of scale. Often you'll hear wetlands spoken about in nature-based solutions at small scale, local community solutions, but they're systems. One of the most challenging thing about restoring and safeguarding wetlands is this very fact. They're connected. They are connected to river flows upstream right the way down through some of the biggest rivers in our world, but they're also connected to local scale water use by people at a very sort of down to the village scale even. So they're super complex things. And if we're going to really work out how to safeguard and restore them as part of climate resilience, you need to think, act, and work together if we're going to design and implement good wetland nature-based solutions. And that, when you take into account all the different types of actors, all the different sectors that are involved, is a super complex thing to do. The water sector, which is why we're in this pavilion today, is really key to that. You have the ability to convene, such as this fantastic pavilion, all these different actors, and it's our responsibility not only just to look after ourselves as a sector, but to make sure we convene and we dialogue in these things as a means to try and bring about landscape scale change. I'll give you a couple of short examples of the need for this, and then talk at one success story. Okay, I wasn't expecting that slide, but I can do it anyway. Okay, this is a case from Germany. As many of you know, a year or so ago, a little over a year ago, there was catastrophic floods there. Upstream tributaries of the Rhine filled with water at an unprecedented rate. There was massive loss of life, 220 people, 35 billion in costs. In some ways, this was entirely attributable to climate change. We've been working for 10 years looking at these systems and looking at, well, how do you manage to try and manage downstream floods? We were ironically looking at floods in the Netherlands, but the floods came to Germany. And what we found is that you've got a huge area of upland, middle upland land, which is drained and for low productivity agriculture. That really, when you start to look at how you can block this drainage and reverse it, you can help to keep water in the landscape. And you get multiple benefits for this. So as you can see on the slide, carbon, water quality retention, water quality and water quality improvement, nature restoration and habitats. Although it's not a golden bullet to stop the types of floods that we saw last year, it would have reduced sufficiently in some areas the flooding to mitigate and reduce loss of life and damage. Again, the slide's not there. When you look at this across northern and Western Europe, and you look at a map of Europe, there are large numbers of these areas and mountainous areas in a similar state, degraded, releasing water too quickly under heavy rainfall, and contributing to downstream flooding. There's a lot to be done there if we can get the right sort of political will and investment. Another quick case to show you the need for investing in our wetlands comes from a completely different landscape. This is the Inner Niger Delta in Mali. Here you've got 2 million people dependent upon a large wetland area in Mali, which is dependent upon a seasonal flood coming downstream from Guinea every year. There's plans for large-scale expansion of irrigated agriculture and hydropower upstream, which are going to put a lot of people at risk. It's going to change the annual flood in the Delta, and it will end up creating a situation where you go from catastrophic droughts, such as was experienced in 1984 of once in 50 years, to catastrophic droughts once every 12 years. This is going to put an awful lot of people on the front line of climate, and it drives an awful lot of displacement and even conflict. Our assessments show that up to 15% of people under such circumstances will up and move somewhere else. This was the slide that should have come earlier. Now a quick success story. This is somewhere we've been working for 25 years. It's Chilika Lagoon, northeast India. 25 years ago, this site was on a list of endangered wetlands under the Ramsar Convention. It was really a disaster area. The biodiversity indicators were on the ground. Fish production for local communities was on the ground. widespread poverty, local scale conflict over access to natural resources. Here we've worked with the local government, with a development agency at the Chillick Lagoon scale. We've done an extensive and intensive participatory consultation with communities. We've brought them into governance. We've done widespread knowledge development and invested in research to understand the system. And with some simple short-term measures, we boosted fish production by tenfold in 3 years. In the last 5 to 10 years, this has become such an attractive place that there's now 5-star hotels around the edge and a thriving tourism industry, which is creating a different set of problems. So you're never really out of the picture. We now have problems of pollution and disturbance of wildlife, but the GDP and the welfare of people is much grown. I'll skip this. So what can we do to try and take this forward as part of the UN Decade on Restoration? Well, we believe at Wetlands International, we really need some global targets to really drive nature-based solutions of wetland restoration. These are a few examples that we've got in our strategic intent. We're working actively with a group of non-governmental organizations, knowledge institutions now as part of the CBD Global Biodiversity Framework to try and put these big targets up in these agreements to drive change in the longer term. And we hope that this can then be brought onto these types of meetings and try and move it across the different agendas. We think that, and you've heard from many really exciting and inspiring approaches to restoration, but actually you need to simplify this down. These things are really complex processes, especially when water is involved. Many stakeholders, many scales. You need frameworks and approaches which communicate easily, tell people who need to invest in and become part of restoration what they're going to get from it and how we go about it. And we're working with organizations to produce frameworks such as this, called the Full Returns approach, to try and do that and communicate and create a widespread movement of organizations taking landscape scale restoration forward. In association with this, we think also there's really a big need for best practices. And I saw several presentations saying the same thing. We're in the process of bringing together an initiative that's going to harvest our own and our partners' best practices in restoration so that we can try and mobilize others to do, show people how to do it, give them proof of concept so that it can happen. So I should draw up over time. My key messages, overall, wetlands are nature-based solutions. So we really have to work to hold water longer in the landscape for water and climate resilience, and that means wetlands. Water and wetland ecosystems are the connectors, and the sectoral acts as the conveners, especially essential to restore landscapes for climate resilience. And designing and mobilizing inclusive, integrated landscape scale solutions is the only way to achieve climate resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. Your talk was close to my heart as I am a water person. So wetland is indeed important. Wetland is a water regulatory by quantity and quality. So allow me to introduce now Mr. Mike Insekat, the Director of Water, Energy and Transport at GIZ. Since 2015, who will derive the conclusion and the key messages and the closing remark of our session by providing a key message on valuing biodiversity for climate action, building the case and the way forward for freshwater restoration target in the new CBD framework. Please, Mike.
Thank you very much, Amani, and greetings to Rome, I suppose. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today, and I would like to start by thanking all the speakers for their very, very exciting and insightful presentations. I have a few concluding remarks here written on paper, but before I start this, I wanted to appreciate say a word of appreciation for this pavilion. It's about a year ago that I think I moderated a session at the Water Pavilion in Glasgow in front of a very similar setup of logos, and I like this wall because it shows really the collective effort of the water sector to put water at the heart of the climate change discussions. This is now the second COP that has its a water pavilion. First one was last year in Glasgow. And it's also, I think, important to acknowledge that we had the first water day at a COP this year here in Sharm el-Sheikh. So I think the efforts, and I know that a lot of colleagues in the water community are really making an effort and struggling hard to raise awareness and to put water at the heart of the climate debate. So I think having this open and nice, beautiful and welcoming pavilion is a very important sign of the water community to reach out to all the different communities that are assembled here in Sharm el-Sheikh. Dear colleagues of the Egyptian Ministry of Agriculture, the French Water Partnership, FAO, the American University of Cairo, Wetlands International, and WWF India, the organizers and attendees of this water pavilion. COP27 marks a decisive moment to advance climate resilience through freshwater ecosystem restoration. Nature-based solutions create important synergies in this context. For achieving the goals and targets of the Paris Agreement, the anticipated post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and the 2030 Development Agenda. Nature-based solutions help us ensure resilience of ecosystems and communities towards climate change. I would like to thank all the speakers of the session for these highly valuable and astute presentations to this panel. Let me highlight some of the key points that emerged in the course of the last hour. First, the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration offers cross-sectoral funding opportunities for the protection and the rehabilitation of freshwater ecosystems. The framework of the post-2020 GBF ought to pick up these ambitions politically. Second, conservation efforts can play a vital role in achieving sustainable economic development. Ecological and integrative urban and agricultural development projects provide livelihood opportunities for the local population and aim to valorize biodiversity. I also liked very much the two case studies we heard from Egypt and India. So in Egypt, projects have been realized to restore the forest vegetation cover by planting drought and salinity-resistant trees, which will mitigate harsh climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The AUC project showcased the importance of nature-based solutions to address climate change challenges and enhance the resilience of local communities through the restoration and rehabilitation of mangrove ecosystems. And finally, we need to keep landscapes wet to achieve climate resilience. Water in the essential, to achieve climate resilience. Water is the essential connector and convener for restoration. Establishing a common language, framework, and metrics for transforming landscapes through holistic, cross-sectoral approaches could present an accelerator for climate resilience. All speakers, and that's the bottom line, underlined that the water is the essential element of successful nature-based solutions. This is what we heard from the presentations, and please allow me some additional thoughts. Freshwater ecosystems are at the forefront of climate change. Increased average temperatures cause heat waves and lead to water scarcity, drying out lakes and wetlands, as well as to raging forest fires. In addition, the increasing variability of precipitation events are leading to flash floods and stronger monsoons, flooding whole landscapes with disastrous consequences for human well-being, but also for water quality. And yet, ecosystems are not just the mere interface of these events. Ecosystems also have the potential to turn the tide in limiting impacts of climate change, as they offer multiple opportunities for mitigation and for adaptation. Freshwater ecosystems, like wetlands, bear great potential for effective climate change mitigation strategies and should be an integral part of nationally determined contributions, the NDCs. Wetland conservation, restoration, and climate-smart management will yield significant co-benefits with positive impacts on biodiversity, human livelihoods, climate adaptation, and disaster risk reduction. Finally, I would like to translate the takeaways from this panel into a call for action. Water, biodiversity, and climate change are inextricably linked. Thus, limiting global warming ensures a habitable climate and conserves biodiversity. In the implementation of the previous CBD approaches, freshwater ecosystems have often been overlooked in the national targets to increase natural habitat. The proposed post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework explicitly aims at the synergies between climate change and biodiversity loss. Germany, together with the EU and its member states, promotes and supports an ambitious new framework that reflects the interdependence of climate change and biodiversity loss and explicitly refers to naturally based solutions. If we want to achieve the overall goal of reversing biodiversity loss, we need to highlight the important role of free-flowing rivers in ensuring ecological connectivity for inland water species. Removing barriers and taking other actions to restore flows and connectivity in rivers are important restoration activities that need to be considered. Thus, quantitative targets for river and wetland restoration are highly crucial. Providing an adequate framework on a multilateral level for a whole of government and whole of society approach is essential. The suggested changes must go hand in hand with urgent and significant actions on the ground. Naturally based solutions can create important synergies and achieve multiple benefits by bridging the Rio Conventions and the 2030 Agenda, especially interlinking the SDGs 6, 13, 14, and 15. Let us use the current political momentum to advance the integration of naturally based solutions and clear freshwater ecosystem restoration targets, tackle the water, climate, and biodiversity crisis. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you so much. I don't know if anyone has a question. In the chat, there is no question, but you are in the room, Mike, if there is anyone has a question. But I think no time. We exceeded the time. Well, thank you, everyone. And I think by this, we conclude our sessions. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thanks to everybody.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Eric, we have to get started. My name is Nachilala Nkombo. I'm one of the two moderators this evening. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this very exciting session about accelerating NBS for adaptation. I think the whole day you've had a conversation on adaptation in different ways. So this session is also an opportunity for WWF and its partners, the CEO Water Mandate, and the Global Center for Adaptation to share with you some of the work that we're doing on the ground and some of the work that we are developing to deliver large-scale nature-based solutions. And I'm sure the data is clear that climate change, especially in Africa, has affected us severely. Just last growing season from my country, the production of staple foods was reduced by 25%. And so when we're looking at solutions to adaptation in this COP, we're not looking at small solutions. We have to look at large-scale solutions because we are living through a climate crisis. So nature-based solutions are not really essentially a new concept. It's just that now we are facing the climate crisis in huge proportions and has threatened our food security, has threatened our water security, and is going to threaten our energy security if we don't do anything or think differently from how we've been trying to resolve these issues. As you know, NBS is all about leveraging the currency of nature to deal with some of the biggest societal challenges that we have. And today's session is also about looking at how we can engage stakeholders effectively. Because as stakeholders, it doesn't matter whether you're working at the community level, you're working in a corporation, you're working in government, climate change has affected us in a wholesale approach. And therefore, in terms of building resilience, the engagement of stakeholders and the effective engagement of stakeholders is crucially very important. We know that the discussion on adaptation finance has already been big. We also know that the shortfall is huge. So one of the actions that WWF and its partners, the CEO mandate, and also the Global Center for Adaptation has been doing is to create a pipeline of potential large-scale nature-based solutions. These projects are aimed at looking at how we can work with different stakeholders around ecosystems that are threatened to develop solutions that are going to deliver sustainable futures for all of us. So to try and unpack this topic, we have a very competent and experienced panel. The first speaker that is going to join us online is coming from the CEO mandate. His name is Greg Beal. He's senior researcher at the Pacific Institute and is a technical lead for this initiative. So hello, Greg. Hello, I hope you can hear us. We're also going to have sharing with us the WWF Blue Hat of Africa initiative lead, Eric Oyer, who is going to share with us where we are so far in terms of the clearinghouse we're developing in Africa and around the world around nature-based solutions. So please, Eric, you can probably come and sit in front. As you know, WWF works with researchers like Greg. We do our own thing, but we also work with the community to partner in responding to some of the pressing issues. So we're privileged this evening to have also join us to share his experience, His Royal Highness Chief Mukuni of the Tokalea people of Zambia. Please, Your Royal Highness, please come on stage. We have also from our partnership, Nitin Jain, a head of infrastructure and nature-based solutions from the Global Center on Adaptation. I don't know if she or he's in the room. Please come through. And lastly, but not the least, we have Barbara Nakango, who is the global coordinator for the Voices for Just Climate Action. Her work is focused on ensuring that we don't leave behind community voices on identifying solutions and investments that should go towards adaptation to climate change. Please come forward. So as I initially mentioned, this session is all about accelerating progress on adaptation and finding the resources that we actually need. We can't do that if we're not talking to everyone in the ecosystem. So for us to get started, I'm going to call upon Greg to share with us what their experience has been around stakeholder engagement to promote nature-based solutions. Over to you, Greg.
Thank you so much. And thank you everybody for joining the session today. My presentation will be on presenting our practical guidance on NBS project success. It's called Ensuring Equitable Engagement. So we start off with Mary Robinson, former High Commissioner of Human Rights for the United Nations, who says, to make progress, we have to build a multi-stakeholder process, harnessing the appropriate energies. We then go to Christine Lagarde, President of the European Central Bank, who says, all stakeholders, just shift this across, must participate in any gains and losses of any NBS project. And finally, Jumbo, which is a stakeholder engagement platform, speaks and says, quite intuitively, one of the first steps to making your stakeholder engagement plan more inclusive is ensuring that you include everyone who needs to be included. So again, very intuitive stuff. But what we see looking globally is that stakeholder engagement is often not prioritized in nature-based solutions projects around the world. We've seen this when we engaged about 15 global NBS projects when we reviewed our NBS benefit accounting methodology in 2021 and 2022. What we're seeing is that NBS and stakeholder engagement really only happens at the beginning of the project with little input from stakeholders during the design and implementation stages or at the end of a project where it is tacked on as an afterthought. What we're missing is the middle of this NBS sandwich where all the real good stuff happens. So we really need to start making sure that stakeholder engagement is foregrounded and we realize that it is key to the long-term success of any NBS project, starting at the front all the way through the middle stages to the end. This guide offers practical steps on the who, when, where, and why of stakeholder engagement for those looking to invest in NBS projects. This guide is intended to be used by those looking to better understand the elements of effective stakeholder engagement during each stage of the NBS project. This will support investors and practitioners in making NBS projects more inclusive, more culturally appropriate, and more likely to be sustainable in the long run, given the buy-in and support garnered from diverse stakeholders from the start of a project. The preliminary audiences include corporate investors, as well as practitioners or implementers of NBS projects. The information provided is applicable at a much broader level as well, and we hope that a number of different organizations from public sector agencies, NGOs, academic institutions, funding agencies, and other organizations involved in NBS projects globally will also take up the call. The guide, as an overview, has 5 key sections. We have brief introduction and conclusion sections, and much like the sandwich analogy, all the good stuff is in the middle. We have a section on understanding equitable stakeholder engagement, really getting to the weeds of context, norms, guides, and standards. We look at principles and best practices gleaned from around 15 or 20 international guides on best practices around stakeholder engagement, and we present this in an easy, digestible way to really foreground these principles to be foundations of work for your NBS projects. And then finally, we have a stepwise approach on stakeholder engagement across different project stages. How, when, why to include stakeholders from your context mapping all the way through to M&E. So looking at the principles and best practices, and we've landed on about 10. And these, again, are very intuitive, but so many times are either disregarded or ignored completely. So the first is to engage a diverse range of stakeholders. And one of the most important aspects of equitable engagement is to cast a wide net while identifying stakeholders. The project team should include stakeholders that represent diversity in demographics, looking at income ranges, gender, ethnicity, age, etc., as well as diversity in organizational affiliation, such as NGOs, community-based organizations, different interest groups, businesses, government authorities, etc. In this regard, WWF and the Global Center for Adaptation are going to be discussing transformational landscape-level NBS for adaptation, including some projects that are being developed under New Africa NBS Clearinghouse, with specific focus on Ghana and Zambia. The development process has engaged governments, local businesses, investors, technical experts, and communities. And even more work with communities is being planned going forward. We need to build long-term relationships and trust and stakeholder engagement should not be seen as a once-off tick box exercise. These engagements and relationships should be prioritized with long-term commitment and appropriate forms of reciprocity. We need to communicate with empathy to foster deep relationships. The project team can exchange personal stories with stakeholders and vice versa. Getting out into the community is key here to hear concerns directly from stakeholders, and this helps build trust and better match the goals of the project over space and over time. We need to prioritize transparency and accountability, which are crucial to maintaining open communication. And we need to co-create rather than impose. So try to approach stakeholders with a set of objectives for an NBS project, or an assumption that the project will benefit these communities. So instead, engage stakeholders through an iterative, co-creative process where everyone has equal buy-in and a voice within the process. We need to recognize mutual benefits. So these strong partnerships form when project implementers and stakeholders recognize that mutual benefits can be amplified with working collaboratively and collectively. We need to remove barriers to engagement, and there are many in many instances. These can include time of the day, transportation barriers, communications and technology access, language, demands on time, information representation and presentation, and freedom of expression. So by removing these barriers, we open the door to greater and more inclusive stakeholder engagement. In many cases, we can formalize these relationships. So stakeholders will have varying degrees of involvement in an NBS project. As their influence and input increases, formalization of this relationship should also increase. You can create grant agreements, memorandums of understanding, or even simple contracts, which can provide clear roles, responsibilities, expectations, and timelines, as well as provide a means for continuous communication across the process as well. We can ensure adequate financial support. We all know that stakeholder engagement comes with costs, and although these costs reflect a very small part of the capital and operational costs of an NBS project, investors should ensure that adequate financial resources are made available. And finally, appoint well-trained, knowledgeable facilitators. An important consideration for almost all NBS investors and practitioners is to ensure that those who are leading these engagement processes are knowledgeable about local contexts, support networks, customs, and practices as well. And where additional training is needed, make sure that those financial resources are made available. In this guide, we have proposed 5 main project stages. Within each stage, we have steps to inform the users of the best way to integrate stakeholders to ensure an inclusive, equitable project stage. We start with understanding the context of the project and the communities who will benefit from such an investment. We work through pre-feasibility and design stages, through implementation, and then to monitoring and evaluation as well. It's important to note that the steps offered in this guide are not prescriptive and can be adapted to meet the nuances and context of almost any NBS project anywhere in the world. Users can opt to use this guidance from a single project stage or step if needed, or they can follow the staged approach and start at the beginning and go through to the conclusion of the stepwise process. The applicability of this information provided may even extend beyond NBS projects, and it is hoped that this guidance can support greater stakeholder engagement across a variety of environmental and social and economic projects as well. The ultimate goals of the guide also act as a call to action for businesses, for NGOs, and governments as well. The first is effectively consider and engage stakeholders and their needs across all phases of an NBS project. Ensure that appropriate levels of stakeholder engagement are developed and maintained throughout the different project stages to optimize the project design. Ensure great understanding of NBS projects, benefits, and beneficiaries. Develop trust and collaboration among stakeholders.
Can we go a bit faster because we still have 4 more speakers? So if we can
That's perfect. This is my last slide.
Thank you.
Great. We need to increase the burden and sense of stakeholder support. We need to improve the adoption of high quality NBS more appropriate to local contexts. We need to improve efficiency in terms of cost and time commitment, and ultimately support the achievement of the SDGs relating to water, the environment, gender, climate, and other key issues and areas. So if you'd like to connect further, please reach out to me. My email is on screen there. If you take a screenshot as well, you can download the guide directly using that QR code on the left, and then the broader project page is on the right there using the QR code. Thank you again for the opportunity to present, and I look forward to the rest of the speakers.
Thank you so much, Greg. really for outlining clearly the guidance and the key principles of what effective stakeholder engagement for successful NBS projects. And I think from what you've outlined, the issues of equity and inclusivity are the key points. The issues around building trusts. I think there's a book that was written by Steve Covey Jr. that talks about the speed of trust. If there's no trust amongst us, there's no trust between stakeholders or a community, our success can be negatively impacted. So I'd like to take this opportunity now for us to hear a bit more about this very exciting clearinghouse of NBS projects that WWF, together with our partner, the Global Center on Adaptation, are actually building for us to understand how we've put some of these principles into action. If there's one thing that we've learned from Greg is that if we do not get the stakeholder engagement right, the projects are going to be white elephants. And for me, the importance of NBS is a realization for all of us that we're not just talking about a play on livelihood support or only looking at bringing back nature. We are having the CEO mandate sharing the experience because they know that the challenge of climate change is a common threat. So that NBS solutions are as much about securing livelihoods as they are as much about securing businesses, securing economies, and securing futures. So some of the exciting projects that will be shared this evening as examples are large-scale projects because they're aimed at not only supporting businesses survive and adapt to climate change, but they're also intended to secure entire ecosystems that are important for our livelihoods and are important for our futures. So I'm going to ask Anitin Jain from the Global Center of Adaptation and Eric Oyer, our very own Eric from WWF, to share with the audience information we have in terms of this pipeline that we're developing. Thank you. So you're welcome to come and speak from here, actually.
Great. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Nitin Jain, and I'm the lead of infrastructure and nature-based solutions at the Global Center on Adaptation. So I grew up in the Indian Himalayas, and until recently, I lived in Freetown, Sierra Leone, which is, I don't know how many of you have been to Freetown, but it's one of the prettiest cities that I've ever lived in. And so for me, living with and within nature is really very personal. It's part of my identity. And so it's been quite inspiring seeing the recent push towards investing in preserving, scaling up nature-based solutions. But on the one hand, I think if we're in this room, we all probably agree that nature-based solutions are an effective solution for adaptation. I'm sure I don't want to use the slides, by the way. I'm sure that we've all heard numbers on what are the values, what is the quantified sort of benefit in terms of adaptation and also mitigation. So we have that on one side. On the other side, I think we all keep hearing about the millions, the billions, the trillions of financing that's out there that's just ready to be tapped into for investments in nature from the private sector, from the public sector, public development banks, multilateral development banks. But if there's all these great benefits and if there's all this money out there, I guess my big question is, why aren't we seeing investments? In the GCA, we focus a lot, at least currently, on a program in Africa called the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, of which one element is to scale up nature-based solutions to make infrastructure systems and services more resilient. And so in our work under the AAAP, as it's called, we've been trying to answer this question of if there's all these benefits and if there's all this money, why is there no investment? And maybe just a couple of thoughts to share. One is that we often ignore the opportunity cost when we are quantifying the benefits of NBS. There's a lot of talk of why it's good, but there's not a lot of talk of what one individual or one investment company may do with that land, for example, if they can build a multi-billion-dollar condo, or if they can build a factory or a mine like is being in Europe. I won't go into the details there. But the the other sort of gap that we observe is that the benefits are not necessarily easily captured. For example, if you have NBS in a coastal area, you might see 1,000 fishing communities benefiting from that. But it's very hard to capture those benefits and structure them as an investment. And what's even more important from an investment perspective is that these benefits, which are often in the form of cost savings, cannot easily be structured as cash flows, which is vital when it comes to investing, especially if you're trying to involve the private sector. So what we see are then sort of three gaps, and that we're trying to address with our partners, WWF and other partners, including the African Development Bank and the World Bank and others, where we see the need to have a more structured approach to originate potential NBS investment projects, to structure them so that they're financially viable, so that they're bankable. And when I say bankable, I don't mean that it only has to be financeable by the private sector. I mean that there's some return, some economic or financial return that someone is willing to pay for, whether it's the government, an MDB, or the private sector. And then finally, there needs to be a lot of effort in developing the capacity that's required around the governance of NBS, because you can't just do NBS and then walk away. It's not like building a concrete wall, which then stays over there. There's a lot of work in operating and maintaining these assets. And these three components are the basis of what we're trying to do through the partnership and collaboration with WWF on the NBS investment clearinghouse, where we want to work with partners, including and in particular the African Development Bank under the AAAP, to originate large-scale NBS investment projects, to understand what are the returns, understand and quantify the returns, whether they are economic. For example, there might be environmental benefits, or in our case, the benefits that are provided in terms of how they complement or protect infrastructure assets. And then we want to work with the countries and communities to ensure that there's capacity to manage the governance of these systems. I'll let Eric get into a couple of examples of how we are approaching this agenda, but
Thank you so much, Nitin. Good evening, everybody. My name is Eric Oyare, has been introduced by Nashilala. I work with WWF. I lead an initiative which is managing freshwater work for WWF in Africa called Blue Heart of Africa. Our collaborative arrangement with GCA that Nitin has spoken about has risen out of the need that we are angling around adaptation financing. Adaptation financing, as we've been told by some of the speakers in the morning, only 1.5% is going to adaptation financing. Now, out of that, we are seeing an increased vigor in terms of people wanting to finance nature-based solutions. Donors, financiers, equity investors are looking to support and finance nature-based solutions. Now, the question we are asking is, where are these nature-based solutions? We've defined them, but for Africa, there is still a gap of a pipeline of nature-based solution. So if you can roll the slides. And that is the question that we are here to answer. And therefore, through that collaborative arrangement, if you can just go back. No, move ahead. Move. Thank you. So through this collaboration that we've been having since the year 2020 and through into Glasgow COP26, we have built and are continuously putting up a pipeline of large-scale nature-based solution projects in Africa. Currently with GCA, we have a portfolio of 10 projects, 5 of which we are showing you here are almost near investment ready. I'm going to share with you 2 of those. That is the Weija Dam in Ghana and Lukanga Swamps in Zambia. Now, for the Weija Dam, what is the catchment? What are we looking at in terms of this nature-based solution? The Weija Dam is located at the Densu River in Ghana, and it is supporting the main water treatment plan in Accra, and which is within the greater Accra town in Ghana. It is operated by the Ghana Water Company with a capacity of 115 meter cubic at full capacity. What is the challenge that we are proposing to address? We are proposing to address flood and corresponding water supply risks within the Wager Dam. The Wager Dam was identified subject to flood risk within the Ghana roadmap. It faces a dual effect of ineffective asset management and climate change impacts. The cracks which have already been manifested in the dam, combined with heavy rains, of course, which are emanating from climate change, are almost imposing a structural risk. And therefore, this is intentionally and going to address and affect about 80% of water supply in Accra if left unaddressed. What are we proposing? We want to address catchment protection within the Wager Dam, where we're looking at afforestation measures. We are looking at supporting cocoa farmers to plant additional cocoa trees. And how is this going to benefit livelihoods? We are going to tap into carbon credit market. We are going to address livelihoods where about 17 million in terms of US dollars is going to be generated on an annual basis once we address the restoration and nature-based solutions for the Wager Dam. Second is the Lukanga swamps. Now, for this swamp, which is a key water sponge in Zambia, especially in the Kafue floods, supporting the Kafue River, which feeds in terms of water supply to Kafue town and Lusaka city, is one of the key contributors in terms of its sponge effect. When there is dry season, it releases water into the river. And this river currently is supporting about 40% of water supply into Kafue town and Lusaka. It is supporting, in terms of hydropower generation, about 50% of power supply that is produced in Zambia is generated out of the Kafue River that emanates from Lukanga swamps. So as WWF working hand in hand with GCA, we are looking at what are the catchment protection measures, what are the restoration mechanisms that we are going to implement in that Lukanga swamps, that we are able to restore it in a couple of years. We've already done a financial cost-benefit analysis and investment viability that is giving us a trajectory of about 10 years. Within year 5, this swamp is going to start getting water back into the river. And therefore, for us, really at WWF, working hand in hand with GCA and other partners, we've really partnered with so many partners in this build-up of the pipeline since 2020 for the last 22 years. And therefore, the call to action that we are living with is whether you're an investor, whether you are a potential financier of nature-based solution, whether you're an environmental organization that is working on freshwater and other nature-based solution-related aspects, this is the time for us to join hands. Let us package, let us support African governments in identifying, originating, as Natina said, nature-based solutions, be they large-scale, be they small-scale, so that we are address the water risks that are facing this continent, and so that we can be able to build resilience of our communities who are really affected by impacts of climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Eric and Nitin. You've really given us a flavor, right, in terms of what WWF and the Global Center on Adaptation is doing to respond to the challenge of, well, there is something good in nature-based solutions. And you're saying, let's put the data around that in terms of what the benefits are. Secondly, you're also saying that if we are going to get private sector money as well to help us adapt, we need to be able to calculate the return on investment. I think nature provides us so many values. We may not be able to put values to everything, but I think this project, this pipeline, this clearinghouse is encouraging us to put some estimations that are going to help us to engage in delivering these large-scale nature-based solutions. It is very clear that we have to protect the public goods in terms of water. It is very clear that private sector, for them to thrive as well, like community, they need this water. So we actually need a combination of both public and private investments for us to be able to secure this critical resource. And Eric, thank you so much for the 2 examples. I'm sure you've seen news from Pakistan to Nigeria, to my own country, Zambia, about devastating floods that are destroying property and food. And so if there is a solution, in a nature-based solution in Ghana, and we believe it's cost effective and we believe it's sustainable, I think these are the sort of projects that investors should sit down with communities, should sit down with the governments to see how we find the financing that is needed. I will not miss the opportunity to touch a little bit about Lukanga Swamp. It's got a reservoir capacity of retaining water that is 3 times the capacity of some of the man-made dams that we have in the country. And we know that part of the government strategy now is to build more dams to provide water to areas that do not have water. But with a nature-based solution, we're saying, let's look after this natural dam that God gave us. It's giving us so much value in terms of supporting agriculture production. It's giving us so much value in terms of providing electricity. It's giving us so much value in terms of really providing water for sanitation. And if there's no better investment than Lukanga Swamp or Wager Dam, then I don't know what other investments would be valuable. I think the other key point that was mentioned by Nitin is that let's do this thing in a structured way. Let's develop this project in a very systematic way so that we are able to attract the resources that are needed. So congratulations on your AAAP program, and really we're excited as WWF that we're partnering with you, and hopefully we can help to deliver some of the solutions. At this juncture, we've heard in terms of the design of these big projects, WWF also partners with communities. And that's essentially the objective of our Voices for Just Climate Action that's supported by the Dutch government. There's realization that we will not make progress if we leave communities behind. And when it comes to nature-based solutions, communities are already innovating, but they lack the recognition, they lack the support to scale up the solutions that they're already finding to resolve these problems. So at this juncture, I have the rare privilege and an opportunity to invite His Royal Highness to share some of the experiences in promoting nature-based solutions from his community. After he shares, I'm going to ask Barbara, our global coordinator for Voices for Just Climate Action, to share a bit more in terms of WWF's overall strategy and how it links up with this pipeline that we are actually developing. So Your Royal Highness, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm coming from southern Zambia, which for a long time has been the grain basket, bread basket for the whole country. Of late, though, due to that agricultural activities, we are clearing the forests, and also the streams are drying up. Now, on the streams, what we started doing was to restore some streams, I think, in our community. You don't have it? Well, okay, we can continue. We are restoring one of our streams, and it's a success story in that apparently a number of our streams, the source of water comes from underground. There are springs that feed into the streams. So when we realized that this particular stream was drying up, we started taking out the silt. The river feeds into the Zambezi River. The streams that feeds into the Zambezi River. Okay, that's sure. Okay. It's a pity that we can't see the picture of the stream, which we have just restored. This is before the onset of the rains. The stream we have restored. No, yeah. Sorry, take it back. That. The stream. Stop here. This was before the onset of the rains. The spring started feeding the river, and we keep going on. So we've realized, like I said, a lot of our streams normally start from springs. So having succeeded here, we have moved it to roll out the same scheme throughout the chiefdom. Then the other thing we are also doing is that as the Southern Province chiefs, we agreed to set up 250,000 hectares per chiefdom. No, 5,000 hectares, which works out to 210,000 hectares for afforestation. So we're going to plant trees. And then after, if it succeeds in this province, then we'll roll out to other provinces. So we're talking of 9 other provinces, making 10 provinces. So by 5,000, it will mean 2,100,000 hectares of land where we are going to plant trees. We are serious about that, which is why we are saying we need the finance. We are doing it without we on our own currently as the chiefs as they were. So you are saying we include the communities. Please give us the money so that we roll it out.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much, Nachilala, for shifting so that the chief starts. Because really, the chief has represented what the Voices for Just Climate Action is about. The Voices for Just Climate Action is an alliance of 6 core partners, a feminist organization, an organization that works in informal settlements, Slum Dwellers International, a human rights organization, HIVOS, WWF, and SSN, a knowledge broker. Now, the idea of this is that there are solutions. There are already solutions that are going on in the communities where the brunt of the climate crisis, where people are already facing the brunt of climate crisis. And these solutions often are not seen, are not recognized when decisions are being made when we're developing, especially large, huge development projects or conservation projects. And so we are, through this alliance, we already partnering. Can you show the next slide? We are already partnering beyond the 6 core partners. We are 170 civil society partners, coalitions of communities like the chief has highlighted here. Local communities that are already doing things, and we are amplifying these solutions so that they are scaled. In the Voices for Just Climate Action, we are saying local solutions do not have to be small or tiny and micro. And the chief has really highlighted that what they are doing, they can scale that up themselves, okay? Their voices, their ideas need to be at the fore. So today, in places like this, we bring their ideas, we bring their solutions. What is core in our alliance is that we are not just talking, we are putting together solutions, tangible solutions. So for WWF in this alliance, our solutions are nature-based solutions, okay? We are also putting together a pipeline of solutions, just like what the chief has highlighted, in all the 7 countries we are in. But actually for us, it's more than the 7 countries. We are global in Indonesia, Brazil, Bolivia, Paraguay, in Tunisia, Zambia, Kenya. We have a number of these solutions already. We want to work with you, the Global Center for Adaptation, to help us. The people's voice is already there, but maybe the calculations of the financing that is required maybe is what we needed. Most importantly, the connection to financing that reaches them is what we need. I want to share 2 of the examples that we have already, but we already have a pipeline that is going on that is only going to continue being built.
Can you show the next slide, please? So this is the next, please. Yes. So an example is in a nature-based solutions that has been put to the fore by our communities in Tunisia, in the islands of Kekena. We pay attention to the social aspects of nature-based solutions. For us, the people aspects have to be front and center. They have to be there to design them. They have to be there to explain them. And we pay attention to equity. The dimensions of equity have to be very, very clear in any nature-based solutions. So for us, in addition to proposing solutions, we actually also look at those nature-based solutions that are being put on the fore by governments, by private sector, to make sure that the people aspects are very clear and concrete. So this is an example, the Kekena Islands. As you can see, we are clear there, all the inhabitants are 15,000, already facing challenges in agriculture and fishing. But in particular, the women, if we are to restore this area, the women don't have land. They struggle with land. So when we talk about solutions, we can't generalize them. We have to get into the details of who is going to benefit. What are the issues? If it's going to store a whole area of, let's say, how many millions of hectares, who owns the land? Who will benefit? etc. So for us, the tangible issues have to come out very clearly. For example, this example that we are putting together in Tunisia to restore the island, the water is saline. You know, so the proposal is the palm trees clean the water, and they need to be restored. The palm trees not only clean water, but they also provide a lot more benefits. So it's a very good proposal. But we are unpacking this to say who will plant the trees, who will benefit from the trees, whose land it is, who is going to pay for this, who is going to bear the cost of planting the trees. It shouldn't be left to often the women who will do it, and maybe later they may not benefit. So we would like to unpack and say, what is the breakdown of these social dimensions? The disabled, the youth, what is the class arrangement, so that when we are determining who benefits, these dimensions are also very, very clear. The biodiversity aspect is already very well articulated here. It's an important bird area, this Kekena Island. The important species that are already there, the important flagship species of the quality of the area. So that angle is already very clear because we are WWF. This information we already have. What we need is local voices and local ideas to be at the front and center of these large-scale solutions. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to share with you, that we have an alliance that is there, that is only a movement that's only growing, and we want to work together to propose the nature-based solutions that have people at the center of this. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, so I'm going to wrap it up. So, wow. So, thank you so much, Barbara and Your Royal Highness. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. I just want to close by, first of all, thanking the panel, but also saying as WWF, because of who we are, we have many projects around the world where we're implementing regenerative agriculture, where we're implementing restorative approaches, whether it's restoration of forests, restoration of land. But what we are doing with the Voices for Just Climate Action is different. We are saying WWF's efforts alone are not going to be enough. And this is why we are mobilizing and rallying communities that are providing solutions to their climate challenges. And we believe that if we all do that, we are going to have an impact. So we're partnering with community leaders. We're partnering also with corporate institutions in places such as Zambia, and they're making commitments for restoring forests. They're making commitments. And what Barbara has said is that when we're looking at climate justice, not everyone is impacted the same way. So our pipeline of local solutions need funding. Our pipeline of local solutions do not necessarily need to be the same. So from this panel, we've heard that there's local leadership. Let's recognize that. The chief was very articulate in saying that the lack of water in his area is a common phenomena in what was the breadbasket of the whole country of Zambia. So in promoting nature-based solutions, we're looking at resolving the water challenge that the whole food system is actually facing. And if we're dealing with the whole province, we're dealing with the whole food system, then we need large-scale nature-based solutions. So at this point, I really want to thank you as speakers most sincerely for sharing your experience. And I'm calling on the audience to find ways of connecting with us, helping us, supporting us to implement some of these ideas in the most effective way. So at this point, I'm going to invite our partner, Jason Morrison, who's president, Pacific Institute, and head of the CEO mandate, to share a bit more in terms of what they're doing and hear from more speakers this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nachilala. Chief, are you going to be able to stay up on the panel? And Barbara as well, I understand you're going to stay on the panel as well for the discussion here. But I also would like to bring in some of our panelists who are attending virtually. If we can bring them up on the screen, we have Amanda Lofen, with the CEO of the Human Right to Water. We also have Lachumi Akana, the head of strategic engagement and advocacy for APP. Madhu Rudesh, senior director, water and agriculture for the Coca-Cola Company. Very good. It looks like we're all there. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear us. Okay, excellent. So, Madhu, let me start with you. The Coca-Cola Company and Foundation has been investing in NBS for quite a while now. And I just wanted to see if you could speak about your experience in financing and implementing NBS and some of the lessons you've learned.
Thank you, Jason. First of all, I'd like to say, it's an absolute privilege to be on this panel here today with such esteemed speakers and to have this opportunity to speak about this very important topic. Last year, the Coca-Cola Company launched its 2030 water security strategy with a vision of increasing water security where we operate, where we source ingredients, and touch people's lives. Separately, the Coca-Cola Foundation has supported nature-based solutions such as forest protection and floodplain management. After decades of foundation support for water replenishment projects, it became clear that many of these projects have very significant co-benefits beyond the volumes of water that has been replenished. So quantifying these co-benefits has enabled the foundation to better understand the broader outcomes of water replenishment projects and be able to target its support much more effectively. The partnership that we have with Denkstadt and other partners to develop a nature-based solutions methodology has helped us achieve these goals. This methodology has been used across several ecosystem projects in Europe and in Asia and South Pacific to assess the key ecosystem service benefits that water replenishment projects have, which are, for example, water quantity, water quality, flood protection, carbon sequestration, recreation or impact on food and raw materials, overall biodiversity benefits, as well as some social benefits. So some of these assessments led us to several important conclusions. For example, that restoring nature in areas where ecosystems are severely degraded has significant benefits. Also, that not all relevant benefits can be monetized, especially those that are related to social capital. So qualitative assessment of additional benefits is both useful and necessary. Coca-Cola is working with CEO Water Mandate, Denkstadt, and other partners to make this methodology available to everyone as part of the mandate's NBS Explorer tool, which is an open source resource. And we'll work with CEO Water Mandate's team in order to develop this further, building on the methodology that has been created, the valuation methodology, and piloted across several additional projects as part of the current phase of work.
Excellent. Thank you, Madhu. And I do want to bridge this conversation we're having around co-benefits of NBS, particularly as we go to scale with these larger projects that we heard about in Tunisia and elsewhere. But before doing that, I think it's helpful to get another perspective from a company that is investing in these NBS solutions and how you're thinking about that. So, Lachumi, I'm just wondering if you could say a few words about how APP has been coming at the issue of NBS, just to get us started. Perhaps just a minute or two to set the stage.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Craig. So with APP, what we've been looking at on nature-based solutions is one of our key projects, at least maybe I'm jumping up here, is to work on how to look at restoration in peatland, ex-peatland areas. That's actually quite important because Indonesia sits primarily on a peatland, and restoration for that is very important. So we've been working with communities and we've been working with research institutes to actually see how we can restore these areas using NBS as a solution. So just to set a stage, that was very brief.
Excellent, thank you. So Amanda, let me bring you into this conversation. When we heard in this initial guidance that my colleague Greg Bill presented, there were 10 principles for trying to operationalize stakeholder engagement in NBS. And I'm just wondering, from where you sit with your organization that is promoting a human rights approach to water, how you've seen any of these principles being put into practice, and particularly how this is realizing better outcomes for the stakeholders across the NBS project lifespan.
Well, without using specific examples, I think the human rights-based approach is very important when you're looking at nature-based solutions, because it starts off by putting vulnerable people and marginalized people first. And when you talk about stakeholder engagement and a diverse set of stakeholders, as Greg introduced, it's very important to include people from the community, from indigenous communities who are actually living in the environment that we're talking about, and getting them involved right from the beginning in all aspects of the decision-making process. And I was very gratified to hear in one of the previous presentations how women have been very involved in some of the nature-based solutions. And I think this is actually where women actually need to be given more priority than they have been in the past. And not just in a consultative manner, but in a meaningful participative way, so that they can be part of the decision-making process through design and through the operation of the final solution. So I think that the stakeholder engagement and participation is absolutely crucial to finding sustainable solutions that the community both has ownership over and buy-in, and that will continue to operate whatever that project might be in the long term. So I don't have a specific solution for you, but I think that whole encompassing approach is really, really important, especially when you're looking at environmentally enhancing or environmentally sustaining projects.
Great, thank you, Amanda. So the honeymoon's over. I've asked all the easy questions. Now I want to start getting into the harder aspects. And Barbara, I'm going to turn to you first. NGOs always have to be taking on the hardest questions first. But you had spoken about, as we move towards scaling NBS and we start looking for real landscape level change, building resilient communities, you do run into this question or the difficulty around co-benefits, benefits for whom, who pays for it, who receives these benefits. And even the core partners within VCA had very interesting set of interests, right? And we know that the power and the unlock of NBS are these co-benefits, but we must reconcile what we expect to achieve out of an NBS project and how to try to understand those co-benefits, quantify them, and then sort out the issues of who actually pays for them. So any insights from your experience in these basins, Tunisia or elsewhere, around this process of really bringing stakeholders together to have a conversation around what community resilience means in the face of climate adaptation, and how you go through this process of understanding the co-benefits and reconciling that, maybe even understanding some trade-offs in some cases between co-benefits. Maybe you can get us started, and I'll warm this one up to anyone else on the panel that wants to take this question on how you do this trade-offs and stakeholder management process.
So, hello? Yes, that's a really, really good question. So in any community, okay, let me start by saying that the reason we are having the climate crisis where we are is because there's been a development model that has been going on that hasn't involved people as much as possible. And yet, in many of these communities, there are already platforms. People are deciding, people are doing a number of things, and they're every day in their households, they're making choices. They're making trade-offs. They're making decisions. The challenge is when you have so many people with diverse choices to decide and agree on a particular solution that is communal. And that's what we have. We already have structures in many of these communities that are already available to allow that discussion to happen. So like the chief said, his kingdom, he's already a structure through which his community can have a conversation to decide what works, what shouldn't work. Beyond the communities, then if you go, the larger you go, then we have governments, platforms where we meet and have a conversation on what is, basically every time it's about negotiation and determining what is it that is, what are those choices that we have to make? There have to always be benefits and costs. So in each community, that discussion has to always happen, and it depends on that community. It depends on how much information is on the table. It also depends on the power relations, that how well you mediate power relations to establish the best decision on the solution that you decide to take.
Yes.
I know it's still, complex, but that's the point.
Yep.
That is what is crucial. The
Yep.
platforms must be in place. Enough information needs to be available to everybody to be able to decide the costs and benefits, the trade-offs and decisions that then you have to make
Yes.
in
And
each place.
so drawing on the local relationships, the relational capital to
Yes.
work through those decisions to find the outcomes that are in the best interest of the
Exactly.
community.
Exactly.
That's most impacted, per Amanda's point. So anyone else want to come in on this question of trying to understand co-benefits and reconcile co-benefits across stakeholders in MBS? Okay, Amanda, glad to see you raise your hand.
Yeah, I'm just interested in this relationship between co-benefit and the private sector and the public sector. And I think that the public-private partnership approach can be very useful in this. But it is very important when working through a structure like that it's not just the government and the private investor and the project manager that are the stakeholders in this, that we continue to include the community in the decision-making project design as well. But that model where the government is part of the process, not just the private sector, can be very useful because it widens the benefits in terms of what the managers are looking for. So it's all the SDGs, not just the one that maybe is the investment priority.
Thank you, Amanda. Chief Mukuni, I'd like to come to you with a question, if I may. So from your perspective, a local community perspective, what commitments should governments and corporates and civil society groups make to local stakeholders and communities to ensure greater inclusion of values and worldviews and different knowledge systems in that discussion and the decision-making process? Do you have any thoughts that you can share with us?
In the first place, the community must own the whole process. Like what we have done. I was not aware that WWF were doing nature-based solutions to the problem that we are facing. Only when I went to one of their meetings did I tell them, so, oh, but we are doing this on our own. You know, what happened was I went to one of the provinces in Zambia where I found there were streams running throughout the year. They were perennial. And then they also have forests intact. Now, I said, what's leading to this? Of course, agriculture. We are clearing a lot of our forests. And then on water, it so happens that we have a lot of animals, cattle and so on. Whereas our friends in the other province, they don't have cattle. So the cattle going to water actually creates silting. So that when the rains come, the riverbed is. Now, what we said was that we must to continue with the watering our animals, but not from the streams, but just create troughs where they can go and drink water there, where they can water from. So that people are still have they still have their cattle and they still water them, rather than watering in the streams. And also for agriculture, we realize to say we are clearing land for our fields, so grain fields, but we need to create trees because of this we are having drought, we are having a lot of problems. So that's why we all did the whole process. When we went to them, we just said, "Oh, you are." When you were telling us, they said, "You are preaching to the converted." So it's our program. So now in them we found partners. That's what's important.
Thank you. That's very clear. Barbara, you'd like to come in? I'm going to give you the final word, and then I'd like anyone else that's online, joining us virtually, to offer your concluding remarks as we wrap up. Please.
Yes, I just wanted to say that whoever is coming in, there's always be an initiator, maybe WDF, maybe the chief, maybe a private sector, maybe a government. What is crucial is whoever is initiating to take time to understand that community, the diversity of that community, so that whatever decisions you're making, you know that you are not excluding a particular group. The danger often, and we can't help it, the more you work on a big scale, the more you will have to generalize. But as you generalize, you have to make sure that you know those that are over and on the margins, those that could be excluded, or actually a good thing can create a negative impact. So we have to know all those aspects to use to make a decision for the collective.
Yes.
So that's really, really crucial.
Yes, and it sounds like from your intervention that this is really even understanding the impacts on community of the current system.
Exactly.
And the current uses within the system. That's the starting point for whatever sort of intervention that you're going to pursue in order to mitigate those impacts, find co-benefits in MBS. So any closing reflections? Let me turn to you, Lachumi, first to see if you have any reflections on the discussion that you've been tracking before we try to wrap up. I'm sorry we've gone a couple of minutes over, but it's a great discussion. I want to see if people can bear with us for a few more minutes.
Thank you. Well, I'd just like to make a remark that say that it's very important when we do stakeholder engagement, we actually attract like-minded parties and partners together. So this I know we spoke about government a bit, we spoke about community, we spoke about other private sectors, but I think private sectors tend to play a huge role on this. I know some of us would probably say a lot of funding comes out from private sectors as well, but it's not one private sector. We need to come up with not just one company, like-minded companies need to come together to kind of fund these projects for NBS projects. I think working with CEO Water Mandate has been very beneficial for APP because we have worked with other partners who were interested to work in Indonesia, to work with the community, to work on the restoration projects. And in a longer term, it actually sustains the community that is around the area that we are also working in. So, it's actually a win-win situation for all. And I think to look into more projects like this in areas like Indonesia and other countries, I think would be very beneficial. Thank you.
Well said. Actually, even alignment of those private sector interests that are trying to support MBS in a region. Madhu, any closing reflections from you?
Yeah, just to echo that the role of multiple stakeholders in promoting nature-based solutions has been critical and will continue to be critical in the years to come. So whether that is the private sector partners, the government, the implementing partners, the local community to enable effective project design, or organizations like CEO Water Mandate that are playing a convening role in bringing us all together, I think that is the absolute right way to go. So very much looking forward to working with you, Jason, and your team.
Thank you, Madhu. Amanda, the final word?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm listening to what the others have said, and I take Barbara's point that it's very difficult to generalize. But actually, what you can do is create a system that you can follow that it's not going to be easy. Stakeholder engagement isn't easy. It requires continuous effort over the long term. But the approach of making sure that everybody's included, involved in the decision making on an ongoing basis is very sound. And that's the piece that we need to hang on to.
Thank you. Well said. So I'm going to try to weave a thread through this. It's not easy. The initial guidance that Greg spoke of was really targeted toward the businesses that are increasingly interested in investing in MBS. But what I heard were principles that are actually replicable broadly for any organization that's a proponent and financial backer. I also didn't hear anyone on the panel or during this session feel like the things that are articulated in this guide are actually what we're not trying to achieve. The process is about a community-driven, bottom-up approach that's inclusive, takes a human rights vantage point as well, because it's those that are on the front lines of these impacts of climate that are going to be affected first and worst. And you need to make sure that when you're building resilience around water, that you have that voice at the table. It's not easy, we know, but we all agree this is really the path that's necessary. And I actually didn't mean to strike the tone that there isn't a ton of trade-offs in NBS. There's actually, I personally believe there's a lot more win-wins around the co-benefits of NBS than there are the trade-offs. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to continue to collaborate with WWF and our partner organizations within the Seal Water Mandate to move this forward and to really help scale some of these most promising investments in NBS from the corporate sector and link it to the public finance and investment that can bring some of these investments to scale. Thank you, everyone on the panel, for joining us. Thanks for everyone here for sticking with us, and apologies for going a few minutes over.